Good morning. May we remain standing for a short prayer and a moment of silence? Thank you very much. You may be seated. I think he just is envious of Honorable Bloom being Dr. Bloom. Otlafit. Okay. Honourable members and our guests, good morning to the Honourable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, baagi ba Gauteng, you are all welcome. Dumelang, good morning. Honourable members, we don't have any announcements. We also don't have a motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. We do not have any MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. However, we do have member statements in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1. Our guests in the gallery to my right, you are welcome. However, I would like to plead with you that you be as quiet as possible. And I will explain to you what the rules are as we go along. But for now, could you be as quiet as possible? The first member statement is from Honourable Meso. Honourable Meso.
Honourable Speaker, as Umkhonto weSizwe Party, we salute KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, for his unwavering dedication to justice and transparency. Mkhwanazi is a brave, principled police leader. After the damning allegations against Police Minister Senzo Mchunu and the Deputy National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, General Mkhwanazi has demonstrated profound courage and integrity, especially in the face of adversity. His role was to lead the task team adversity. He's established in 2018, and his multidisciplinary unit focusing on politically motivated killings and related crimes in KwaZulu-Natal. Mkhwanazi, as a leader in his own right, has exercised his leadership skills and expanded his task to include the investigations of high-profile matters. Is both commendable and necessary for restoring public faith in our justice system. What we have noticed is that the South African Police Service has now become the chief crime syndicate operating in this country. All other crime syndicates operating in this country, all other answer to it, the citizen, are even demoralized to go and open cases and the police station because they know that they may not have to be forced to pay somebody to make sure that their cases are investigated properly. Or other, the case just end up being in a cold case. Or if the case involves the untouchables, they may end up being abused. Some community members have now resorted to operate on a mob justice to protect themselves from crime.
Honourable Meso, as you conclude. Oh, thank you very much. Honourable T. Kunene.
Madam Speaker, comrades and fellow South Africans, on Friday, the 18th of July, we will be commemorating Nelson Mandela Day, a day of profound significance to our nation, but most deeply to the ANC. To our movement, it is not simply an anniversary of a birthday. It is a significant day to celebrate the life of sacrifice and the inspiring leadership of vision of Tata Nelson Mandela, a towering leader who embodied the very heart of our struggle for freedom. Mandela Day serves as a reminder of the ANC's unwavering commitment to justice, non-racialism, democracy, and human dignity. Principles for which Mandela spent 27 years in prison and led us to the victory over apartheid. It is a powerful reminder for our founding mission, the immense sacrifices made by generations of cadres, and the ongoing responsibility we bear to realize the equitable South Africa Madiba dreamed of. The significance of Mandela Day resonates with all globally affixed in Mandela's call for action. What counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others, close quote. It commemorates our hard-won freedom and reconciling spirit, promotes the profound African principle of Ubuntu through service to others, inspires active citizenship, whereas every individual is responsible for change, and refocuses our collective energy towards perpetual struggle of poverty, inequality, and injustice that hinders continuously from enjoying the fruits of freedom. It is not a day of reflection, but of meaningful action. Mandela Day provides a critical opportunity not just for jesters, but truly to shine by demonstrable advancement of Madiba's vision through accelerated, ethical, and effective governance. We must all lead by example and substantially engage in community initiated service activities that address attainable needs. Thank you, and ensuring that we have long-term impacts after 6 to 7 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kunene. Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the members of the House. Madam Speaker, today I rise to commemorate a defining moment that continues to shape the moral and political conscience of our nation, the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, adopted by the Congress of the People, the ANC, on the 26th of June 1955 in Kliptown, Soweto. This was the collective voice of the oppressed, black, colored, Indian and white South Africans, who gathered under the threat of burning, bullets and batons to boldly proclaim South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. The Charter was a call for black majority rule, for the restoration of full citizenship and democratic power to the dispossessed. It was not ambiguous. It diagnosed the colonial and apartheid state for what it was. It was unjust, exploitative, and illegitimate. Honorable members, the freedom laid the ideological and political foundation for a democratic constitution by pointing out and elevating the immediate interests of the disposed. It continues to inform and guide the policy direction of the African National Congress in this province and across the Republic. Today, we reaffirm our commitment to making the Freedom Charter a lived reality in the lives of our people by striving to build a capable developmental state in pursuit of total emancipation and ensuring that no child is denied access to education, healthcare, or dignity. We must remain vigilant against those such as the Democratic Alliance who seek to roll back our democratic gains by sanitizing apartheid, denying its structural legacy, and outsourcing our national sovereignty to market interests. The Freedom Charter was explicit. The national wealth of our country shall be restored to the people. Our democracy was attained through a protracted bloody struggle and determination. It must be defended with the same courage of purpose that brought thousands together in Kliptown in 1955. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musai. Honorable members, we don't have any motion in terms of Rule 121, and I receive the following apologies. Honorable Evans and Honorable Hickling are out of the country or attending the International AIDS Conference in Rwanda. Honorable Ncheke is on study leave. Honorable Robinson is also on study leave. Honorable Dos Santos is attending to party business. Honorable Dlamini is feeling under the weather, and Honorable Nkomora Luhuku is going to arrive late due to other pressing matters. And those are the only apologies that I have before me, honorable members. We have in our presence stakeholders, the Executive Mayor of Rand West Local Municipality, Councillor Mateke, is here. City of Johannesburg, Ipileng Community Center, Ekurhuleni Katlehong PCO, Dikole Section, Ekurhuleni Jamestown PCO, West Rand Maibuye in Manseville, Tshwane Amogelang Secondary. All of these PCOs have sent 15 members to come and represent them as stakeholders today. I just want to remind our guests today on the rules regarding your being in the gallery today. You cannot take photos, you cannot participate in the business of the House. So I'm pleading with you, much as we welcome you, to observe just those two rules, please. You're welcome. Will the Secretary please read the first order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget Vote number 15 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ndlovu, kindly present your committee report.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you, the Premier, the Chief Whip, members of the August House, the departments present here today, to the Mayor of Rand West, and the stakeholders, inclusive of people of Gauteng. Speaker, may I kindly request that part of the reports that I will not read be regarded as read by the House. The Infrastructure Development and Property Management Portfolio Committee serves a critical oversight function as mandated by the standing rules of the Gauteng Legislature. This report presents an analytical assessment of the budget allocation for the Department of Infrastructure and Property Management for the 2025-2026 financial year. In the current financial year, the total budget allocation for the Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management is 3.6 billion. This budget is distributed across 3 primary programs: administration, public works, and expanded works program. Additionally, the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency plays a crucial role within this framework, comprising 3 core programs, which is administration, project development and compliance, and structured finance. The department has committed to providing clarity to the committee on the utilization and monitoring of these funds to ensure their effective application towards strategic initiatives. The committee acknowledges that the public works program, which is fundamental to the department's mandate, receives the largest portion of the budget, amounting to 2.7 billion, followed by the expanded public works program, which has been allocated 196 million, while the administrative program is budgeted at 668 million. These allocations reflect the department's strategic focus on enhancing public service delivery through infrastructure and property management. The department has outlined several key projects scheduled for completion in the current financial year, including the Randfontein Community Health Center and the Johannesburg Forensic Pathology Laboratory. Both projects have seen significant delays and are long overdue. The committee will closely monitor the progress of these initiatives to ensure timely completion and adherence to budgetary guidelines. The committee's assessment of the budget vote 15 seeks to verify whether the proposed inputs translate into outputs to realize the required outcomes, thus ensuring that the funds apportioned to the department are used cost effectively. On the process, the budget vote 15 on the schedule of the provincial appropriation bill was formally referred to the Speaker in terms of standing rules 220 subsection 2 of the legislature and to the committee for consideration and reporting. During the meeting held on the 27th June, the committee researcher presented an analysis of the department's budget vote 15, and questions emanating from the research analysis were forwarded to the department. To respond in writing, the department presented its budget vote report on the same day, on the 27th, and responded to all questions. The committee deliberated and adopted the oversight on the departmental budget vote during the meeting held on Thursday, 10 July 2025, and anonymously adopted during the House sitting held on the 15th of July 2025. Budget allocation per program, administration program, budget increased to 668 million in the current financial year. This program has been experiencing constraints for the past financial years due to settlement of court orders, litigations for projects implemented on behalf of the Department of Health, while on the other hand, there is an issue of the department intervening on the DID's mandate. On public works program, budget increased to 2.7 billion in the current 2025-26 financial year. The cost drivers are leases for office accommodation, security services, infrastructure management, maintenance, rates and taxes, and utilities. While the expanded public works program received 196 million. The department's budget is allocated across 7 cost drivers: rates and taxes, compensation of employees, property leases, infrastructure projects, EPWP training and stipends, security services, and soft services. Compensation of employees has been allocated 1.2 billion in the current financial year. Goods and services received 1 billion, and payment of capital asset received 67 million in the current financial year. The committee noted that the property management has been allocated 314 million and operating leases 331 million. The committee also acknowledges that the allocation of 41 million will cover for the consultation under probity auditors who are responsible for providing an independent review and quality assurance on tender procurement processes, under engagement of professional management unit services appointed to augment current capacity to assist with project implementation, on operation monitoring and performance of solar PV and battery storage, and on appointment of attorneys for the administration of properties in line with GIAMA. Transfers to public entities. The committee noted that the entity comprises of 3 programs: administration, project development and compliance, and structured finance. As an agency of the department, GIFA will support accelerated infrastructure development across sectors within the GPG and municipalities by securing investment. The allocated amount of 65 million is designated to support GIFA's objectives in identifying and managing strategic assets. The financing will empower GIFA to explore various commercialization pathways, which could include leasing arrangements that will be identified for commercialization. However, the department will ensure that the committee understands how these funds will be utilized and monitored to ensure their effective application towards strategic initiatives. In accordance with Section 118, subsection 1A of the Constitution, the Act of 108 of 1996, provincial legislatures are required to promote public involvement in legislative processes and work of its committees. This is essential for ensuring that the voices of the community are heard and considered in decision-making. Recently, there was a significant issue regarding public involvement in the review of the budget vote reports. The public was not adequately informed or engaged due to short notice given for these reports. This lack of timely communication hindered the opportunity for meaningful participation. Moving forward, the committee recognizes the need to improve the process of stakeholder engagement to ensure that the public is involved in future legislative activities. On findings, recommendations, and implications, committee findings and consents. On Program 1, the committee is concerned with the late payment of service providers. On Program 2, the committee is concerned with the exclusion of Lakeside Primary School from the prioritized list of projects slated for completion in the current financial year. On recommendations, as per the assessment on the budget vote 15, The Portfolio Committee recommends that the department submits responses by Friday, 15th August 2025 on Program 1, with the Department of Health taking over roles and responsibilities initially assigned to the department. The Department of Infrastructure and Health must develop a comprehensive strategy that addresses both the administrative overlaps and the financial pipeline leading to service provider payments. A clear operational plan or framework with defined roles and timelines should also be developed. The department, together with the Department of Health, should develop a robust strategy for enhancing internal controls to avoid further litigations on Program 2. Both the Department of Infrastructure and Department of Education should provide necessary resources to ensure that Lakeside Primary School project workflow can resume promptly for the completion by the end of the current financial year.
You have 1 minute.
I would like to thank MEC Mamabulo, the HOD and the entire department for their efforts in considering this report. I further appreciate the deliberation of honorable members. I would also like to thank the committee staff for their dedication and assistance in adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read together with Rule 164. The committee presents before the House the oversight report on the Department of Infrastructure for consideration and adoption. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second, Honorable Speaker.
Thank
Honorable
you very
Adams.
much, Honorable Bishop. I now put a question. Those in favor say yes.
Yes. Yes.
And those that are not in favor can say no. So the yeses have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, could you read the second order, please?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Infrastructure Development Budget Vote number 15 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC, rather, Mama Blue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to greet and acknowledge our Premier, the Premier of the province. Good morning, Premier. Thank you. The one and only Chief Whip, good morning to the Chief Whip in the House. Let me take this opportunity to greet all the leaders of all the political parties that are in the House. I hardly say good morning, Honorable Simanga. Thank you. Let me greet the honorable members in the House and also take this opportunity to extend a warm greeting to all MSCs. And of course, we do have our accounting officer of the department, the HOD, Masabata Mukhaneng, and of course the leadership of DID. I see them, they're here. Let me greet the distinguished guests, all the people who are here, and acknowledge, I'm told, the executive mayor of Rand West local municipalities here, all the mayors, the MMCs that are here, all the guests, I would like to greet them. Madam Speaker, the lighting is not so good. I can't see some of the guests. We have got a very good DID team here. Honorable Madam Speaker, there's a good DID team sitting here. They can sort out the lighting, so that so that we can see our guests, Madam Speaker. And on that note, I would like to welcome and greet our special guests, the DID multidisciplinary infrastructure team that's here. Otherwise, they are known as the Infrastructure A team. Good morning to all of them. Thanks for coming, and sincere thanks to you. Now, it is a great honor and privilege to rise in this August House to table the 2025-2026 budget vote for the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development. We do so at a moment we do so at a moment of deep reflection in our country's journey as we mark 70 years since the adoption of the Freedom Charter in Kliptown. We are reminded once again of the timeless words declared on 26 June 1995 when the people said, open quote, "We, the people of South Africa, declare for all our country and the world to know that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white, and that no government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of all the people," close quote. Honorable members, these words are very important. They are not just history, but they are very critical to what we do. Let me also take the opportunity to dedicate this budget in memory of our former Deputy President David Mabuza, who was laid to rest over the weekend. We wish to join the entire nation in mourning his passing. We say, Robala Kagotso. And of course, we join the entire world as we celebrate and look forward to commemorate the International Nelson Mandela Day. Now, honorable members, let me take this opportunity before I take you through the budget figures to just once more extend a word of appreciation to the entire team of DID, led by the HOD, the entire senior management, all our officials. I want to say to them that for the last one year, it has been quite difficult for us. And I want to thank them for all the difficulties, for all the pressure, all the challenges. HOD, thanks to you. Thanks to you, HOD. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you. Now, the department has been allocated a budget of 3.648 billion, of which the total of 2.783 billion is allocated to public works program. 669 million is allocated to the administration program, and 196 million will fund our expanded public works program. The Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, and of course, let me greet the CEO of GIFA and his entire leadership. This entity has been allocated 64 million rands. Honorable members, our biggest core drivers are rates and taxes, compensation of employees, leasing of office accommodation, infrastructure projects, EPWP stipends, legal costs, and security services. The remaining budget is allocated to for payments of various other activities, and of course, let me say that an amount of 130 billion is allocated for payment of rates and taxes to the municipalities. The department has set aside 163 million for infrastructure rehabilitation and maintenance of public properties. A total of 328 million has been set aside for leasing office accommodation, whilst 144 million for safeguarding provincial assets. Under legal services, the department receives additional funding to specifically deal with escalating legal costs. A total of 111 million is allocated towards poverty relief through our short-term employment EPWP programs carried out through the National Youth Service, Data Capturers, and CBD, Central Business District Development Revitalization Program. Now, honorable members, since Premier delivered the most eloquent, well-delivered State of the Province address, we have adopted a very groundbreaking initiative conceptualized in our document we call Building Smart Cities. Now, Honorable Speaker, the Department of Infrastructure Development is already beginning to realize the benefits of the strategic realignment initiated by the Premier, bringing together DID, GIFA, and of course COGTA, and greetings to the HOD of COGTA, who is sitting there We are working as one single integrated unit. We are a tripartite, not the tripartite alliance, honorable members, but we are a tripartite of DID, of COGTA, and of GFA. That is the tripartite. And that's how we work, Honorable Premier. We will want to thank you for this integration. And we can tell you and assure you, Premier, this was a most brilliant, decisive innovation to bring this together. Honorable members, we have circulated to the Portfolio Committee our smart city concept. And this concept correctly articulates the role of DID, of COGTA, of GFA in the tripartite. It is actually seeking to respond to the challenges that the Premier has tabled to us, otherwise known as the G13. Honorable members, let me also indicate that we have adopted a turnaround strategy that is based on a project readiness matrix ecosystem. And in this ecosystem, we find a number of interventions. The very first one, the PRM Infrastructure Governance Lab, and of course, the PRM Infrastructure Delivery Platform, which is our IDEP. And I must say then, the other third component is the 10 key rescue contractors. The fourth one is the PRM multidisciplinary infrastructure team that are sitting there. The fifth one is the PRM intergovernmental relations and stakeholder management. We want to say to you, honorable members, that in this ecosystem, the profound principle is that there's no silver bullet. There's no single thing you can say it will help to resolve our infrastructure challenges. Through this turnaround, we have a combined set of interventions, tools and techniques, all of them in the ecosystem, interacting and interfacing to resolve the challenges that we have. We are very much pleased that we have appointed GFA to look at the property management portfolio as it relates to delivering the government precinct and, of course, delivering on partnerships with the private sector. We're looking at NASISPANI, our expanded public works programs, contractor development, and in conclusion, honorable members, we are very much pleased that through the ecosystem, we will be able to deliver a much more efficient, effective turnaround of infrastructure in the province. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Madam
very much,
Speaker.
Honorable MEC. Honorable Diagar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The MEC spoke for 10 minutes and said nothing about the budget. Today I rise not only in opposition to this budget, but in absolute disbelief that we are once again expected to sign off billions for a department that has become a provincial embarrassment. The Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development plays a pivotal role in delivering services to our residents. But unfortunately, they have lost the plot. Schools, clinics, hospitals and libraries do not just appear out of thin air. It is the responsibility of our government to provide these services. What do we get instead? Is a department that has been riddled for years by incompetence, mismanagement, and a lack of accountability to deliver on these services. They have received a budget of 3.6 billion for the 25-26 financial year. Yes, they are very good at spending the money, but MEC fail on delivering on the KPIs. The MEC has rarely attended any of our committee meetings. The head of department is almost permanently missing in action. How are we expected to exercise oversight when those responsible for the budget hide behind the Premier's meetings instead of attending scheduled committee meetings? The truth is, this department couldn't manage a building block set, let alone a multi-billion rand infrastructure portfolio. Project after project runs over budget, gets delayed, or collapses entirely. Contractors are terminated midstream. Contracts are retendered repeatedly. And when projects are finally completed, they're often defective and unusable. A prime example of this is Lakeside Primary School, where 53 million rand has been spent on this school. But instead of a new and improved school, it is now worse than when the project first started. That is nothing short of a criminal negligence. Suddenly, the department is now dusting off the Kopanang precinct project, a major project meant to consolidate provincial buildings in this Joburg CBD. On paper, it sounds promising. Under this current leadership, it is almost certainly doomed to be another money pit. The same old story is playing out. There are no timelines, no transparency, and no trust. The cynic in me, and I believe many of us feel the same way, sees a future of bloated budget, legal dispute, cancelled contractors, and buildings that will never open. All this while basic maintenance across government properties is almost non-existent. We are meant to uphold the standards set out in the government's Immovable Asset Management Act. However, clinics are crumbling, offices are mold-infested, and public servants work in disgraceful conditions. Maintenance budgets are slashed or deferred, and time by time, repairs are done when the costs have doubled. Furthermore, 41 million is spent on consultants, 22.7 million spent on clothing and accessories. But these clothing accessories are, we don't know. 640 million is spent on leasing offices, while properties owned by the state sit vacant and decaying. Tenants, including government officials, are defaulting on rent with no consequence. The department is hemorrhaging funds because it cannot perform the basic financial management tasks. The cherry on top is GDID wanting to hand over power of attorney to the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency to manage strategic provincial assets. That's like handing your house keys back to the bank manager and asking him to fix the roof. Speaker, in the absence of a structured vision for this Department of Infrastructure, just allocating and adding budget without fixing what is wrong won't fix the problem. It will only exacerbate an already rotten department. Until we see competent leadership where project management is more than a buzzword, until Gauteng Infrastructure Department starts working for the people, not against them, until the department employs officials who are competent enough to properly manage infrastructure projects, we cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Your time is over. Thank you very much, Honourable Diafer. Honourable Masilela, the nameplate that you're sitting at is not yours. Yeah, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the residents of Gauteng and the House at large. Madam Speaker, Mr. Panya, the Premier, in 2024 promised that the 7th administration will ensure the sunrise will never find them where the sunset left them. That his administration moves forward and meets its target. Honourable members of the House might agree that the Premier no longer uses this phrase. Perhaps he discontinued it upon realizing that the department meant to propel his administration forward is too stuck in its ways. DID numerous incomplete and delayed projects, from the Beggarsdale Social Integrated Facility to the one of Kagiso Extension 6 Library, Lakeside School, not forgetting the Metro Mega Project that costed the government 11 billion and left the residents of Western homeless. The DID, which intended to be a catalyst for economic growth and social transformation, has instead become a barrier of progress. All the DID projects are plagued by poor contractors' performance, contractual dispute stoppage, and site being abandoned and vandalized, requiring the department to find new contractors, pay them again and again. It's always the same old song, Mr. Premier. Gauteng, it's tired of this. All of this occurs while the DID allocates 22 million of clothing suppliers, reminiscent of the unfortunate Tembisa Hospital skinny jeans tenders. Moreover, cost containment measures do not appear to have prevented DID from budgeting 41 million for consultants. Madam Speaker, at the beginning of 2024, the department reported that 17 schools in Gauteng were either incomplete or delayed, including Simpato, Nkululeko Yesizwe, Agana Intermediate, Mogobe Primary, and Tubelihle School, KwaDedagandlela, and others. Yet, by the close of 2024 and 2025 financial year, most of these schools remain in the same state. Once again, they will be carried over into the next financial year, presented as a new project. The total allocation for this department in 2025-2026 financial year is just over 3.6 billion. The Public Works Program, which fulfills the department's primary mandate, it's allocated just over 2.7 billion. And the department has committed constructing 7 new projects. Given the department's track record, we can confidently predict that this project may take another decade to complete. Madam Speaker, it is particularly concerning that this department allocation for construction is just under 300 million. This is against a backdrop where departments such as education have publicly indicated that over 200 schools are urgently needed in Gauteng, while our landscape and littered by abundant infrastructure projects, from education to health. All departments are pointing fingers at DID. As we speak, Madam Speaker, this department embroiled in an ongoing dispute with Department of Health. Health has shown total disregard for DID by appointing its own contractors to manage certain construction and maintenance projects, including the upgrading of ward theatres and hospitals like OD and Steve Biko. Despite being responsible for the province's immovable assets and 41 vacant buildings, DID has failed to provide adequate housing for Gauteng provincial officers. Departments of Environment and Agriculture have expressed their concerns about their situation due to insufficient office space. Yet projects such as Kopano Precinct designed...
Honorable Masilela.
Thank you.
Honorable More.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, honorable members and guests. Today, I arise not to echo figures, but to expose the uncomfortable truth behind them. The Department of Infrastructure Development, entrusted with the backbone of public service, continues to underperform at alarming levels. In 2024-2025, department failed to meet the revenue collection targets. Contributing factors included government officials resisting property purchases, delays in public works, and most troubling non-payment by tenants, including officials with 112 accounts now in legal recovery. This isn't just physical negligence. Wasteful and irregular expenditure is rampant in the department. Over 50 incomplete projects have been delayed over years, and these are schools, health facilities, and social development infrastructure. Projects are often delivered at double the initial price or more. Only one construction project was completed last year, 5 years later. Meanwhile, unfinished and abandoned sites sit idle, guarded by security paid from the public funds, and leaving communities stranded. Lakeside Primary, 53 million later, and it was made unusable. This tragic irony reveals the real cost of poor project and contract management, and communities suffer most. Simpato School is an example. 11 billion Montrose mega projects in Randfontein, another. Asset management is equally dire. The province pays 640 million annually for properties, yet several buildings sit empty. Lease renewals are slow, costs are high, and functionality remains elusive. We also see questionable budget decisions. 41 million allocated to consultants, of which 38 million goes to business advisory. Why? Why is this happening? 22 million for clothing and accessories under administration, despite separate allocation for stationery. These demand answers. While EPWP performance has improved, leading to 62% increase in conditional grants, the deferral of key programs like vacant land and maintenance initiatives calls into questions our strategic priorities. As Action SA, we call for urgent action. The department needs to fix revenue collection, especially from delinquent officials, strengthen internal controls and project oversight to prevent repeated failures, utilize vacant buildings, especially in Kopanong, to cut waste, explain discretionary spending and realign priorities. And as Action SA, we demand that they deliver infrastructure that works, not waste public money. Speaker, we support the budget and will continue to monitor and hold the department accountable. Let us build not only with bricks
Honorable
and mortar,
Mori, your time is up.
but with transparency.
Honorable Mori.
Okay, but with transparency and
Honorable member, your time is up.
Speaker.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget reveals deeply concerning trends that demand immediate attention. The EPWP program, despite its significant budget, has a concerning history of underspending that prejudices the unemployed in Gauteng. Many projects are significantly overdue, and it is deeply troubling that only one project was completed in the entire previous financial year, while funds were simultaneously returned to Treasury. There exists alarming examples of what happens when oversight is lacking and when substandard work becomes the norm. The case of Lakeside Primary School is instructive, where a staggering 53 million was spent on renovations. Paradoxically, these renovations rendered the school unfunctional, despite it previously being fully operational with amenities like sports facilities and electricity. Similarly, at Tabu High School, millions were spent, yet the completed work failed to meet acceptable standards. These are not isolated incidents. They are symptomatic of systemic failures in quality control and the effective utilization of public funds. This calls for contractor accountability, quality assurance, and the rethinking of procurement processes. Furthermore, schools with serious infrastructural defects like Brakpan Primary School and Hoërskool Carletonville that pose a real danger to learners, teachers, and staff are not attended to at all, despite numerous pleas for urgent intervention. It seems that the department has forgotten about the Driehoek Hoërskool tragedy. There is a very real probability that a new tragedy can take place, and this needs a very, very urgent attention from the department. The GDID also forgot to pay the rates and taxes of many public schools, exposing them to power cuts by local governments. We ask, how is that even possible? But it has happened. There are also profound inefficiencies stemming from miscommunication between departments, particularly between GDID and the Gauteng Department of Health, that resulted in unnecessary litigation. Compounding this, there are persistent issues with late payments to service providers by the GDID. The GDID is in dereliction of its constitutional duties towards the people of Gauteng, and it must do much more and better in quality to ensure proper delivery to expedite economic growth and provide public infrastructure like safe schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Alberts. Honorable Ali.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. It is school holidays, and those of us who are parents can attest to the abuse that our fridges face at the hands of our bundles of joy. But be that as it may, as long as it's the children that are eating their beloved French polony and cheese and eggs, we may complain a little as the adults, but we don't fret because they're supposed to enjoy the fruit of their parents' labor. It's when that drunk uncle comes waltzing Matilda into the kitchen, opening the fridge and devouring the expensive delicacies, omalume abakya itinon zabantwana, to which they did not contribute. To that, Madam Speaker, we take exception. You see, that is how Gauteng residents feel about those responsible for infrastructure development in the province. Corrupt politicians, contractors, and officials are the drunk uncles that eat and eat. And when we think they're done eating, they eat some more. They devour everything in sight, including the children's bread. Ifridge empty because bakya ukutya kwabantwana. At this rate, we will have no infrastructure to hand over to the next generation because they've stuffed their faces. Far too many infrastructure projects, including schools and hospitals, are significantly delayed. There is inadequate adherence to quality standards during construction, leading to defects and safety concerns. Municipalities often fail to spend allocated infrastructure grants, leading to project delays and underspending. Vandalism of construction sites further exacerbate delays and increase project costs. And MEC, unfortunately, you are the common denominator, being responsible for both COGTA and DID. If you would invest as much time and energy and effort as you did greeting the whole House, if you would invest that energy in delivering infrastructure, Gauteng would be a far better place. I would like to say to you, get your house in order, but the fact of the matter is that at this rate, even that proverbial house will never be built. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ali. Honorable Rasigingwane.
Madam Speaker, we stand here today burdened by the truth that can no longer be ignored. For over 22 years, this provincial government has failed to finish an idea it once proudly announced. The Kopanong Precinct, a project that cost taxpayers' monies over 300 million just to acquire. The project was sold to the people of Gauteng as the flagship solution to consolidate scattered government offices, to cut exorbitant leasing costs and reinvest those into real life-changing services for the people of Gauteng. Today, the Princess stands as a ghost town, a testimony to the ANC's government's failures. This department shamelessly spends over 400 million on a year renting on private buildings, and yet in 2015, this government promised to revive the Kopanong Precinct as a public-private partnership, spending over 7.5 billion, costing taxpayers' money, which led to 59 billion for a project that to date has not materialized. While this waste continues, Honorable Speaker, the children of Pumelelo Primary School in Winnie Mandela continue to freeze in classrooms with broken doors, with broken windows, with broken containers, while the Premier of this province, Premier Panyaza Lesufi, sits comfortably in a luxury office that costs taxpayers' money 4 million on a monthly basis. Madam Speaker, how do we justify, as this government, spending over 400 million every single year to line up landlords while our own 41 building stands neglected and abandoned? How do we, as leaders, justify our state-owned assets abandoned gathering dust while the community of Mansonville continue to wait for My Weird Clinic, and this is 16 years later? How do we, as leaders that have been elected to serve the people of Gauteng province, justify neglecting the people of Hammarsqual, Tembisa, Dipslot, who continues to wait for clinics while all that they can see is dust and weeds? Honorable Speaker, how do we as leaders continue to justify how a young children in Tembisa will carry the scars in their bones and be sentenced to the same life pains and struggles that you and I have fought so hard to escape? According to this budget, over 331 million will be squandered yet again on lease agreement. This money could be used to fix and maintain our government buildings that can house the very same 11 departments that we pay 400 million a year for. Instead of paying this landlord, we could be fixing Rastafal in the Val Secondary School. We could also be fixing Simunye Secondary School that also has been neglected, as well as Simpato that for many years have waited for completion. Madam Speaker, as the people of Gauteng continue to face these daily struggles, as they continue to experience the pain that they've been subjected to by the ANC's 30 years of government, may their pained souls continue to roar loudly, and may the souls of those that fought for the struggles that you and I claim to celebrate today, may they continue to turn in the graves until everything that is left of the ANC's government is crushed beyond recognition.
Your time is over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Ndlovu.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the people of Gauteng again. Honorable members and the people of Gauteng, it is my singular honor to present the budget debate speech for the year 2025-26, a year after the installation of the 7th Provincial Administration. It is also an honor to be presenting this budget speech on the occasion of the International Day of Nelson Mandela as declared by the United Nations General Assembly. Equally, We are still fresh from the commemoration of the 70th Freedom Charter celebrations, in which all people of South Africa, represented by their delegation, declared to the rest of the world that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Madam Speaker, the Freedom Charter remains to this day the ANC's basic statement of principles adopted by this important forum of our people in their diversity. As I stand today on this platform, I do so with great test of humility, respect and courage to present this speech to this House and the people of Gauteng. While the task before us is certainly daunting, I am unwavering in my resolve to ensure that we continue to accelerate the work done by our predecessors who put up a strong foundation over the past 3 decades to ensure that we address infrastructure backlogs in all underserviced communities in line with the policy of the organization I serve at its behest. I am reminded of the words of General Kaizana, President Oliver Tambo, when he said, open quote, to go back means defeat, close quote. And this is why we cannot afford to relegate. We rather not agree to be defeated by challenges that lie ahead. We cannot lose momentum and focus. Our resolve to serve the people must continue regardless of the circumstances. As a caring government of Gauteng led by Premier Lesufi, we commit ourselves to work much harder in ensuring that we secure the prosperity and socio-economic growth of this province using infrastructure-led budget. We are steadfast in our resolve to live up to our manifesto commitment to create jobs and an inclusive economy for all. During the January 8 statement held in Mpumalanga on the occasion of 112th anniversary of the mighty African National Congress, President of the ANC and the country, Honorable Ramaphosa, outlined 8 important tasks for the year 2025 and beyond. Key amongst those tasks is improving basic service and infrastructure of the country. As deployees of the ANC, we have always been taught by the ANC that to pursue power is not for its own sake, but rather to drive political and socio-economic change and to enhance the quality of life for all South Africans, particularly the poor and the marginalized. During the State of the Province address held in March, Premier Lesufi took to the platform and delivered a well-rounded State of the Province address and communicated a plan to the Gauteng citizens. Speaker, the State of the Province delivered by Lesufi reflected on 3 important focus areas, namely drive inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty and tackle the high cost of living, and the building of capable, ethical and developmental state. It is for this reason that I feel privileged and honored to give an outline how the Department of Infrastructure and Property Management has, through its budget, demonstrated commitment to address these strategic priorities, in particular the pillar related to driving inclusive growth and job creation using infrastructure-led interventions. As I indicated in my introduction, on this day we recognize those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land. We honor those who have worked tirelessly, in particular for the reconstruction and development of our nation and the people of Gauteng in particular. As an organization of the people, the ANC has always been steadfast in maintaining its stance that South Africa belongs to all of us. This remains central to our commitment to defending democracy and advancing freedom by continuing to roll out service delivery as contained in the medium-term development plan for 2024 to 2029 and the address of SOPA delivered by Premier Lesufi. Premier Lesufi spoke eloquently about the Gauteng problems. He framed it as the G13 challenges that affect every individual and citizen of this beautiful province of Gauteng. Today, I'm glad to share with this House how Department of Infrastructure and Property Management seeks to deal with some of the G13 challenges. As we do so, Speaker, we are mindful of the road we have traveled to date. We recognize and accept the challenges of poor project management, poor contractor performance, disruption of construction site, delays of contractor payments, bulk infrastructure requirements, vandalism of vacant sites in cases where contractors were terminated, disruptions by business forum and acts of intimidation and extortion. These and many other observed challenges have made the department to rethink and reimagine a new strategy when dealing with the implementation of the project interventions going forward. Members of the Portfolio Committee will recall that the MEC came and made a very well-articulated turnaround plan for the Department of Infrastructure and Property Management. Key in this presentation, he mentioned several interesting interventions that the department seeks to do going forward. These include using infratech to speed up the process of project management, which entail data analytics, enforcement of PRM, activation of 10 key rescue contractors, improved stakeholder management into delivery of the infrastructure initiatives. Speaker, we are committed to addressing all these challenges mentioned above in order to ensure that our infrastructure portfolio is cost-effective, delivered on time and within the allocated budget with clear outputs. Let me turn my focus to the important issues in relation to the budget vote as tabled on this platform. I would like to firstly salute the MEC of Finance, Honorable Maile, for being able to deliver his budget speech amidst an economic hardship of slow economic growth and fiscal austerity affecting South Africans. MEC Maile, in his address to this House, tabled the Gauteng provincial budget of 2025 with an increase of about 172 billion with an additional of 886 million allocated to address key priorities of the Gauteng provincial government. This budget is good news for the economy and the people of Gauteng. With this budget, the Department of Infrastructure Property Management will ensure that it continues to record positive achievements in delivering infrastructure such as schools, refurbishments of hospitals, installation of solar systems in healthcare facilities, and the management and maintenance of property portfolio, including the immovable asset register. Our manifesto commitment remains the guiding compass that underscores the importance of infrastructure development as a cornerstone of economic growth and social upliftment, especially amongst the poor and the working class. For the next 3 years, the infrastructure development received an amount of 3.6 billion over the MTEF period. Evidently, the role of infrastructure development in achieving economic acceleration is correctly elevated and recognized. What more would you want from the ANC? This is a clear indication and seriousness in which Gauteng Provincial Unity Government intends to accelerate service delivery, especially when it comes to funding the construction of new schools that are desperately needed in our Tish communities and other areas. It is a well-known fact that the department plays a pivotal role in addressing challenges of poverty and unemployment as contained in the National Development Plan and simultaneously continue to implement the GGT 2020 outcomes in respect of the economy, jobs and infrastructure. It will be unjust to finish this speech without giving an indication about the audit outcomes shared by the Auditor General's Office in respect of the project intervention for EPWP. The department has made an undertaking to ensure that measures to address internal controls deficiencies as highlighted by the Auditor General are in place to ensure full compliance management, which later translates to improved service delivery and strengthened relationships with user departments or clients. Madam Speaker, our resolve and commitment to getting the basic rights and fostering collaboration with other interest parties and departments will enable us to deliver on our commitment to improve service delivery. The plan remains our guiding document as the 7th administration and the government of provincial unity. Of importance to this is that the National Development Plan strategically places infrastructure at the center of development because of its strong correlation with economic transformation, inclusive growth, and job creation. Let me borrow from Joseph Stiglitz as an esteemed economist who once said, open quote, investing in the infrastructure is a down payment on the future, and it is a critical component of a comprehensive strategy, close quote. I wholeheartedly agree with this assertion, and our investments in social, economic and capital infrastructure projects will generate long-term returns, driving sustainable economic growth and prosperity for the people of Gauteng province. I thank you, Speaker.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. MEC Mamabolo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Let me thank Honorable Ndlovu for a very well articulated and of course participated very well in the debate. Let me say to the House that Honorable Ndlovu has made a very important point, and I'd like to build on that. He says the MEC went to the Portfolio Committee, delivered a turnaround strategy, and outlined what needs to be done. Now, the honorable members here in the House have said zero about that, absolutely nothing about that. They didn't say anything about that. What the honorable members did is that they came here with old, outdated, frozen speeches, and they couldn't adapt to the speech. So, honorable members, please move away from your orthodoxy about the old DID. We have invited you to a debate about the project readiness metrics. We gave you the document. Do you know anything about that? We gave you in the meeting we had with yourselves. The readiness metrics talk to the delivery process. Did you say anything about that? You said zero. We presented to you the infrastructure delivery platform, our infrastructure technology or infratech. Did you say anything about that? Zero. We have said to you that it is important to digitalize infrastructure delivery and put it on a digital platform in line with where the world is to move to fourth industrial revolution and, of course, smart technologies. Did they say anything about that? Zero. They said nothing about it. We talked to them about the infrastructure governance lab, in which we want to deal with compliance, enforcement, consequence management, and addressing the governance issues in our infrastructure projects. Did they say anything about that? They said nothing, zero. We said to them, many of our projects have got a problem. Can you call them to order? I didn't disrupt them. So you can see the heat is too hot. They can't even stay. Please keep quiet. We gave you the opportunity to speak. We told them that many of our projects are affected by liquidity and cash flow problems that affect completion of projects, or what we call the completion risk. Did they say about anything about that? They said nothing about it. We said to them...
MEC, no, let me assist you a little bit. Honorable members, indeed you got your opportunity to speak. Allow the MEC to respond. Thanks. MEC.
You can see they're very intolerant because they know they came with dead, frozen speeches that they can't even... We told them about, and I hope my time will be adjusted, Honorable Madam Speaker. We told you about the role of municipalities and local government in infrastructure delivery, approval of town planning, issuance of certificates, water, and many other things that we need municipalities to decide on. We told you about our ecosystem involving intergovernmental relations, working with municipalities. Did you say anything about that? Zero. You said nothing. You didn't say anything about that. We told you about our team here of a very good, brilliant team of artisans, inspectors, our professionals. They are here. We told you they are going to be on the ground, assisting us to monitor our projects. Did you say anything about that? You said zero, and they are here. You can see them. I'd like to thank you. I'd like, no. My time,
members,
Speaker,
members, order, members.
My time,
order.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Masoleng, try to be honorable. MEC? No.
Please, can my time be adjusted, please?
No,
I just want to say, honorable
paused.
members,
Proceed.
the DID that you were speaking about, we have long passed that stage. We are telling you about a new delivery platform, a new way of delivering infrastructure. You are still stuck and trapped in a web of confusion about the old, outdated DID. That's what you are talking about. And bye-bye to you, and the old delivery model is no longer our way forward. Remain with that. We have moved forward. We are in a new ecosystem. We are in the new ecosystem. We are in the new ecosystem. You can join us, you can come in. But bye-bye to the old DID that you are talking about. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
No. Honorable members. Honorable members. Yo, litupile sufoka ka nnete sa o misbehave ka tjena. Ruri. I get re ke reng ka lona. Honorable members, we are going to proceed, but before we do that, I'm going to plead with the gallery one more time, but please do not participate in proceedings in the House. Even when the MEC is addressing you, please do keep quiet. Right. Yeah, no. Secretary, can we go to the third order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the details of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Budget Vote number 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary. Honourable M. Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to put on record that we are going to provide an executive summary, and that areas that are not read should be taken as read by this House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Premier of the province, greetings to the Chief Whip, and greetings to the MECs and the honourable members in the House. Just to put it on record, the Chairperson of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee, Honourable Mzi Khumalo, tables the report on Budget Vote 7 of the Provincial Appropriation Bill for 2025-2026 MTEF as follows. The financial viability of municipality is of a paramount importance for the sustainability of local government. The department reported that it will support the City of Johannesburg, Mogale City and Rand West City local municipalities to improve and strengthen their internal control to reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Mogale City and Rand West City municipality will also be supported with additional capacity to augment the development and implementation of their integrated revenue enhancements and data management strategies, with a focus on improving their revenue collection. In the quest to create a metro system of government, the implementation of the roadmap on powers and functions remains a focus for the department. A capacity assessment has been instituted in the two districts, which is the Dibeng and the West Rand, in collaboration with the Demarcation Board to develop evidence-based business case to meet the requirement of Section 2A, Roman figure 2 and B of the Municipal System Act. The implementation of reviewing Gauteng Spatial Development Framework 2030 will be continued by the department in the next financial year. The department will develop 10 implementation plans for the 10 Central Business District Revitalizing Project to action the CBD Revitalization Strategy and the related implementation framework. To report on the hijacked and reclaim the building by Gauteng Provincial Government, the City of Johannesburg and Transnet within the boundaries of Johannesburg CBD will be generated by the department. The department will continue to support and monitor the extent to which municipalities' integrated development plans are compliant with legislative requirements and respond to their service delivery and development challenges, community priorities, and mainstream gender-related issues. Service delivery intervention induce improvement of access to water, sanitation, electricity, housing, and roads in deprived areas, including completing the urban renewal project. This will be done through the municipality being supported with technical capacity through Municipal Infrastructure Support Agency, MISA, and the multidisciplinary team of experts that is put together by the department. The needs of municipality will be assessed and expect to deploy. This is a multi-year project. Above all, the Portfolio Committee of COGTA will play a purposeful oversight and responsibility to keep the executive in check during the implementation of the mentioned target of 2025-2026 financial year. In terms of committee concern, the following are the Portfolio Committee concern on the budget of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs. Persistent mismanagement, and there is a details provided thereof. As I said, it will be taken as read in the interest of time. Revenue collection challenges, ambiguity in metro system transition, implementation in spatial development, IDP quality and responsiveness, capacity constraint in service delivery. Proposed Portfolio Committee recommendations. The Department should provide responses to the following as raised by the 30th of September 2025. Strengthen oversight of UIFW reduction plans. The Department should require municipalities to submit quarterly progress report on internal control improvement and reduction. Institutionalize revenue management reforms. The Department should support the development of standardized revenue enhanced toolkit and digital platform for data tracking in municipalities. The department should also be encouraged to peer learning between the high-performing and struggling municipalities in terms of revenue collection. Clarify the metro system transitional roadmap. The department should provide the Portfolio Committee with a detailed implementation plan with milestones, stakeholders, consultation processes, and legal implication of the metro transition. Accelerate localize the CBDP revitalization. The department should also advocate for community collaboration in CBD revitalization plan to ensure inclusive and economic development. Enhance quality, enhance IDP quality and integration. The department should introduce in municipalities a qualitative review mechanism for IDP that assess alignment with service delivery outcome, gender equity, and spatial justice. Building sustainable technical capacity. The department should recommend a faith skills transfer plan for MISA expect to municipal staff to ensure a long-term sustainability. In terms of acknowledgement, Madam Speaker, the Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs wishes to thank the MEC for COGTA, Honorable J. Mamabolo, the Head of Department, Dr. A. Buckley, and his team. The Chairperson wishes to appreciate the diligence and dedication and commitment shown during the deliberation on the detail of Vote 7 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation for the year 2025-2026 to all members of the Portfolio Committee, and these are Honorable Mosai, Honorable Mohobe, Honorable Simanga, Honorable Rasilingwana, Honorable Machene, Honorable Masoleng, Honorable Dilebi, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Diyacher, Honorable Masilela, and Honorable Ngobeni. The committee's gratitude extended to the following support staff: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Mphatswa Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. S. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Nyembe, Researcher, Mr. S. Nene, Media Officer, Ms. P. Bulase Gobo, Information Officer, Mr. L. Ngume, Committee Administration, Ms. N. Mtembu, Service Officer, Ms. Mte Netwa, and Hassan Recorder, Mr. N. Mbonane. Adoption of the report in terms of Rule 117(2)C read with Rule 164. The Portfolio Committee on Cooperative Governments and Traditional Affairs tabled its oversight report on the budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2025-2026 for adoption by the House, taking into consideration the concerns and the proposed recommendation made in this report. I thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Kumalo. Is there a seconder?
I rise to second the report, Madam Chair.
Honorable Msimanga. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor say no. The yeses have it and the report is adopted. Secretary, can we go to the fourth Order, please.
Budget speech and debate on the detail of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Budget Vote 7 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year.
MEC.
Thank you very much. In a very peaceful, let me greet the Honorable Premier. Let me greet the Chief Whip. Let me acknowledge all MECs, all honorable members of this House, the entire leadership of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA, our accounting officer, Dr. Darion Patley, who's here, with the entire management team of COGTA. I would like to acknowledge all our guests, and included in the guests are all mayors, all MMCs, and all the two houses of the traditional leadership that is recognized in our province. I would like to take this opportunity to greet the people of our province. And let me also once more dedicate this budget also in memory of our Deputy President, David Mabuza. May his soul rest in peace. Honorable members, just yesterday we visited the family, the Manganyi family in Oliven, Old Bosch, in the city of Tshwane, where a fire incident led to tragic loss of life of 5 family members. We convey our sincerest condolences to the family, relatives, and friends. We remember that just a few days ago in the city of Ikuruleni, we laid to rest Mr. Mpoma Fole, the head of corporate and forensic services, who was gunned down in cold blood. In the city of Tshwane, Councillor Tabama Semula was also shot dead in cold blood. We are confident that in these murder cases, our law enforcement will deal with the perpetrators and bring them to book. Honorable members, we celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter and, of course, all the profound, very memorable and powerful points that are stated in this very historic document led by the people under the leadership of the African National Congress. We want to take this moment to also say in this budget speech, we are deeply delighted and we appreciate and welcome the intervention in the city of Joburg by the President with the task team that has been set. We welcome the fact that our province has hosted the debate and the discussions on the white paper on local government. We think that's a very important intervention. Secondly, we note the change in climate conditions and, of course, the disasters that these bring to bear on our people, and this is a very important matter. Now, honorable members, I will just refer you to the way we work as an integrated team of DID, COGTA, and GIFA, and, of course, the Smart City document as our shared vision. Now, on the Department of COGTA, our budget is actually seeking to finance, and we call on members to support this budget, whose primary purpose is to finance cooperative governance and good intergovernmental relations in the province. For 2025 financial year, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has been allocated a budget of 551 million rands. This allocation increases to 576 million and further to 599 million. The budget is distributed along 4 key programs, that is administration with 153 million, local governance, which is allocated 257 million, development and planning allocated 120 million, and of course traditional institutional management, which is allocated 20 million, and all these amounts grows over the years. Now, honorable members, on the 23rd and 24th of October, we hosted a very successful groundbreaking summit attended by all our municipalities to look at how to turn around local government. And this budget will go precisely to support a province-wide turnaround of our local government. And we believe this should be supported because the turnaround looks at municipal governance, municipal administration, municipal finance, infrastructure and service delivery, local economic development, spatial restructuring, municipal digital transformation, safety and security. And if honorable members do not understand these issues, they can just out of courtesy ask us to help them. What is it about? Honorable members, we call on you to support the budget because we have built already a very groundbreaking, very good intergovernmental relations system to support the turnaround of local government. And when we talk about the IGR system that we have put in place, we're not starting from scratch. We have already laid the basis. We have already laid the foundation. We have a two-tier system of intergovernmental relations. The first one are structures and committees led by our MECs that meet on a quarterly basis. That's one tier. The second tier of IGR is a set of interventions where we meet every week. In all the 5 days in a week, we have IGR meetings to attend to daily service delivery issues in our province. And this IGR system is working. Let me give you the first example. The very first one that we have is on water security. We meet every Tuesday, every Wednesday to look at the issues of water. When our province was faced with the threat of what was called the water Day Zero in Gauteng, that there was going to be a shutdown of the water system. We started meeting in November. We're still meeting today. There was no complete shutdown of the water system in Gauteng. And thanks to all our municipalities, I would like to thank them. They've done a very good job. So the Premier in his State of the Province address did acknowledge that we still have challenges on water. Because with the honorable members here, when you say we defeated Day Zero, they will say people still don't know water. Premier has acknowledged that yes, there are still challenges. On energy security, we have partners with City Power. We have rolled out massive programs to deal with the issues of energy and security in our province, working again with all our municipalities. And this IGR Committee on Energy includes ESCOM as well, and we're very much pleased about the work we're doing. Integrated service delivery, cross-border law enforcement operations. We have an IGR on community safety. This IGR has already seen the province doing something that is unprecedented, a novel idea, signing an MOU with all the municipalities, treating Gauteng as an integrated, seamless space in which law enforcement operations can take place everywhere. We meet every Tuesday to monitor crime patterns, to monitor efforts to fight crime in our province. This IGR is doing an excellent work. Just last week, we were in Mohali City. We had an outstanding, excellent integration program. The province of KwaZulu-Natal sent a delegation to come and learn on how we're fighting crime, how we're doing security, working with all our municipalities. On infrastructure, we have an IGR committee on infrastructure that looks on infrastructure matters in our province. This team that is sitting here, I would like to thank them. This was the team that went to remove heaps and mountains of waste uncollected in Mfuleni. They cleaned Mfuleni. I would like to thank you. Thank you very much. This Friday, we are cleaning the government precinct here. And we are going to clean it for 2 weeks in partnership with the Church of Scientology in memory of Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela will be with you. Thank you very much. See you on Friday when we'll be picking up every small thing in the street. Our infrastructure A team is supporting our municipalities. They've done good work in many of our municipalities. Thanks to you. Honorable members, we prefer, Madam Speaker, to work in a partnership cooperative governance, supporting our municipalities. We have just sent an acting city manager in the city of Joburg. They received Mr. Kibakekana to stabilize the city. We're in discussions with city of Tshwane, city of Ikuruleni, all our municipalities about promoting good governance. These are quick wins for the turnaround. We're looking at also dealing with disputes involving rent, water, and of course, ESCOM. We are promoting good governance, stability, good leadership in line with Section 154 of our country's constitution. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Honorable MEC Mama Bolo, Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. MEC Mama Bolo has greeted the people of Gauteng and everybody twice. I think the first time was for him, the second time was for all of us. So let me start off by saying, MEC, there's nothing wrong with those people that are sitting there. The problem is you and those people that are sitting there. And I'll tell you what is the problem. I've said this to you last year and I'll repeat it. You can't continue to do the same thing and expect different results. I hear you saying, no, you are introducing new systems and all of that. Ask the department, when they came to address us in the portfolio, I asked them a simple question. Have you done a skills audit? Do you know what you have in municipalities in terms of the people who are able to do their job, yes or no? The answer was no, we don't. Now, you can come up with new and all these polished ideas, but if it means that it's made by people who don't have the skills on the ground, it is going to amount to nothing. This is why you have almost 60 million rand that's reported by the Auditor General that is spent on consultants. And yet, at the same time, you have a regress in terms of the infrastructure, regress in terms of project management that is happening in municipalities. And this is something that I have said time and time again. Unless and until you acknowledge and know that there is a systematic problem on the ground, you will not be able to then address these challenges. Now, let's take it a step further. Premier YML in the State of the Province address and start telling us, city power in Joburg is going to sort out everything. The lie he's not telling the people of Gauteng is that he's sitting on a report that says Joburg, city of Joburg is sitting, by September last year, was sitting on 16.255 billion rand in deficit in terms of city power alone. And that in 2024-2025 financial year, in one quarter, that has grown by an additional 4.595 billion. In one quarter. So how is then city power going to be assisting all these municipalities? Again, you're relying on a broken system to be able to then take us forward. It's not going to happen. What you need to then do, MEC, is to do a serious and honest assessment. What is there at a municipal level? Are they able to then take us forward, or are they not able to then take us forward? Mfuleni will go in the Guinness Book of Record as the longest municipality that has been put under administration and hasn't really even turned the corner. So you can celebrate that you're sending Kiba to Johannesburg, but until as you fix the system on the ground, I promise you, you're going to get zero results. I can go on into the figures here, but they're not taking us anywhere because you haven't addressed the fundamental problem. You've just spoken and you've just introduced something, and you're very good at doing that. Not you, but the ANC is very good at doing that. 2012, you introduced us to something called the National Development, the NDP, the National Development Plan. I dare you, we can have a debate. Let's unpack all the goals that were said were supposed to be met by 2030 and tell me if half of those are in any way halfway to be met, and I'll tell you the answer is going to be no. So the issue is that we are always introducing new things instead of addressing what is in existence, instead of addressing what is the base. And until we get to that point, I promise you all we're going to be doing, next year you'll be coming up with a new plan. I repeat, those people, there's nothing wrong with them. The problem is the system that is there that you are not acknowledging that is a challenge that needs to be addressed. And if we can do that, we will then perhaps at some point consider voting for that budget and then say we can then support the budget. I was asked, had we been a part of the government, would we be supporting this budget? And my answer was very simple. We would have pushed for the reforms. Because 551 million rand is not a small change. But until as you are able to then change the fundamental challenges and the problem that you're sitting with, you have done absolutely nothing. We are just going to then recycle old plans and recycle old people, and then the people that are going to continue doing the same, and you're going to get the same results. Ask Medkidibone next to you. You have officials that are very proud to tell you, so until as you address that, you are not going to get anywhere. So, but I can unfortunately tell you that we will not support this budget on the basis that you are bringing in money, but you are not addressing the challenges that are lying at the base. Thank you very much.
Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Masoleng.
Honorable Speaker, ke tlile ka dumedisa badudi ba Gauteng le baeti ba rona ka kakaretso. Madam Speaker, COGTA Gauteng has taken a leaf from the President's Handbook of Big Dreams and Smart Cities, although MEC Mamabolo indicated that smart cities is a vision presented by COGTA, National Gauteng seems to be the one chasing these elusive dreams that read like an indulgence in the context of so much urban decay. Beyond security guards in the CBD, Josie, my Josie, for instance, shows very little progress around tangible outcomes towards CBD revitalization. Even this proposed anthology partnership may lead to the privatization of public space. The EFF insists on state-led developmental initiatives. Therefore, MEC, we echo your sentiments that GFA must work collaboratively with DID and COGTA to drive economic growth. Madam Speaker, what we would like to have to see expressed more in the budget is how this department, as well as DID through GFA, will strengthen collaborations and assist municipalities in capitalizing infrastructure. Madam Speaker, like a fly-by-night unregistered college in the CBD of Johannesburg, the energy response plan appears to have disappeared without a trace, leaving a sharp decrease in COGTA's budget for this financial year, particularly in the developmental planning program, which faced a 78% reduction. This follows reduced expenditure on transformers in the last quarter of 24-25 financial year, where only 41 out of 60 transformers were installed and no progress was recorded for the Mirafon solar farm. Speaker, the AG in the 23-24 FY consolidated report on local government audit outcomes called on the provincial government to strengthen interventions and assist municipalities to quote, and I quote from the AG, I open quote, there is an ineffective approach to recoveries and consequences in local government, fostering a culture that lacks responsiveness, accountability, and consequences. Without addressing this issue, progress will not occur, and I close quote. It is against this backdrop we assess the budget for the 25-26 financial year for the department. Madam Speaker, 70% of COGTA's 551 million budget is solely for the compensation of employees, meaning that 385 million goes towards remuneration. Madam Speaker, the medium-term expenditure framework shows a concerning trend of decreasing allocation of critical service delivery outputs within the department. The local government program, which fulfills COGTA's core mandate, has seen funding decline from 227 to 257 million, from 277 to 257, despite the growing complexity of the challenges prevalent in local government. We must once more remind the department that COGTA's primary mandate is to support municipalities. Since last financial year, 71% of funds within the program on local government programs has been allocated to public participation to combat voter empathy and encourage an active citizenry. Madam Speaker, to combat voter empathy, municipalities must be supported to be fully functional and meet service delivery needs. Funding for municipal finance and administration, as well as monitoring and evaluation programs, also saw decreases, even though the Auditor General noted that the cost for financial report consultants rose from 57 million to 70 million. Additionally, only 58% of municipalities produced quality financial reports, emphasizing the need for greater support from COGTA. We are also concerned about how the reduction in expenditure for the local government program will impact capacitation effort and establishing metros in Citibank and Rand West.
Honorable Honorable Dilebo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to our leader, Jacob Zuma. Our party leader, Chief Whip, honorable members, and the House at large. Honorable Speaker, as Mkondo Wesizo, we are very much concerned about the failing methods used by the department to address the issues of service delivery. Several municipalities have been struggling with unfunded budgets, outstanding debt, and issues related to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. In Gauteng, the municipalities of Merafong, Mfuleni, and West Rand are currently under intervention due to unfunded budgets. Additionally, Citibank local municipality, Rand West, and Lesedi local municipality are also operating with unfunded budgets. Only the city of Johannesburg, city of Tshwane, Midvaal, Mogale City have tabled funded budgets. Let us talk about the lack of service delivery, deficiencies in Mfuleni, Merafong, and West Rand, where erratic refuse removal, poor road infrastructure, inadequate stormwater drainage, and backlog in meter installation and management are having negative impact on service delivery. All this comes as a result of financial constraints and unreliable waste collection leading to illegal dumping. On behalf of Mkondo Wesizo, we affirm the critical role that the COGTA plays in ensuring that municipalities deliver on their constitutional mandate. The function of evaluating, monitoring, and supporting municipalities is not merely administrative. It is a cornerstone of developmental local government. With many communities still facing challenges in service delivery, effective oversight by COGTA must ensure that municipalities remain accountable, transparent, and responsive to the needs of the people. This function is essential in identifying weaknesses in governance and service provision, and in ensuring that corrective measures are implemented timelessly. Furthermore, the support component of COGTA's mandate is of equal importance. Municipalities, especially those in rural or historically under-resourced areas, often lack the technical capacity or institutional strength to fulfill their duties effectively. COGTA's role in providing targeted support through capacity building, financial oversight, and administrative guidance empowers municipalities to improve service delivery and strengthen governance. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as Mkondo Wesizo, we believe that a well-supported and properly monitored local government sphere is the foundation of a just, equitable, and development-driven society, and urges that this function COGTA be continuously strengthened and prioritized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Ngobeni.
Honorable Speaker, members, and our guests who are on the gallery, good morning, Dumelang. Speaker, we are witnessing the slow death of local government. Municipalities across Gauteng are broke, dysfunctional, and increasingly turning on the very people they are meant to serve. Nowhere is this clearer than in a growing scandal of electricity surcharges, a silent but deadly tax on the working class communities. In Johannesburg, Speaker, residents are now forced to pay a fixed 230 rand monthly surcharge just for the privilege of being connected to electricity, even if they consume nothing. In Ekurhuleni, these charges were quietly embedded in the final tariffs for the new financial year. The pattern is clear, Speaker. When budgets are broken, it's the poor who are made to pay. Speaker, this is not a revenue reform. It is a legalized extortion. These surcharges were never debated publicly. They were never subjected to socio-economic impact studies, and they were certainly never explained to the go-go's, to the youth, or to the informal traders who must now cut meals to afford electricity. And where is COGTA? It's silent, it's absent, it's actually complicit. The department's fourth quarter performance report reads like a bureaucratic lullaby. Support, capacity building, engagements underway. Speaker, what we need is bold, visible interventions. We need COGTA that doesn't just manage municipal decline, but reverse it. In Tshwane, under the Progressive Coalition leadership, we took a different path. We chose reform over punishment. We fixed billing, prioritized revenue collection, and crucially, we rejected these fixed surcharges. That is the leadership residents deserve. Speaker, municipalities should not survive on the backs of the poor. Electricity is not a luxury, it's a human right. And when local government price people out of basic services, they don't just fail, they actually betray. So yes, MEC, we support this budget, but we do so with a firm demand that COGTA publicly account for the legality and fairness of these fixed surcharge charges. That COGTA, that the unfunded municipal budgets are met with interventions, not applauses. And that the financial recovery means empowering communities, not extracting from them. MEC, we cannot stand by while municipalities tax poverty and call it governance. We need to do something about that, and I'll be sending a proposal to your office in how we can be able to take this. Thank you very much.
Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Mulder.
Yeah, no. Well, on this step, I can
Honorable Mulder.
Honorable Speaker, am I audible?
Proceed, Honorable Mulder.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, honorable members. This budget is not merely a collection of figures. It should be a blueprint for our collective aspirations and a reflection of our commitment to building resilient and functional municipalities. The department correctly prioritizes municipal financial viability, aiming to reduce unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and improve revenue collection. There's a clear focus on advancing the metro system through capacity assessments and implementing spatial development frameworks, including CBD revitalization. Crucially, the budget signals enhanced investment in capacity building initiatives for municipal staff, focusing on financial management, project execution, technical skills, performance management, etc. The report's open discussion for challenges like declining voter turnout and the impact of coalition government shows an awareness of the difficulties ahead. However, we must also confront the stark realities, negative aspects, and inherent challenges that could impede the budget effectiveness as revealed by both the COGTA report and broader provincial fiscal realities. Firstly, the deep-seated financial distress of municipalities are in distress, with revenue collection is hampered by legal connections, broken to billing systems, and water losses of up to 40%. Honourable Speaker, the impact of unstable coalition governments is a significant danger. Coalition formations are prone to political and leadership instability. This instability directly undermines efforts to ensure functional councils and improve service delivery. The other problem that we've got is that government's own fiscal constraints, this is now the Gauteng government's, comes with compulsory baseline reductions across Gauteng's provincial government departments due to a downward revision of the provincial equitable share and a provincial budget deficit. largely due to the intolerable burden and also the persistent accruals, particularly in health. This means that the provincial government itself is facing significant financial pressure, limiting its ability to provide the additional substantial financial support to municipalities. The persistent skills professionalization challenges remains, and while COGTA aims to support municipalities with technical skills capacity, the report admits challenges attracting women and other people who need assistance. The improvement of access to water, sanitation and electricity and housing and roads in deprived areas, the need
Honourable
for urban
Mulder, your
renewal
time is
projects,
up.
etc., etc. I thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Mulder. Honourable Ali.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I must be honest, I'm a little bit nervous because the only doctors in the House are PhD holders, and I don't think Dr. Masuku is here. The MEC's blood pressure, he's just, I'm sitting here and I'm worried that at any moment, he's just, and I thought to myself, for someone who claims to be innocent, MEC, thou doth protest too much. Let's focus on the matter, let's focus on delivery, and all the theatrics and high blood pressure is making us nervous in the House. But having said that, Madam Speaker, I would like to, and I have a bit of a cold, so I just need to apologize for that. I would really like to be, we definitely need a doctor in the House. We need a doctor in the House. But I would love to be a fly on the wall and just hear what the MEC of COGTA, or should I say the MEC of Greetings today, what he tells municipalities, because honestly, we are a full year into the 7th administration, and you know where the danger is. Everything is getting worse. I don't want to talk about infrastructure because we've exhausted that subject matter, but I would like to talk about the real reason why the municipalities find themselves in the state that they're in at the moment, and that is because of the caliber of the people that you deploy. The wolves in sheep clothing that are masquerading as public representatives. You have councillors such as Councillor Chauke, who is a law unto himself, intimidating the community of Lakeview, Enedale, Ward 121 in the city of Johannesburg. He's literally threatening the residents with violence and refuses to work with established community members who do not subscribe to the African National Congress. The councillor is in essence playing politics in that area there, and he doesn't want to work with community members who refuse to wear his party colours. And all of this happens with the full knowledge of the Office of the Premier. And if the Office of the Premier says they don't know anything about this, then that's proof that he already has his hands too full. He's got too much on his plate. He keeps absorbing all sorts of portfolios. Now he's absorbing GCRA, he's absorbed community safety in his office, and therefore he cannot focus on the issues at hand. And now, MEC, you need to stop moonlighting as the MEC for community safety and all and sundry. So I say to you today, we need to make sure that we fix municipalities. And the only way that we do that is to focus on the people that you deploy. If you want to fix local government, fix your people first. I thank you.
Honourable Ali, Honourable Rasidingwane.
Madam Speaker, this budget vote tells us everything that we need to know, including the MEC's meltdown. It talks to the state of this department. Madam Speaker, COGTA stands as the centre of local government support, yet our municipalities are crumbling under financial mismanagement, hijacked buildings, failing infrastructures, and the plans just keeps on gathering dust. The harsh reality that communities in Mfuleni, Mogale City continues to face, while their CBDs continues to collapse literally in front of their eyes, while this department and its MEC stands in front of this house and experience a meltdown. In Mfuleni, taps run dry. Raw sewage flows through the streets, turning neighborhoods into health hazard. Just last week, Honourable Speaker, the community of Soshangube were trending on TikTok, fighting for mere water just because this very same department couldn't deliver. Pensioners wait for the water tankers that never actually arrives. Parents send their children to school surrounded by broken manholes and overflowing drains. This is not theory, it is a reality that is faced by the people of Gauteng. And what does this department tell us? They tell us that they cut municipal support budget from over 1 billion to 550 million. And yet they still come here and claim that they are serious to fix local government. Madam Speaker, let's take a look at our CBDs. The promises that the Speaker, the MEC continues to talk to, the 10 implementation plans for revitalization, but what good are plans with no timelines, no funding models, and no real enforcement? Hijacked buildings remains hijacked in this very city. Criminals run slums in the heart of our cities, while working with families are forced to live in fear. Honourable Speaker, how do you revitalize a CBD without safe streets? How do you revitalize a CBD without working street lights? How do you continue to claim that you are revitalizing the CBDs while you fail to deliver the mere basic service that this province so desperately needs? Honourable Speaker, the MEC screams IGR to the top of his voice, while all that he means is papering over the cracks while communities still sit with broken infrastructures, collapsing basic service, with no one that is ever in this province held accountable. They talk about fighting corruption, yet the anti-corruption framework that they present in front of us here lies expired since last year. While crooks feast on municipal budget, families are left in the dark with no water to drink, no electricity to study by, and no safe street that they can walk in. Honourable Speaker, Mfuleni is not only a warning sign, it's a serious case study that this province must adhere to before this collapsing province can cause so much problem. 30 years into a democracy, it is inexcusable that people must beg for basic service delivery. This department has failed to strengthen local government. It also continues to fail to demand consequences management for the very same officials that the MEC stands in front of us here and brag about. Thank you.
Honourable Rasidingwane, Honourable Musai.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier in absentia, Honourable MEC for COGTA and Traditional Affairs, Honourable members of the Legislature, comrades in the mass democratic movement, the people of Gauteng, Dumelang. We rise as the ANC in this House, not merely to debate figures and non-existing statistics, but to assert our revolutionary responsibility to transform the state in service of our people. This COGTA budget vote is not a fiscal document. It is a political instrument to deliver the developmental state in practice, to restore the dignity of our people through clean, responsive, and accountable local government. Madam Speaker, on the 26th of June 1955, an alliance led by the ANC and other formations gathered at Kliptown to adopt the Freedom Charter. Noting that this year marks the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, our departure point is the Freedom Charter of 1955, whose enduring call is that the people shall govern. It remains a clearing directive for the transformation of local government and traditional authority. When the Charter declares that there shall be houses, there shall be security and comfort, it envisions municipalities that deliver sanitation, that delivers water, electricity and safety, not someday, but now. So in the words of the Premier, Honourable Panyaza Lesufi, during his 2025 State of the Province address, open quote, people do not live in provinces, they live in municipalities, close quote. Thus, service delivery is the most immediate and visible expression of democratic government. It is where politics meets bread and water, refuse and roads, dignity and daily life. The more than 3,000 delegates who gathered at Kliptown were workers, they were peasants, they were intellectuals, they were women and youth, and the students of all races and tribes. We remember this important gathering of all South Africans who came together to pronounce in unison their unity and oneness when they declared that the people shall govern. So recently, the Department of COGTA and Traditional Affairs developed a strategy to respond and come up with solutions to the 13 problem statements presented by the Gauteng Premier at the SOPA in order to map a way forward. So as part of the turnaround, the Gauteng COGTA, in collaboration with DID and GIFA, produced an important baseline document which they referred to as Gauteng City Region Smart Cities Strategy. This strategy, Honourable Speaker, contains key areas of strategic intervention. It contains local government turnaround, water security, energy security, CBD revitalization, social equity, infrastructure development, asset utilization, upgrading of Alexandra Township 4.0, waste management and job creation. Madam Speaker, COGTA adopted a local government strategy with clear resolutions and decisions that were conceptualized at the local government summit. There is now a province-wide turnaround strategy of local government. Municipalities have been urged as they approach the financial year end, which has started on the 1st of July, whilst working on the IDP to elevate issues for the turnaround for the next 3 years. Honourable Speaker, my input today is grounded in the principles of a developmental state, which includes strategic political leadership rooted in the ideas of the liberation movement of the people, the ANC. People-centered development through active community participation, institutional capacity for clean, ethical and efficient administration, integrated spatial planning to end duplication and fragmentation, participatory democracy and mass mobilization. COGTA embodies these principles as it empowers municipalities and traditional structures to implement government programs effectively and equitably. The Department's budget allocation, therefore, for the 2025-26 financial year is geared at supporting municipalities and coming up with interventions, traditional affairs and institutional development, disaster risk management, and strengthening and repositioning of the community development workers program. This allocation must be seen as a strategic deployment of resources to ensure municipalities deliver on their constitutional mandates and advance the ANC strategic vision of the developmental state. COGTA, therefore, has demonstrated progress in the following areas, Madam Speaker. They have come up with a turnaround strategies in dysfunctional municipalities and are still a work in progress in both Mfuleni and Mirafo, because they have underpinned and come up with a Section 139 interventions, and we are closely monitoring that and the financial recovery plans. Improved audit outcomes with more municipalities responding to Auditor General recommendations. Expanded rollout of the district development model, leading to better coordination between departments. Enhanced disaster management response, including flood and fire interventions. Strengthened community developmental work program reaching over 200 households and wards. Improved traditional councils' infrastructure and administration, promoting inclusion and cultural governance. However, we must confront the stubborn challenges that persist, Madam Speaker, including political administrative instability in municipalities such as Sidibeng and Tshwane, poor revenue collection, and a lack of consequence management. We urge strengthening of municipal public accounts committees, enforcement of performance contracts for senior municipal officials, professionalization of municipal administration in line with the 55th ANC National Conference resolutions, urgent capacitation of traditional councils, particularly in peri-urban and rural communities. COGTA needs to therefore listen to what Honourable Msimang has alluded to, that the system must be fixed on the ground. That Member Ngobeni also mentioned that the surcharges and unfunded budgets and financial recoveries must be looked into. And that there is, because the ANC is a listening and responsive government, so we must be able to look into those matters. We do, therefore, welcome the ANC is a listening and responsive government. We welcome the appetite by COGTA to work on certain quick wins as part of enriching strategic approach in strengthening our municipalities. We view this as a solid intervention within intergovernmental relations system in trying to improve cooperative governance and deliver practical solutions on the ground. COGTA has just completed a year in the 7th administration and is therefore striving to reposition itself better into a capable developmental organ of the democratic states. COGTA continues to be an important player in driving municipal turnaround and improvement of service delivery, stable, efficient, effective local government. COGTA is building capacity program to drive and support municipalities, and it has set up one of the best IGR systems in the province, which is in its implementation phase. Honourable Speaker, these IGR platforms are all coordinated by COGTA and are built to support our municipalities to be able to deliver effective and efficient and inclusive service deliveries. Madam Speaker, so as part of the service delivery record, especially on energy, COGTA was able to deliver more than 350 transformers, working in partnership with City Power and ESCOM to solve many of the challenges. So the smart solution, green solution, solar power has been integrated into the delivery system of COGTA. We commend the existence of this current IGR structure created with the Minister of Water and Sanitation to take care of the problems identified during the oversight carried out by public representatives from time to time. This initiative has very much helped COGTA to manage what was called the day zero water problem and general water supply management issues. We continue, therefore, to observe good initiative conducted recently by COGTA, when they co-hosted the counterpart from COGTA KZN for a benchmarking exercise in order to share lessons on some of the service delivery model available. Honourable Speaker, on the CBD revitalization, COGTA is looking at the various precincts in the CBDs that will be used as a model to practice like the system of cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations system that is assisting and working in a coordinated manner with DID and GIFA. Madam Speaker, COGTA has initiated this program to clean and keep the environment healthy. This is done every Friday. Madam Speaker, we welcome COGTA initiative of good relations and working relationship with the City of Tshwane in support of the 2 houses of traditional houses that are only in the City of Tshwane. We have commended the move to sign the new memorandum of understanding between all these parties under consideration. So COGTA has also recently visited the 2 traditional houses with the City of Tshwane. Gauteng IGR platforms and COGTA in particular is strategically meant to drive coordination, integration, cooperative governance and intergovernmental relations. As the Premier asserted, government must be felt in every township, in every informal settlement, in every ward. Close quote. Let that be our standard, that every litre of water, every repaired road and every title deed issued reflects the conscious act of revolutionary service. We support this budget and budget vote and call on this House to place the people at the centre of our work, not just in speeches but in service. Let us advance the national democratic revolution. Let us deepen democratic local governments. Let us defend the right of our people to dignity through service delivery. I thank you.
Honourable Musai Rauleboga, Honourable MEC Mamabulo Okanawa Ravela Dipuisano.
Thank you very much, Madam.
Honourable Masilela, please.
Well, thank you very much, Honourable Madam Speaker. Let me start where Honourable Musai ended. Thank you very much for that. I would like to take these words and ask members to have them as their home take as well. ANC is listening. ANC is responsive. ANC lives. ANC leads. Thank you very much. I also want to take this opportunity to just thank you for delivering a qualitatively free basic education to the site, to the honourable members. Free basic education. It's not easy you have delivered at no cost to the honourable members about how local government relate to provinces and to national. Because the view this side seems to be we must run and micromanage local government. And for that, I would like to read from our country's constitution what it says, so that honourable members can understand this part. It says in Chapter 7, Section 1541, open quotes, the national government and provincial governments, by legislative and other measures, must support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to manage their own affairs, to exercise their powers, and to perform their functions, close quote. To manage own affairs, exercise their powers, and perform their functions. This is what the Constitution of the country says. That is why we promote cooperative governance and good intergovernmental relations, and why we support our municipalities. Now, they seem to be thinking that we must cannibalize municipalities by micromanaging them. That is not the approach we want to take. I just want to say, Honourable Msimang, you know, today, I must commend you, I heartily do. You know, you debated, you engaged, you talked about what we are talking about. And I must comment you on that. The only difference I have is that you know that team that you said is not the problem, you're correct. But that team, you could also go ahead and simply say they are in the ecosystem to provide us with a solution. So in other words, yes, they are not a problem, but they are part, and a bigger part, of the solution. And I also want to say to you, whilst I appreciate what you said and debating and being in the House, in the sense that you are dealing with matters that you are dealing with, I just want to plead with you and say to you, you know, at the local government turnaround summit that we held in October last year, there were about 500 delegates that attended the summit. Now, those delegates will have done an analysis, assessment, and agreed on what are the resolutions to take local government forward. So I think one of the things that maybe we might have to look into is to have a discussion on whether the issues that are contained in the turnaround resolutions, you believe they're adequate, or maybe there's something that is lacking. But I just want to say to you, the 500 delegates that have said, this is the way forward, I think we can give them a benefit and say, perhaps, you know, here's a starting point. What is outstanding? What is still a problem? And I hear you raising the issue about what are the causes of the problems. They are also addressed in that document. So to that extent, I just think we need a further conversation. But what I like is you are debating, you are discussing. Of course, EFF, Honourable Masoden, thank you very much. You have also correctly said we need GFA to, you know, to do certain things. That's a good point. Development, local government, we agree with you on that. So I think today you're doing a good job. We must thank you for that. And I think we take the proposals that you are making. Now, who else? Let's check. I think, honourable members, let me just say to you, it will be important to go and read the document on smart cities, the resolutions on the turnaround of local government, all those issues. I think we need constructive engagement and not grandstanding. Otherwise, the budget. Thank you for supporting the budget, Honourable Ngobeni. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Honourable MEC Mamavulo Mukwaledi, o ka re buisetsa tsamaiso ya botlhano.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Consideration of the E-Government and Research Development Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the detail of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote number 13 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Honourable Hlophe.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and greetings to your good self and honourable members alike. I request to only present to the House the committee's executive summary of the Vote 13 budget report, concerns as well as recommendations, and that the House consider the other parts of the report as read. On our executive summary, Madam Speaker, the Gauteng Department of E-Government is tasked with bridging the digital divide and modernizing public service delivery through ICT, including broadband initiatives. ICT is central to both the National Development Plan 2030 and Gauteng Vision 2055, viewed as a key driver to job creation, economic growth, and improved government efficiency. For the 2025-2026 financial year, the department was allocated a budget of 1.54 billion, a decrease from 1.83 billion in the previous year. This reduction will affect the department's ability to deliver services at the same scale, particularly under Programme 2, which receives the bulk of the budget for ICT rollouts and e-services. The second largest portion of the budget goes to the compensation of employees, covering and filling of vacancies, salary adjustments, performance bonuses, recruitment, and was delayed in the previous year due to job evaluations and budget constraints, which also prevented youth placement programs from being implemented effectively. These key projects for this year include the expansion of the GBN and the GPN to improve government connectivity and service delivery. This is done through partnership with COGTA as legislated. The department will also review ICT standards, policies, promote e-services, and invest in cyber security measures. However, no mechanisms are currently in place to evaluate client satisfaction with ICT services, which poses a risk to continuous improvement and stakeholder confidence. Establishing regular client feedback systems is essential. To stimulate the ICT economy, the department will support previously disadvantaged ICT entrepreneurs through training partnerships with higher learning institutions. Youth-focused programs include action labs, tech expo days, and online training for GPG staff to build internal ICT capacity. In support of public safety, the department will work with private sector partners to install CCTV cameras and roll out the e-panic buttons, enabling real-time collaboration with law enforcement. These initiatives reinforce public-private partnerships and improve safety through technology. Finally, the Portfolio Committee, through the sector oversight model, will monitor both the financial and non-financial performance, holding the MEC accountable and supporting the department in meeting its objectives. On committee concerns, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that the department does not have a dedicated budget allocation for the payment of stipends and instead relies on modest subsidies provided by its partners. The Portfolio Committee is further concerned about the absence of a structured plan to assess, monitor client department satisfaction with the services provided by the department. Additionally, the Portfolio Committee is concerned that the duration currently allocated to Youth Tech Skills Development Program is insufficient to equip participants with the comprehensive skills and practical experience needed to engage meaningfully and competitively in the digital economy. On recommendations, the Portfolio Committee recommends that the department should consider the establishment of a dedicated budget allocation for the payment of stipends to youth placed in experimental learning programs. This will reduce reliance on modest partner subsidies and enhance programs' sustainability. In addition, the department should review existing client agreements with partner institutions to propose adjustments to the amounts and possibly offer other benefits to learners placed for experiential learning that are fair, competitive, and aligned with the objective of attracting, retaining youth and development programs. The Portfolio Committee recommends that the department should develop and implement a structured client satisfaction assessment framework for all client departments. This framework should include regular surveys, feedback mechanisms, performance reviews aimed at assessing satisfaction levels of the client department with ICT services, support infrastructure, and communication. The findings should be integrated in a continuous improvement plan to enhance service delivery and strengthen stakeholder trust and support the achievement of set targets. The framework, including progress of implementation, should be submitted to the Portfolio Committee by the 15th of August. The Portfolio Committee recommends that the department conduct a feasibility study to assess options that can address the limited number of youth tech days. The study should explore the implications and extending the program's duration, identify potential partners with the private sector, and equipped the youth with the comprehensive skills and practical experience needed to participate meaningfully in the digital economy. And a progress report will be required to be submitted to the Portfolio Committee on the 15th of August 2025. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to MEC Dlamini, the head of department, Castro Messina, and all officials of the department. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment is given to during the deliberations is accorded to members of the Portfolio Committee, namely Member Mekwe, Member Gentile, Member Cilliers, Member Waters, Member Smatla, Member Miso. Our committee's gratitude is further extended to our dedicated staff who work tirelessly to ensure that the committee adheres to its obligations and plays meaningful oversight over the department. After due deliberation, the Portfolio Committee adopted the report on the details of the Gauteng Appropriation Bill, Budget Vote 13, Gauteng Department of eGov, in accordance with Rule 117, 2C, read with Rule 164, the report of the eGov Research Development Portfolio Committee, and the detail of the Gauteng provincial budget is duly adopted. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Thank you, Honourable Member. Is there a seconder? Do I observe a seconder? Yes, ma'am. Honourable Gentile.
Sekela Somlomo, I second.
I now put the question. All those who are in favour say yes.
Yes.
All those who are not in favour say no. Thank you. The ayes have it. Secretary, please read the next order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of E-Government Budget Vote number 13 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
I call on a member, Honourable Ms. Dlamini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Deputy Madam Speaker, the Premier in absentia, fellow members of the Executive Council, the leader of the opposition, and leaders of other political parties, members of the provincial legislature, citizens of Gauteng. Madam Deputy Speaker and honourable members, it is both an honour and a privilege. There is an echo, Madam Speaker. Somebody is not muted. Thank you very much.
I find now. Okay.
It is both an honor and a privilege to present the 2025-2026 budget vote for the Gauteng Department of E-Government. This presentation takes place in the second year of the 7th administration, a government of provincial unity, a collective mandate entrusted to us by the people to work together for a better Gauteng. Our mission through this department is to ensure that digital transformation becomes a pathway for dignity, access, and opportunity for every resident of Gauteng. The department remains committed to building a smart Gauteng city region, a province powered by digital innovation, inclusive access, and responsive government. This budget reflects not only our financial priorities, but also the progress we have made, the challenges we face, and the direction we are pursuing to modernize service delivery guided by the principles of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The department continues to support the delivery of programs and services in the province through ICT investments. The department is tasked with maintaining and improving ICT services delivery, generate savings, and implement government-wide solutions that are modern, reliable, and secure. One of the most notable achievements of the Gauteng provincial government has been its investment in the foundation ICT infrastructure. The expansion of high-speed broadband networks across government offices and facilities has enabled greater connectivity and fostered the adoption of new technologies. Reliable and scalable infrastructure has been the backbone supporting digital initiatives, including cloud computing, centralized data centers, and secure communication channels. Here are some of the achievements to date. broadband access, hardware modernization, power back systems, customer service and process automation, and 24/7 availability of digital services, data-driven decisions, and transparency. The department has reviewed the fourth industrial revolution strategy to ensure that Gauteng is at the forefront of South Africa's efforts to be the continent's hub of innovation and digital transformation. This initiative has allowed the department to keep pace with ever-evolving developments in information and communication technology and to fast-track the modernization and digitization of government services, which is the key priority mandate of the department. In an environment where cyber crimes are increasing, the department developed a cybersecurity strategy to push back against cybercrime as well as to protect government information and assets. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, this then brings me to present our allocated budget and key projects for the 2025-2026 financial year. The budget allocated to the Department of E-Government is just over 1.5 billion. The allocation is dedicated towards the digitization and automation of services, the rollout of GPN-related solutions, the maintenance and upgrading of existing GPN assets, and the implementation of the GPG digital ecosystem. The department will continue investment in the rollout of the Gauteng Provincial Network, Phase 3, which provides much-needed access to internet and government services by citizens. Through the Gauteng Provincial Network project, the department has delivered 1,321 wide area network and 737 local area network sites across Gauteng. This also includes 119 Wi-Fi hotspots in 26 priority townships, and 423 voice-over internet protocol sites were completed to date. The Gauteng Provincial Network Program is critical in delivering core infrastructure and capabilities that will enable the province to realize its objective of becoming a smart global city region through connected government. The department will continue to ensure provision of connectivity to schools, libraries, and healthcare centers, whilst prioritizing townships, informal settlements, and hostels. The CCTV camera deployment project commenced during the 2023-2024 financial year. The provincial placement of CCTV cameras covers all ward entrances and hotspots as identified by the South African Police Service in Gauteng. During the period under review, 517 cameras were deployed across all corridors covering major crime hotspots. In addition, the partnership with Vumacam provides the Gauteng provincial government with access to 6,399 cameras covering several crime hotspots areas, an addition of 399 over the planned 6,000 cameras. The department has also distributed 2,000 physical e-panic buttons and 90,000 were downloaded on mobile phone apps platforms as part of the new e-policing initiative of the province. This intervention enables citizens in our townships, informal settlements and hostels to have faster response time from law enforcement agencies for those in distress. To date, it has facilitated more than 51,000 emergency call-outs related to vehicle accident, assault, shootings and gender-based violence. Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni and Tshwane reported the highest usage, demonstrating its relevance in urban centers. The department will continue to support and advocate the development of innovative application solutions to bring government services to the public. The digital platform provides a single window for citizens to access government services and provide a common environment shared by multiple e-government services to save citizens cost, time and travel. The department will continue to maintain, enhance and expand the e-service offerings on the Gauteng digital platform. To optimize human resource services in GPG, the department will continue to roll out the ESS modules, conduct ESS advocacy workshops and ESS training to 10 entities to optimize HRS-related services in GPG, to ensure awareness and information sharing as well as to engage with clients utilizing the services provided. The department will implement the Gauteng ICT skills development strategy to provide training to the youth and the government employees in collaboration with ICT partners and higher education institutions. Therefore, a total of 7,700 GPG staff will be trained online and bursaries will be made available to 70 beneficiaries to ensure that experienced people are reskilled to balance demand and supply within the provincial digital ecosystem. A total of 12,000 youth, including those in tish areas, will benefit from the ICT Skills Development Program, and 2,000 township-based ICT entrepreneurs will be supported towards development of ICT skills and capacity. The department is supporting ICT entrepreneurs from previously disadvantaged communities. For the period under review, 200 small businesses have been supported so far. The 2025-2026 financial year represents another significant step in our journey towards building a connected digital Gauteng, a province where technology is a catalyst for equality, safety, opportunity, and dignity. Let us use the tools of the digital age to fight poverty, close the inequality gaps, and uplift the people of Gauteng. Lastly, my sincere gratitude to the Portfolio Committee, the HOD, the Chairperson Mbali, Honorable Daniel Mbali, and your team, to the HOD and the Executive, Castro Mosina, and the entire e-government staff for the hard work and dedication towards digitizing Gauteng. I therefore table the budget for the Gauteng Department of E-Government for your consideration and approval. I thank you, Unyabonga Nyekialeboga.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini, MEC. Member Silas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Honourable members and people of Gauteng who are here, our mission is to answer yes to one question. Was I able to freely and safely connect to the internet today using the GBN? When we speak of digital government, we are not talking about abstract systems or Silicon Valley dreams. We are speaking about the invisible infrastructure that should make everyday life easier. Faster queues at home affairs, free Wi-Fi at your local clinic, or an online school admission system that actually works, even in the final hours before the deadline. But here in Gauteng, those expectations remain unmet. And Vote 13, the budget for the Department of E-Government, once again reflects shrinking ambition, not bold transformation. Over the past 2 years, we've seen a worrying pattern. Service delivery targets are reduced year after year. Voice over internet protocol, Wi-Fi, broadband connectivity, all services are basically downscaled. The Gauteng broadband network is reaching the end of its life and requires 700 million in upgrades. Yet, no credible plan is in place to maintain it with only 150 million in the budget. Last year, we flagged this as a crisis, but this year, the budget papers show that nothing has changed. In fact, the problem is getting worse. The budget quietly redirects 51 million rand to e-panic buttons. And while this is very important, your e-panic button is not going to work if you don't have network, if you can't connect to the internet. Meanwhile, a job seeker in Orange Farm still travels kilometers to find public Wi-Fi just to apply for work. Children in Tembisa still struggle to access learning platforms without burning through expensive data. And small businesses in the West Rand township still operate without these tools that could help them grow. We are not opposing this budget for the sake of opposing. If this budget had restored the targets that were cut, funded broadband upgrades, and shown how eGov will support other departments, like health, education, and COGTA, we would have supported it. We are aligned with the National Minister Solly Malatsi in articulating unlock competition, use flexible empowerment mechanisms, and build an economy that includes everyone. But this provincial budget does not rise to that specific challenge. If the DA were in charge of this department, we would fully fund the GBN and ensure every school, clinic, library had reliable access to the internet. We would open community-based hubs that allow people to search for jobs, access government services, and upskill themselves. And we would make sure that every rand delivers value. No underspending, no bloated offices, no fruitless expenditure. Because digital governance is not a buzzword, it is a bridge between public services and human dignity. And until that bridge is built, we cannot support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Greetings, Deputy Speaker, honourable members of the House, and to the resident of Gauteng. Speaker, let me begin by quoting the Economic Freedom Fighters People's Manifesto. Science, technology, and innovation must be used not as ends in themselves, but to produce the knowledge, information, skills, and talent needed to support, facilitate, and fuel the development and growth of strategic industries and sectors of the economy and society, which are central to the overall sovereignty and independence of South Africa and the African people. More than anything, Speaker, we need an e-government whose mandate extends beyond merely logging service delivery queries or teaching departments how to digitize employees' payslip, participate on online training, or send proper emails. As economic freedom fighters, we believe it is critical for the Gauteng provincial government to become a continental leader in digital modernity and a global competitor in the fourth industrial revolution. It is departments such as e-government that must be thoroughly re-evaluated and utilized to their full potential. In line with this administration's own strategic goals of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, it is for the department in particular that TMR must mean something completely different. The residents of this province deserve an e-government that is the main driving force between residents and their full digital technological capability, and does not be entwined with shallow objectives of what the socio-economic future of developing economics looks like, and has a budget that speaks directly to that. We need an e-government that is completely immersed in the trajectory of the digital and technological advancement that are shaping modern societies around the world. An e-government whose mandate is fully aware that future economic is industrial and digital. Indeed, Madam Speaker, in some aspect, Madam Speaker, the heart of spirit of the current e-government is on the right trajectory. We see this in allocating of 138,152,000 rand for the transformation of human resource management environment and improving efficiency through the automation of transactional services. Indeed, when such critical and malleable services such as HR are improved, the room for corruption and discrepancies is thin out. However, we reiterate this should originally be competencies of individual departments, giving government the room to explore bigger and far-reaching services. Currently, 87% of Gauteng public schools are not connected to the internet. It is this department that should be rolling out coding, computer science, and quantum analytic courses to the youth of this province, gearing them up to fill in the rare skills shortage in South Africa, cyber and digital sector, not surrendering that to a few private sector partners of foregoing advanced computational skills and literacy training for 5 days long youth tech skills development programs that come with no certification and that are insufficient even according to the department's own account. It is this department that should be at the forefront of the state-owned and run ICT infrastructure that can compete with the private sector, creating jobs and cyber sovereignty simultaneously. Whereas we note that a big chunk of the budget is allocated to Program 2, which is meant for ICT shared services, which is a core mandate of the department. We are yet to see if the MEC will deliver Wi-Fi, local area network, wide area network, and voice over internet protocol, as he has dismally failed to meet targets during the previous financial
year. Time has expired. Thank you. Yes. Tapela jwalo. Honorable Budi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We live in a digital world, and therefore it is of utmost importance that we keep up with innovation and advances in IT. If this government wants to stay relative, compatible, and effective in every aspect of this modern and changing world, while the budget outlines various initiatives to enhance digital governance and service delivery, several areas require scrutiny and improvement. They were alluded to by the two previous speakers. This year's budget is almost 300 million rand less than the previous year to do the critical work to digitize and automate services in and of the provincial government. Furthermore, the department is tasked with enhancing the government's fight against cybersecurity and also includes the deployment of crime-deterring mechanisms such as CCTV cameras in identified crime hotspots. How the department would adequately deliver on its mandate and responsibilities with a reduced budget remains to be seen. This budget, however, should prioritize initiatives that directly benefits the people of our province and more so the youth who are the future. As we speak, there are many schools in Gauteng that do not have Wi-Fi, never mind smart boards. Many face the challenges of poor connectivity, etc., which denies learners, in especially our most vulnerable communities, from accessing the internet. Without access to the internet, these learners are unable to master basic computer skills and further hampers them from having an equal chance at academic achievement as learners in more affluent schools. The playing field is not level, and the most vulnerable who need these critical services and the acquisition of IT skills are shortchanged. Their future and their fate is sealed as the digital divide widens between those who have access to these services and those who don't. The budget should allocate sufficient funds for the development of smart infrastructure, including high-speed internet connectivity and data centers, to support the growth of digital services, especially in our disadvantaged communities, where due to high unemployment, they don't have access to such. The expansion of Wi-Fi hotspots and digital literacy programs is sorely needed in these communities. Furthermore, the department should align this budget with non-financial targets in order to ensure no future underspending occurs in order to prove its effectiveness. The protracted procurement processes contributed to underachievement of targets last year. Hopefully, the department will focus upon the efficient spend of this year's budget in order to get more done with less resources. In conclusion, while the budget outlines various initiatives, it is crucial that we critically assess its effectiveness and ensure that it aligns with the needs of various client departments and, by extension, the needs of our citizens. By doing so, we can promote digital governance, improve service delivery at our schools, hospitals and other institutions to the benefits of those this government should be serving. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moody. Honourable Waters.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, after listening to the MEC's speech, it's quite clear there's a tale of two realities in this department, the MEC's reality and the reality on the ground. Last year, I spoke about the importance of connecting every school to the internet. I also stated that if the MEC wanted to leave a legacy, this should be his. So how have we done 1 year on? As the economic powerhouse of the country, have we connected schools to the internet? There are approximately 2,059 schools, state schools in the province, of which 44 were connected last year to the Gauteng broadband network. In total, 260 schools are connected. That represents 13% of all schools in this province, 13%. And even by ANC standards, that has to be a gigantic failure. It's an absolute disgrace. 87% of schools are not connected. Those are the poorest of the poor. What we are doing is perpetuating the cycle of poverty in this province by not making sure they are connected. Written replies from both the MEC of Education and the MEC of E-Governance demonstrates the lack of accountability and leadership about connecting every school, every classroom, and every child to the internet. They both deflect responsibility for the dismal failure of each other's department, faster than the collapse of basic services across our province. If the current snail's pace of connectivity continues, we'll have to wait to 2059 before all the current state schools are actually connected. 2059, that's 34 years' time. If it were not such a tragedy, Madam Deputy Speaker, it would be laughable. This provincial government of unity is responsible for the creation of another lost generation. How incompetent must the government be to be unable to connect every school to the internet? Deputy Speaker, another concern is that of the very existence of this department. with a staff component of approximately 748, of which 238, or 32% of its entire workforce, work in the Human Resources Division. So for every 2 employees you have 1 HR person. It is no wonder this department cannot meet any of its core mandates. 504 staff members work from home, and a further 155 on a rotation basis. And this has been the case since COVID. We were informed in a committee meeting that there was a monitoring system in place to ensure that people working from home were doing just that, working, and not having their feet up watching Netflix. However, in a reply to a written question, the ME stated the following, and I quote, "The department is in the process of installing ProWatch system for monitoring employees' productivity. So far, it has been deployed or installed to 464 machines, but not yet activated." Close quote. So in other words, people have been working from home for 5 years without being monitored on what they've been doing. It is no wonder this department cannot reach its core mandate. It is also unconscionable that staff are not only still working from home, but they have never been monitored. Deputy Speaker, if this department wants to continue to exist, it needs a thorough restructuring with a concentrated focus on its core mandate, not HR. Otherwise, it is wasting taxpayers' money. It needs to be honest with itself, it needs help from the private sector, and it needs to get help from the private sector. I thank you very much. How do you like it?
Sekela somlomo walendlu, uChief Whip wombutho olawulayo, honourable members of this House, bahlali bonke kwiphondo laseRhawutini namhlanje molweni. Deputy Speaker, today I wish to remind this August House of the government's commitment made through the Growing Government Together Strategy 2030 of modernising the public service and aligning government overall business with the global technological trends and advancements. Whilst our pursuit for digitalization is guided by existing technological gaps and future aspirations, historical challenges still exist. And as such, in the recent past, the Gauteng provincial government mandated the Department of eGov to modernize provincial government services, which include development of e-services, this done to enhance user experience and to make government services more efficient and easily accessible. Additionally, for the Department of eGov to collaborate with local government in the rollout of the broadband, this has assisted the Gauteng government in cost-cutting emanating from duplication of similar services by both spheres of government. It is worth noting the significant improvements of the department's ICT landscape through the strategic initiatives focused on digital inclusion, skills development, e-governance. Key areas of improvement include expanding access to technology, providing ICT training programs, and leveraging on ICT to enhance public service. Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Department of eGov has been actively expanding the ICT infrastructure. There are Wi-Fi hotspots, particularly in the previously disadvantaged areas in the province, are an indication that there is a need really to connect all areas in Gauteng with connectivity. This includes the rollout of the comprehensive ICT training programs benefiting thousands of individuals across the various demographics in our province. The Gauteng Provincial Network, GBN, that is being expanded and maintained to ensure broader access to digital resources. The youth of Gauteng are leveraging on the existence of the Kasi Labs, innovation hubs, which present or equip them for economic activities such as entrepreneurial skills and software development. Honourable members, digitalizing the economy of this province warrants a greater collaboration, and I agree with the honourable members that have come before me on matters of mutual interest. And the department must look into innovations and incubations in the private sector for collaboration to respond to the growing digital space that young people are now tapping into. This also must be done for sharing data management space and innovation aspirations to assist in reducing the burden of unemployment of the youth in the province. We view the youth as a critical component that we must all rely on in our endeavour to construct a society that majority of this country aspires, and that is a national democratic society. Deputy Speaker, we are happy that the department ICT space remains one of the safest ICT spaces against the cyber security. This is noting all the challenges of budgets and the challenges that the department has indicated. With very minimal threats, and this was made possible by the department's adherence to its ICT strategy and mandate. The 2025-2026 allocation must also seek to maintain this status quo, noting that, of course, it would have been reduced or decreased. Madam Speaker, having outlined the milestones achieved thus far, we are of a view that the reduced allocation of the year would derail the momentum of the department. And I think this would have been very clear from all the honourable members that would have contributed in this debate. This is in reference to additional policy prioritizations, which include crime prevention targets, and as things stand, there are no correlations between the allocated budget and the increased targets. And I think that really the issue of the restructuring, it's something that we are proposing that must be looked into. And looking into the future, we wish that the allocations to the departments may be considered against the growing digital needs of the province. And ICT should be perceived as a basic service if the province is to become a leader in this particular regard. And I think we've seen in all hotspot areas in the province where young people, young and old, actually gather in numbers in terms of trying to access this. And I think the speed as well must really be improved of the Wi-Fi that is then provided to our people. Honourable members, whilst we support and note the allocation of 2025-2026 financial year, we believe that the department's mandate requires more in the future, because the future is far too late in catching up with the fast-growing technology. And as the ANC, we consequently endorse this budget and will continue to hold the department responsible. Somlomo, namalungu onkale ndlu, iyabulela ilali.
Siyabulela, Honourable Gentile. Honourable Dlamini, MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to members who participated in the debate. If you listen to members, all of them are raising the very same concerns that we have always as a department, but we've got a responsibility not to have excuses, to try and really, as I agree with you, Member Gentile, this department and its services should be really taken as a basic service. I agree with what Honourable Senior's points that she's raising, because where I am standing, all the speakers that have spoken, they have really raised the issues that we are faced with. But as I said, we've got this responsibility to make sure that we really roll out this the connectivity. I agree with you, Honourable Honourable Walters, about the connecting of schools. The fact of the matter is that there must be more collaboration between ourselves and the Department of Education, and we are in discussions with the MEC to see to it that we really don't leave our kids out of the new economy. I agree with all the speakers, and I want to thank them. All the speakers, the concerns, the issues they have raised, for me, they are not opposing. They are just raising issues that we really need to deal with. And with those few words, Deputy Speaker, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the honourable members in the House and to our people of Gauteng. I, Nomathemba Mokgethi, the chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the committee oversight report.
come again. Skipped just a smaller detail. Secretary, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Consideration of the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Human Settlement budget vote number 8 of Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Apologies for that, Member Mokgethi, you can continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think I've already passed my greetings to the honorable members and to our people of Gauteng. I, Nomathemba Mokgethi, the chairperson of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee, tables the committee oversight report on the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements 2025-2026 medium-term expenditure framework allocation as follows. Madam Deputy Speaker, may I request that part of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as tabled by the House. The Department's 2025-2026 financial year allocation amounts to 6 billion, of which 4.8 billion, which translates to 80%, is the Human Settlement Development Grant, abbreviated as HSDG, and 1.2 billion, which translates to 20%, is equitable share allocation. The Portfolio Committee noted that the HSDG's budget has decreased by 20% when compared to the previous financial year's allocation, while the equitable share increased by 17%. The Portfolio Committee further noted that the department received an additional budget of 332 million in the current financial year for the interim sanitation and security services, and 100 million for the settlement of legal matters linked to security services, whereas no additional allocation for similar services over the MTF period. The department's service delivery is implemented through 4 key programs and allocated the budget as follows. Program 1, Administration, 646.9 million. Program 2, Housing Needs Planning and Research, 134.6 million. Program 3, Housing Development, 5 billion. And Program 4, Housing Assets Management and Properties Management, 228.7 million. The department has 1 public entity reporting to it, being the Gauteng Partnership Fund, abbreviated as GPF, received an allocation of 1.2 billion for the year under review. The transfers to the 132 million this financial year for interim sanitation and security services. However, the concern remains about whether this amount will be sufficiently spent. On the proposed recommendations, the department should provide responses to the following as raised by the 29th of August 2025. The department should submit quarterly monitoring and evaluation reports detailing progress on the achievement of planned targets and the utilization of allocated budgets on approved projects. The department is required to provide a clear explanation for the absence of budget allocation under Program 4, Economic Classification. The department must present a comprehensive plan outlining how it intends to address the issues of invaded projects. This should include whether any budget has been allocated for the eviction process, the current status and the intended support for the rightful beneficiaries, and an update on progress made in removing the illegal occupants. And the last recommendation, Honorable Speaker, the department should submit a breakdown report detailing how the 332 million additional funding will be allocated across interim sanitation and security services initiatives. On acknowledgement, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, MEC Tasmin Motara, the HOD of the department, Ms. Puleng Khadebe Mabaso, and her team. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on the Human Settlement, Mr. G. Schneeman, Ms. V. Gentile, Mr. M. Shirota, Mr. E. Duplessis, Mr. A. Fuchs, Ms. L. Masilela, Ms. E. Murray, Ms. R. L. Abrahams, and Mr. B. Mahlabe, and Ms. N. E. Leso. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation for the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Committee Coordinator Ms. Z. Mbanjwambalo, Senior Researcher Ms. S. Nenweli, Committee Researcher Ms. A. Kwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator Ms. J. Muteke, Committee Administrator Ms. N. Nzimakwe, Committee Intern Ms. A. Mjaka, Service Officer Ms. P. Klimba, Hansard Recorder Mr. Nkanyiso Mbonani, Senior Information Officer Mr. Lebogang Ngube, Media Officer Ms. Z. Mzweni, and Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the Oversight Report on Budget Vote 8 of the Department of Human Settlements for the 2025-2026 financial year for adoption, considering the proposed recommendations made in the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Feti. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Deputy Speaker, I rise to second the report.
Now I recognize those who want to support or are in favour. Say yes.
Yes.
Those who are not in favour, say no. The yes have it. Thank you, Secretary. Next order, please.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Budget speech and debate on the details of the Department of Human Settlement budget vote number 8 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004 of 2025 for the 2025-2026 financial year. Thank you.
Ms. Mutara.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Honourable Premier, Honourable Members of the Executive Council, HOD and Senior Management of the Department, Executive and Non-Executive Management of the GPF, Members of the Board of the GPF, Members of the media, distinguished guests, fellow residents of Gauteng. It is an honour to table the budget vote for the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements for the 2025-26 financial year, a year that coincides with the 70th anniversary of the Freedom Charter, a living document that continues to guide our struggle for justice, dignity, and inclusive development. As the Freedom Charter boldly declared in Kliptown in 1955, and I quote, "There shall be houses, security, and comfort for all," close quote, this clause was not just a dream, it was a demand, a blueprint for a democratic society built on equality and redress. 7 decades later, this vision remains urgent. We do so at a time when the clarion call for inclusive development, accelerated service delivery, and accountable governance is louder than ever. A growing population and rising demand for housing, but also at a time of renewed momentum marked by improved governance, focused delivery, and strategic reform. Our task is not only to respond, but to lead. It is a responsibility that extends beyond the building of structures. It is about delivering dignity, ownership, and security of tenure to our people. To shape human settlements policy and delivery that reaffirms the constitutional promise of Section 26, which states that everyone has the right to have access to adequate housing, and to act on this promise with urgency, integrity, and innovation. As we reflect on our task, I'm reminded of the words of Frantz Fanon, who said, and I quote, "Each generation must, out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it," close quote. Today, our generation must fulfill the promise of the Freedom Charter, the Constitution, and the hopes of every South African still waiting for a place to call home. The budget we present today is not just a financial instrument. It is a moral commitment. It is our blueprint for unlocking the dignity, security, and opportunity that comes with a home in a country that's still scarred by spatial injustice and economic exclusion. As a department, our work sits at the intersection of infrastructure and inclusion, of governance and hope. This budget is firmly anchored in the Gauteng Medium-Term Development Plan, which outlines 3 key strategic priorities, namely inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty and the cost of living, building a capable, ethical and developmental state. We are not merely delivering houses, we are building integrated, sustainable human settlements, places where communities can grow, thrive and participate meaningfully in the provincial economy. Honourable members, as we take stock of our institutional journey, we hold close the words of Joe Slovo, the former Minister of Housing in post-apartheid South Africa, who said, "The struggle for shelter is not simply the struggle for bricks and mortar. It is the struggle for dignity, for belonging, for the space in which our people can live lives of value." Close quote. This philosophy anchors our reform, our turnaround and our relentless pursuit of a department that works and works for the people. In my first full year in office, we have prioritized institutional reform and credible delivery. The department has maintained an unqualified audit, resolved 74% of prior findings, ensured 100% of invoices are paid within 30 days, and strengthened intergovernmental coordination through the district development model. Allow me to take this opportunity to formally congratulate Ms. Pulenga Debe Mabaso on her appointment as the head of the Department for Human Settlements in Gauteng. We wish her well in this critical role, which comes at a pivotal time for the department. Her appointment brings with it a renewed sense of direction and stability, and we are confident that her experience, integrity and leadership will go a long way in providing the much-needed administrative backbone to drive the department's service delivery agenda. As we continue to build sustainable, integrated human settlements, her leadership will be instrumental in aligning operations with policy and in restoring public confidence in our work. Our six-pillar turnaround strategy, covering governance, financial controls, digitization, GIS planning, stakeholder engagement and internal capacity, has enabled us to rebuild trust, accelerate processes and become a more agile instrument of development. The total budget for the 2025-26 financial year is 6,061 million rand, 1.235 billion from the provincial equitable share and 4.8 billion from conditional grants. An additional 332 million has been allocated for sanitation services in formal settlements, as well as 100 million towards securing land and structures in areas identified as part of the Gauteng 13 by the Premier in the State of the Province address. These investments are crucial in tackling illegal land occupation, mitigating service delivery strain, and affirming our commitment to spatial justice. Over the MTF, the budget declines to 5.5 billion rand, a call to sharpen grant absorption, improve procurement efficiency, and ensure that every rand delivers impact. Honourable members, to give practical effect to our developmental agenda and the constitutional mandate of adequate housing for all, the department's budget is implemented through 4 strategic programs, each with distinct objectives, budget allocations, and performance targets designed to drive delivery, improve governance, and transform the spatial landscape of Gauteng. Program 1, Administration, 646.9 million rand is allocated, which will focus on enabling systems, compliance, financial controls and procurement that favours township businesses, women, youth, military veterans and persons with disabilities. For Programme 2, which is Housing Needs, Research and Planning, we have allocated 134.6 million. This to support the Rapid Land Release Programme, updated project pipelines, 2 research reports and 33% investment in priority development areas. Programme 3, which is Housing Development, will receive 5,050 million rand, which will deliver 7,503 BNG housing units, 31 service sites, 4,982 engineering services, 200 hectares of land, hostel upgrades and informal settlement upgrade. It also creates 2,579 EPWP work opportunities, as well as 750 skilled jobs. And Programme 4, which is the Housing Assets and Property Management, has been allocated 228.7 million rand, which is to drive the registration of 8,623 title deeds, the transfer of flats to municipalities, and 70% resolution of all rental housing disputes. Let us be clear, housing delivery is not a numbers game. It is about lives, hopes, and the restoration of dignity. Let me take you to Drogehevel, where a grandmother named Mama Maria, who waited over 15 years for a house, finally received the keys to a dignified home. As she stepped into her new living room, tears in her eyes, she said, "Thank you. I now live in my house with my grandson. I no longer fear water leaks." This is not merely a story of shelter. It is a story of dignity restored, a reminder that behind every unit delivered is a human being whose life has been transformed. In informal settlements, we've relocated 518 households and serviced 9 settlements. In Beckersdale, we exceeded our sewer upgrade target, laying 14.1 kilometres and connecting 900 homes to water. Our hostel redevelopment program now includes upgrades at George Koch, Denver, JP, MBA, Marian Robertson, LTA, Ritabile, and intervention that speaks to the dignity of communal living. The department has also prioritized 5 municipal-owned hostels, those being Mamelodi Hostel in Tshwane, Setoga Hostel in Nekuruleni, Jabulani Hostel in Joburg, Ratanda Hostel in Lesedi, and Kagiso Hostel in Mogale City. We have allocated 39 million rand to register 8,623 title deeds, but this remains one of our toughest battles, impeded by illegal occupation, municipal delays, and pre-1994 disputes. Still, we persist, because a title deed is a declaration that this land belongs to you. We are transferring flats and service stands to municipalities, including 5 complexes and 703 stands to Johannesburg. With urgency, we call on municipalities to finalize the acceptance of these devolved assets. Our programs have created nearly 30,000 work opportunities through EPWP, and we continue to prioritize women, youth, military veterans, and persons living with disabilities, not as afterthoughts, but as integral partners in human settlements delivery. We draw from the wisdom of Prof. Thuli Madonsela, who once said, and I quote, "Justice is not an abstract ideal, it is what love looks like in public," close quote. Through fair land allocation, accessible services, and transparent subsidy enrollment, we show love, we advance justice. Let me close by affirming that Africa has always been a continent of builders, thinkers, and visionary. As Cheikh Anta Diop once wrote, and I quote, "When we say that the ancestors of the blacks were the first to invent mathematics, astronomy, the calendar, sciences in general, that they built the immense temple of Karnak and sculpted the first colossal statues, we are merely expressing the plain, unvarnished truth that no one today can refute," close quote. This is our inheritance, not just the pyramids or temples, but the audacity to build the future. Let us honor it, not with nostalgia, but with work. Let us not falter in the face of difficulty, nor seek comfort in empty rhetoric. This budget is a declaration that we are not claiming easy victories. We are building hard-won progress, one brick, one title deed, one dignified home at a time. In Gauteng, dignity is not postponed, housing is not negotiable, and hope is not an illusion. I hereby, Madam Deputy Speaker, table the 2025-26 budget vote for the Department of Human Settlements. Thank you. Nyabo.
Thank you, Honourable Sirota.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, each year during the budget debate, there is an assessment of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements performance. The budget must align with the annual performance plan and the turnaround strategy. An evaluation of the implementation of these strategies, the accuracy of target setting, and the effectiveness of intergovernmental relations between national and local governments is examined. There is also a review of the monitoring and spending of the 3 development grants. Unfortunately, the department has failed in all these areas. A huge concern remains the failure to spend monies allocated to the department, which will return to the National Treasury. In the current financial year, amount of 450 million has been returned to the National Treasury. The report recently released by the Premier regarding the abuse of state resources, irregular and unauthorised expenditure, theft, procurement irregularities, ghost employees, fraud and corruption in the Gauteng administration is of major concern. There appears to be 2 issues of malfeasance relating to and regarding the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. The outcome of these investigations will be closely scrutinised, as the delays have a significant impact on service delivery. The Department of Human Settlements has further to deliver on the following respects. Target setting and targets achieved remain unsatisfactory. No solution has been found to diminish the title deed backlog. The difficulties regarding the inability to reduce the number of abandoned and incomplete projects remains unresolved. There is a lack of cooperation between the provincial and metro housing departments, which together with poor planning and insufficient operational accountability is preventing the completion of metro projects. The practice of metros to divert essential funding for bulk services is a further obstacle in the completion of these projects. The hostel redevelopment plan continues to stumble along with little or no upgrading or maintenance visible. Both the Rapid Land Release Programme and the FLIS initiative have failed to provide the opportunities promised. The fact that the report by the Special Investigations Unit states that 37% of officials in the administration have not passed lifestyle audits, raises the question as to whether these officials are qualified and able to perform their tasks. Further areas of concern remain the allegations of maladministration, fraud and corruption in the Alexandra Renewal Project in Johannesburg. This multi-billion rand initiative remains mired in controversy due to missing funds and a long delay in its completion. The department has now taken control of the project. Will any progress be made? The lack of progress in both the Montrose mega project in Randfontein and the Mooikloof Smart City project in Swanee, both of which are considered strategic projects, is concerning. The lack of sustainable planning and effective implementation strategies is delaying the essential delivery of housing to our residents. The extended delay in the rollout of the 200 million tender, which was awarded for the repair of Lillian Ngoyi Street in downtown Johannesburg following an underground explosion 2 years ago, leaves the inner city of Johannesburg derelict and abandoned. On inspection, it is noted that very little progress has been made. A new contractor has now been appointed to complete the work. The likelihood of recovery of wasted funds remains remote. Is it not now time and appropriate for the Premier to intervene in this incompetence and non-compliance? Deputy Speaker, it is clear from the challenges I have highlighted that in this department effective operational and political accountability do not exist. The failure by the Premier and the consecutive MECs of human settlements to deal with deep systemic underperformance within the department places the livelihoods of many of our citizens under threat. With all these concerns, the DA cannot support this budget. A DA-led provincial government would hold those derailing housing projects accountable, implement a centralised performance management system, conduct a skills audit, accelerate incomplete mega projects and housing projects, professionalise title deeds delivery, rehabilitate inner city decay, roll out the hostel redevelopment plan and ensure effective spending and financial compliance. The DA will continue to apply pressure on the department and its MEC to take immediate corrective measures to ensure that this department fulfills its constitutional mandate. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Sota. Member Abrams.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bijna 130 jaar, Madam Speaker, is hoe lang dit gaan neem om die huidige behuisingsagterstand in Gauteng op te los. Madam Speaker, the rate of which this government is resolving this housing crisis demonstrates a lack of political will from both the National Department and the provincial government to provide housing to the people of Gauteng. Even the MEC herself admitted there is simply no money to eradicate the Gauteng housing backlog, that the amount of money needed to eradicate the backlog is far more than the budget of national human settlements. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that the budget tabled before us is a classic tale of a government that has forgotten its mandate to the people and for the people to be occupied, and the cries of the people has been put in second. These are merely high-level presentations which are not addressing the reality on the ground or speaking to the livelihoods and realities of people who are members of this legislature to fight for our people. We seem to have forgotten that what it is of the heart of its human dignity, providing families with hope, livable, decent human settlements, not with pit toilets. And it must be for humane usage. Our people are living in pain, our people are suffering. Madam Speaker, we are once more here to remind the department that behind all these lying figures and stats within these reports, there are real people suffering on the ground. There are people who have been on the wait list for RDP houses for over 30 years. Families who have never enjoyed a decent quality of living. And it's all due to the inability of this department and the government of houses that need to be provided for our communities. The question that I must ask here, Madam Speaker, is how will 1.2 billion
equitable share and coordinational grants of 4.8 billion in constitutionally change the lives of those in desperate needs of housing, starting from Zierbekom. Madam Speaker, from the same human settlement, development grant mega housing projects are set to receive the biggest share of 4 billion. Grant amounting to 1 billion, yet most of these mega housing projects stand as distant dreams. The 11 billion Montrose mega housing project, which reached like a crime scene, because it is a crime scene there, and it has so far produced a merely 173 units, with a huge amount of budget that was allocated. Most of these mega housing projects often end up being prone to hijacking and delays by construction syndicates, which are entertained by this government as well as by this department. There is also urban sprawl through shacks and informal settlements, and the urgent need to formalize informal settlements. Despite all of these, we see a reduction of almost 137 million for the informal settlement upgrading grant. Wanneer huise slegs op papier bestaan, maar mense nog steeds in sinkhuise en modderhuise woon, dan het die droom van waardige behuising verander in 'n belofte van hierdie government en hierdie staat wat leë beloftes maak. Swak dienslewering steel nie net die struktuur nie, maar dit steel hoop, veiligheid en dit ontneem mense van menswaardigheid. I thank you, Speaker.
Baie dankie, Honorable Abrahams. Honorable Mulder.
Agbare adjunct Speaker, baie dankie. The state of human settlements is indeed a shrinking lifeline. The Gauteng Department of Human Settlements has been allocated 6.061 billion rand. On the surface, this sounds substantial. However, a deeper look reveals a 20% decrease in human settlements and development grants, the very lifeline for housing delivery. Agbare voorsitter van voorsitters, imagine trying to build more homes with fewer bricks. This reduction, coupled with an alarming 88% cut in capital assessment payments, signals a drastic slowdown in the ability to invest in new infrastructure and land. We also noted the concerning lack of a sustainable plan for bulk infrastructure funding. We're building houses but without water, electricity and sanitation. They remain incomplete shells. This is not only a waste of public funds, but a profound betrayal of our people's trust. House Chair, furthermore, issues like unlawfully occupied projects, severe delays in title deeds, and allegations of corruption in houses and housing allocations continue to plague the department, and approved subsidies with no houses. The report before us paints a stark picture. Our provincial government is also facing significant fiscal constraints with project negative cash balances. This means that we cannot simply throw more money at the problem. We must demand unwavering accountability, unprecedented efficiency, and radical collaboration. We need concrete, measurable plans from the department that directly address the immediate and sustainable provision of bulk infrastructure, aggressive strategies to combat corruption and ensure transparent housing allocations, meaningful and enforcement support for municipal financial recovery and good governance. This is a decisive approach to completing block projects and tackling illegal occupations. The citizens of Gauteng deserve better. They deserve a government that can deliver on its promises for decent housing and functional local services. Thank you, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Thank you, Honourable Members.
Thank you, Honourable Mulder. I call upon Honourable E. More. You are virtual. Thank you so much. Honourable More, you are. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Today we address budget vote for human settlement with clarity, urgency, and a firm commitment to justice. The department continues to face systemic shortcomings. Financially, it has struggled to meet planned targets with a 20% reduction in the Human Settlement Development Grant and a staggering 88% decline in payments for capital assets. These budget cuts will undoubtedly weaken service delivery and delay multi-year housing projects meant for the most vulnerable. Despite receiving 332 million for interim sanitation and security, there is no allocation for these services beyond this year. This raises serious questions about the sustainability of basic support to informal settlements. Meanwhile, critical programs, including the delivery of title deeds, remain paralyzed. Communities report approved subsidies where nothing happens. Shockingly, applicants from 1996 are still waiting, while those who applied in 2000 have received houses. This failure in prioritization must be rectified urgently. The department is also silent on cross-cutting empowerment goals. Your youth, women, and people with disabilities continue to be excluded from procurement opportunities despite repeated commitments. Mega projects like Green Hills still incomplete due to lack of bulk infrastructure and electricity. What good are these houses if they cannot be allocated? But the most urgent issue lies in project delays. You've got 14 years, 18 years, and accountability. Action SA is calling for an RDP housing audit conducted in collaboration with stakeholders to determine whether allocated beneficiaries are actually residing in their homes, especially within the 7 years restriction period that prohibits reselling. Too many rightful owners are displaced, while wrongful people occupy homes in some cases due to deliberate misallocation by officials. This audit will provide clarity, uphold fairness, and restore integrity to the housing process. Furthermore, unlawful occupants persist with little reporting or action. Communities continue living in incomplete homes since 2006 without ownership and without dignity. Honorable Chair of Chairs, this department's silence is not neutral, it is destructive. As Action SA, we demand urgent funding for audits and investigations into beneficiary lists and housing allocation, immediate planning for infrastructure and service stands, targeted empowerment of youth, women, and persons with disabilities, and a full-scale review of invaded projects and unoccupied mega development sites.
Thank you, Honourable More. Your time is up.
Not as a placeholder, but
Your
as an
time is up, Honourable More.
equity,
Thank you very much.
and delivery. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Thank you so much. Honourable Duplessis. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Chairs. Today we are debating yet another budget from the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements. It's another year filled with recycled promises, and once again we see little progress in terms of delivery. As the Democratic Alliance in Gauteng, we cannot and will not support a budget that continues to allocate billions to a broken system without addressing the fundamental issues at its core. The department's 25-26 budget of over 6 billion appears impressive on paper, but the lived reality of Gauteng's residents paints a hugely different picture. Informal settlements are mushrooming, completed houses are left unallocated, and title deeds are still being held hostage by an incapable state. Many of our mega developments cannot be occupied due to the lack of bulk infrastructure. Speaker, let us call it what it is, a housing crisis born out of decades of ANC mismanagement and fundamental lack of political will. Projects like Daggafontein, Savannah City and Elijah Bugai continue to suffer from delays, mismanagement and cost overruns. We also have the Montrose mega development, which stands as a prime example of bad management and governance. Where are the consequences for contractors who do not deliver? Where is the accountability for project managers who allow deadlines to pass without communities to suffer? The department boasts about upgrading informal settlements, yet residents in places like Diepsloot, Ivory Park and Tembisa see no visible change. Over 1.5 billion has been allocated for upgrades, but there is no clear project pipeline, no timelines, and certainly no trust left in the department's ability to implement. Without accountability and concrete action, we question the future of these initiatives. We must also question the department's failure to address the affordable rental market, especially in urban centres. As urbanisation accelerates and land becomes increasingly scarce, a 21st century government must provide contemporary housing solutions that break free from outdated models such as RDP or large-scale developments that often foster dependency rather than offer dignity. Let us be clear, housing is not about infrastructure, it's about opportunity, safety and restoring dignity. This department continues to fail the people of Gauteng, especially the poor, by wasting money, recycling promises and refusing to innovate. I must add that what we saw at the new AfriVillage development in Randfontein does pose a ray of light in the dark. The DA has a proven track record in the Western Cape and other DA-led municipalities that where we govern, we deliver. We allocate transparently, spend responsibly and build sustainably. We believe that housing must empower citizens, not entrench corruption and inefficiency. This budget may have the right words, but has no right action. Until this department is willing to clean its house literally and politically, we cannot in good conscience support this flawed and failing budget. The people of Gauteng deserves better, and the DA is ready and capable of delivering it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Du Plessis. I call upon Honourable Sneeman.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I must just say at the start, before I continue, that I'm quite surprised at the inputs of Member Sorota and Member Du Plessis. But at the same time, I'm not surprised, because in the Portfolio Committee, they speak a very different language. But when they're here and they have their bosses listening to them, they come with a totally different tune. And I find it extremely disappointing. But I thought I should just raise that. But Chair of Chairs, the Premier, in absentia, MECs present, honourable members and guests in the gallery, particularly the guests from the Zone 10 PCO and the Germiston PCO who are here today. 70 years ago, men and women from various sectors and from across the country gathered under extremely difficult conditions at Kliptown, here in Gauteng, on the 26th of June 1955, as part of the Congress of the People, where they adopted the Freedom Charter. It was a landmark moment in the fight against apartheid. The Freedom Charter became a powerful symbol of resistance against apartheid, inspiring generations of activists and serving as a blueprint for a future non-racial South Africa. The principles of the Freedom Charter influenced the country's first democratic constitution and continues to serve as a guide to the country's democratic development. The Freedom Charter's vision of social and economic justice remains relevant in addressing the ongoing inequalities and challenges which face our country. It's important to remind ourselves of the clause that says there shall be houses, security and comfort. And it goes on in the Freedom Charter to say the following: all people shall have the right to live where they choose, be decently housed, and to bring up their families in comfort and security. Unused housing space to be made available to the people. Rent shall be lowered, slums shall be demolished, and new suburbs built where all have transport, roads, lighting, playing fields, creches, and social centres. Fenced locations and ghettos shall be abolished, and laws which break up families shall be repealed. Here in Gauteng, since the advent of democracy in 1994, through the annual budgets of the Department of Human Settlements, the clauses of the Freedom Charter have become a lived experience for thousands of beneficiaries of the various housing programs, which include houses, social housing, student accommodation, mega developments, rapid land release, housing for military veterans, amongst others. And let me just state very clearly, as the African National Congress, we are under no false illusion. Whilst we agree much has been done, we also agree that we still have a road to travel and we still have a lot more to do. The ANC committed in its election manifesto of 2024 to build more houses and provide basic services to all, and will achieve this through the following: continuing to build subsidised housing for vulnerable groups, increased land availability in new economic centres, for youth, military veterans and seniors, upgrading informal settlements and providing basic services, strengthening regulation of rental prices and protecting consumers, increasing bulk infrastructure, expanding sanitation access through alternative technologies, managing rapid urbanisation through a sustainable model of compact, connected cities and towns, urban and rural areas, including the development of new cities and towns, and installing solar geysers in working class and poor households to support job creation and local manufacturing. The budget of the Department of Human Settlements for this current financial year stands at just over $6 billion, and the Department also received an additional allocation of $323 million for interim sanitation and an amount of $100 million for the settlement of legal matters linked to security services. The ANC welcomes the following key targets which will be covered by this year's budget, and that's the redevelopment of hostels, which includes the 6 provincial-owned hostels and other hostels which the MEC mentioned earlier. The upgrading of the informal settlements program is welcomed, but it needs to move at a faster pace and result in tangible changes in the living conditions in many informal settlements in our province. Of particular concern is the ongoing expansion and mushrooming of new informal settlements, and urgent strategies need to be developed and implemented so as to prevent the development of new informal settlements. And those who encourage land invasions must be dealt with harshly. In the 2 constituencies where I'm deployed, in Zone 10, Katlehong and Germiston, there are a total of 23 informal settlements, and I will be submitting a letter to the MEC listing those informal settlements and asking if consideration could be given to upgrading the conditions in some of those informal settlements. And I will also include Zandspruit in Johannesburg as well. The work of the Gauteng Partnership Fund in the implementation of alternative forms of sanitation is welcomed, but would need to be expanded across the province. The illegal electricity connections in informal settlements is a major problem and a major danger and a health hazard to many residents. And would want to ask the department to really look and consider the use of solar power, similar to what's been done in Alex and one of the informal areas there, which would probably solve a lot of the solutions and problems that we're having with illegal connections. The planned 7,503 housing units to be completed is welcomed, and the department needs to take urgent steps, or take steps, should I say, to complete more than this number. And if we can do more than that, I think we'd be going a long way in reaching our targets going down the road. The target to register 8,623 title deeds will go a long way to ensuring that beneficiaries have full title and proof of ownership. Backlogs in handing over title deeds need to be reduced, and the time frame by when a title deed is handed to a beneficiary also needs to be reduced. Of concern is the decrease in the budget from this year until next year, and we'd really want to ask the department to look at how it could minimise any negative impact ahead of time. The department is encouraged to explore the possibility of raising additional funding that would help to speed up the housing delivery program here in Gauteng and also reduce the backlog. Currently, the department's mega development programs are planned over a 10-year period per development, and we'd really want to ask the department to consider how it could reduce that period and how it could complete these mega developments in a shorter period of time. The quality of construction that we have been witnessing in Gauteng has reached levels of quality that must be welcomed and which we can be proud of, and developers must also be applauded. However, the NHBRC must not relax in the role they play in ensuring that quality housing is delivered. The housing program now sees solar geysers being installed, and more recently, the introduction of a solar pack consisting of a solar panel and battery pack is also being installed. Both of these interventions are welcomed and will go a long way to helping households to reduce monthly expenses and also decrease their use of electricity. And we want to encourage those beneficiaries who receive these geysers and solar packs to really look after that infrastructure. During the Portfolio Committee oversights to housing developments, a noticeable challenge has been in the provision of social amenities such as schools, playing fields, community halls, clinics, etc. And on this note, there's a need for improved interdepartmental planning, budgeting and coordination to ensure that the necessary social amenities are provided as human settlements are being developed. The department needs to also focus on completing all blocked and abandoned housing projects, and I understand that there is a plan in place to deal with that, and that we would welcome. And where the role of municipalities is required to complete such projects, we urge municipalities to work together with the department. The progress towards completing the Dr. Sefalaru project in Hepworth in the West Rand will provide beneficiaries in that area with much-needed accommodation and will play an important role in reducing the number of blocked or abandoned projects. The provision of security at blocked or abandoned projects has proven to be a challenge, particularly where a property owner has made their land available for housing developments. And we would ask the department to explore all possible avenues and possibilities that would enable security to be provided whether the land is privately owned or not. The protection of housing infrastructure, which has been funded through the fiscus, must be protected against invasion and vandalism. We also, and then the role of the Gauteng Partnership Fund in the provision of student accommodation, social housing, the Entrepreneur Empowerment Programme, rental housing, mega projects, and the Upgrading Informal Settlement Programme and the Rapid Land Release Programme, amongst others, is making an important difference to those in Gauteng who need those housing opportunities the most. We urge the department to continue implementing the turnaround strategy implemented during the 6th administration and which has and which will continue to play a role in helping to improve the performance of the department. The ANC supports the Human Settlements budget vote, which is implementing the ANC's manifesto commitments and also translating the Freedom Charter into a lived experience for beneficiaries of the Human Settlements Housing Programme. The department's budget also includes implementation of the 13 priority areas as announced by the Premier in the State of the Province address. And I just need to say this on behalf of the African National Congress in the Portfolio Committee. We appreciate the role played by all officials in the Department of Human Settlements in carrying out and implementing the mandate of the department together with the leadership of the MEC. And I just want to say that to Member Abrams, it's not true that all mega settlements are being developed, invaded, should I say. There are one or two where it's happened, but it's not true that the majority have been invaded or vandalized. And I don't think we must come and mislead people. My last point I want to say to the Freedom Front
Your
Plus,
time is up, Honourable
I think we would
Sneeman.
welcome you joining the Human Settlements Committee so that you can learn more about
Your time
human
is up,
settlements
Honourable
and make
Sneeman.
valuable interventions as well. I
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable. May I call upon the MEC Montara, if you would reply to the debate, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Let me thank members for participating in the debate and for all the commentary, but I think there's been a lot of misleading statements which I'd like to correct, Chair of Chairs. Member Shirota, we are dealing with the previous financial. You made an assertion of having lost money. That was for the previous financial year, not the current. You stated it as if it is the current financial year. We lost the funds to national human settlements that reallocated to other provinces. Another province that lost funds was also Western Cape, but I didn't hear you speak about them. I'm not sure if we are debating the annual report or the 2025-26 financial year budget. A member of your years of experience should know the difference. You are all over. You speak about lifestyle audits. You're making broad statements that are not relevant to the department specifically. I think it's good to make political statements and sound bites, but they don't help in the debate that we're dealing with today. You spoke about Lillian Ngoyi. It's a city project. It's a city street. I don't know how the Department of Human Settlements gets involved in that project. Maybe if you have a creative way, you can maybe explain and help to understand. But I think maybe you want to be a councillor for City of Joburg. The election is next year. On that note, the mayor of Rand West is here in the gallery, and he says the comments that you made, he'd like to see you outside just so that he can clarify them. But I sympathize with you fully. You are in a very difficult position. You can't stand and commend the department for the actual work it's doing, the actual work we are rolling out on the ground. You were also disappointed with the progress you yourself saw on site at Helderwyk, at Every Village less than 2 weeks ago. At least, Member Du Plessis, you referred to it as a ray of light. So you are erring on the side of caution. Member Shirota, you just didn't speak about anything that the department is doing. Member Abrams, yes, the funding is not adequate to tackle the backlog, but are you saying that the 8,000 who will get houses don't matter? Are you also saying that we must not build any if we're not going to build everything? Because your statement seems to suggest that since we don't have money to just deal with the backlog and build all the houses, just don't build any at all. Maar ek is baie bekommerd dat jy hier vandag kan staan en jou gedra asof jy nie weet waar die baie informele nedersettings van of kom nie. Dit is jou eie organisasie wat mense aanmoedig om hierdie strukture op te sit. Dit is jou eie organisasie wat bly is dat mense in onvoldoende areas woon. Is die EFF. Member Du Plessis, you
Honourable
and
members,
I will
honourable
never
members,
agree.
Let the MEC reply, please.
Ek het baie goed gehoor, maar jy moet jou eie CIC gaan vra hoekom ons hierdie baie informele aansetterings het. Member Du Plessis.
Honourable Montaro.
Member Du Plessis.
MEC. Wait.
Member Du Plessis.
MEC. Can I? Honourable Abrams. Honourable Abrams. Can you please conduct yourself properly? When you spoke, nobody interrupted. Go ahead, please, MEC.
Member Du Plessis, you and I will never agree on what dignity looks and feels like. Dignity to someone who never had a possibility of owning property, except through what you refer to as dependency, is an insult to so many property owners we have today, thanks to the very aggressive service delivery program called Human Settlements. Member More, the reduction of the grant in the outer years is due to budget constraints outlined by the Minister of Finance when he tabled the fiscal framework. It has nothing to do with poor planning by the department or project readiness, as you alluded to. I want to thank all the members who participated in the debate for the budget of 25-26, the members who debated everything else. I think the correct platform will still come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC Montaro. Secretary, can you read the 9th order, please?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Consideration of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill for G004-2025 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Can I ask Honourable Letswalo? He is online. Can you present your committee report, please? Honourable Letswalo? Honourable Letswalo? Chief Whip, where is Honourable Letswalo? Honourable Letswalo? Maybe we can skip the report, Secretary. Can we? Can you read the 10th order, please? Thank you. Is that okay, MEC? We'll get to the debate. Hold on, please, MEC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Order 10, Budget Speech and Debate on the Detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill, G004-2025, for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honourable Relaoko, can you please present your budget speech, ma'am? Your mic, Honourable MEC. Thank you.
This year we mark the 70th anniversary of Freedom Charter. Sorry, Chair, my apology. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, Chairperson of Committees and Deputy Chair, Honourable Premier, Chief Whip, members of the Executive Council, honorable members of the House, residents of Gauteng, distinguished guests, members of the media. Allow me to start with this quote, Honorable Chair. Open quote, I left the hospital feeling that this is an island of excellence, which is being drowned by negativity of our national conversations and is a prime example of what NHI can, should, and shall be, close quote. Honorable Chair of Chairs, these are not my words. They are the words of Matata Tsedu, a respected veteran journalist and a renowned South African commentator, as published in the latest column in the Sunday Times newspaper on Sunday, 13th of July, 2025. His words remind us that beyond the noise, there is quite a revolution of healing, and Steve Biko Academic Hospital is but one of those of many standout facilities. Today in the gallery, we have special guests who bear the testimony of Mr. Matsedu's observation. They are living proof of the vision declared in Kliptown in 1955 and is alive and strong today. This year marked the 70th anniversary of Freedom Charter, adopted in 1955 in Kliptown. In that historic document, our people declared boldly, open quote, free medical care and hospitalization shall be provided for all, with special care for mothers and young children, close quote. This was not a mere distant dream. It was a promise of a healthcare system that is accessible, healthcare system that is dignified, healthcare system that is equitable. Today, through this budget, we reaffirm that promise. This 67 billion budget we are tabling is not a miracle cure. It is a commitment to extend hope and to restore trust. It is our affirmation that healthcare is a right, not a privilege. Ladies and gentlemen, our commitment is measured in lives saved, faith restored, and dignity upheld. In the past year, we opened and refurbished several facilities, including machinery focusing on mental health wards, neonatal wards, theatres, accident and emergency units, medical supply depot, and laundries. These include Eden Vale Regional Hospital Wellness Center, Bethakwa Clinical Forensic Medical Services, Westbury MOU, Sipelo Clinic, Helen Joseph Emergency Department, laundry machines at Dr. George Mukari, Masakane, and many others. These upgrades create healing space, ease overcrowding, and respect both patients and staff. For maintenance and capital projects for our infrastructure program, we have an allocation of 1.7 billion, which is health facility revitalization, grant, and equitable share in this year, which is 2025-2026 financial year. Out of this 100 million has been ring-fenced to support our recapitalization program, specifically for laundry, services, and theatres. Already, theatre refurbishment are at an advanced stage at Carltonville and Bekimlangeni hospitals. We are moving forward with key projects such as Davidson New Hospital, Stekfontein Psych Hospital with 287 new mental health beds, and the transition of Johan Haynes Community Health Center into District Hospital to meet the needs of the community of Sidibeng. We are encouraged by further commitments made by Minister Dr. Mtswaledi in his budget speech relating to infrastructure upgrades in Gauteng. This will accelerate our progress and strengthen our entire provincial healthcare system. Our digitization journey is taking shape. Already 800,000 files have been digitized at Krisani Baragwanath Academic Hospital, which is a pilot project. Now we are scaling up and cater for 36 other hospitals. Importantly, this digitization initiative is a catalyst for skills transfer to 100 young people from local communities, bridging both economic opportunities and community ownership in the heart of the system reform. We reaffirm that dignity in healthcare does not end with life. It extends to the departed and their families. Through our forensic pathology services, we will introduce biometric body tagging and fingerprint integration for real-time traceability from scene to facility release. 2 multifunctional Lodox machines for medical use in trauma and forensic pathology centers will be procured. This will enable non-invasive forensic diagnostic and to support administrative justice, including providing closure to families as they will be able to know the cause of death, which is key in expediting estate division. 14 million then is budgeted to secure this equipment. As O.R. Tambo said, a nation that does not value its youth and children does not deserve its future, close quote. We have prioritized then 38.4 billion for primary health care, focusing on maternal and child health. The investment affirms our collective intent to deliver respectful maternity and child care, and this will help to eliminate preventable maternal and perinatal mortality. We are removing the fear of labor and loss in newborn care, exemplified by our refurbished 13-bed unit with 10 standard beds and 3 isolation spaces opened at Heidelberg District Hospital Maternity Unit. This provides individualization birth rooms that allow mothers the privacy, dignity, and comfort of a birth companion, and be it a partner, family member, or a trusted friend. So, Nancy private, Payana Makela. This proactive investment in child wellness has seen us deploy 14 school health mobile units, allowing us to reach 188,000 learners and deworm over 946 learners. Furthermore, TT vaccinations and cervical cancer prevention interventions have improved across age cohort, with 88% of eligible girls being vaccinated. We are expanding maternal health access with 481 million in this year, which is 2025-26 financial year, and 1.4 billion over the MTF. In the previous financial year, the department awarded a contract of 2 service providers for long-term care, increased the total capacity of an additional 400 beds to 1,930, and it has helped to decongest acute mental health ward beds in general hospitals, giving the growing demand for mental health care services. The occupational therapy department has been renovated at Tara Hospital, strengthening psychosocial rehabilitation of children and adults. New services include a play therapy area for children, a boxing sport offered for adolescents, a food garden quarter that has been introduced to aid mental health care users in gaining therapeutic skills and post-discharge purpose, affirming our belief again that recovery must be holistic. Our wellness program aimed at mobilizing communities to adopt healthy lifestyles continue to have a wider impact. We reached 291,000 residents at 108 underserved areas. Additionally, 16 mobile units reached 1.4 million people with various services including TB, HIV, immunization, Mpox, and diabetes, including hypertension. The Corner to Corner program empowered 2.5 million young people to embrace healthy habits. Madam Chair of Chairs, charity begins at home. In our midst is, amongst us is Ms. Ntombi Monkwe, our employee from the Ekurhuleni District Health Services. She embodies the hashtag Asibe Healthy GP spirit. She battled with hypertension, leading her to choose healthier path in her journey to shed 49 kg from 127 kg. Not only did she regain her health, but her confidence also improved. She reminds us that prevention is possible and lifestyle changes can save their lives. The department provides again a full spectrum of cancer treatment services, spanning surgical, medical, and radiology oncology. To accelerate access to radiation oncology, particularly for patients requiring treatment for prostate and breast cancer, we introduced a strategic partnership with private service providers. Through this initiative, 590 patients are currently receiving radiation oncology care in private facilities, and 1,706 patients have already completed their treatment across both public and private institutions. Honorable members, Mr. Sidney Tswai from Soweto, one of the beneficiaries of this program, described the care that he received as compassionate and professional, with staff who went an extra mile. His story is a reminder that partnership can deliver real hope. He is with us again at the gallery today. To meet the growing demand of construction of radiation bunkers, the installation of linear accelerators is underway at Chris Hani Baragwanath and Dr. George Mukari Academic Hospital.
Thank you, MEC.
With completion targeted for 2026, Honorable Chair of Committees. Thank you. I will come back and finish up later.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Honorable Dr. Bloom.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair. Mr. Acting Chair, this is the 32nd health budget that I'm speaking on. After many years of above-inflation increases, this year's budget of 67 billion rand is a nominal increase of 3.6%, but a real decrease of 1.3% after inflation. The goods and service budget goes down from 20.1 billion rand to 19.8 billion rand due to cuts in the equitable share. Now, the department talks about, quote, strategic reprioritization, reallocating funds from non-essential items and projects to ensure sustained support for critical services. The DA agrees with the department in identifying certain items as non-negotiable, including laboratory supplies, medical supplies, security, food, and medical equipment. And you know, there's actually many very good sentiments expressed in the budget book. It says that, quote, substantial improvement is needed in the procurement and contract management process. It calls for a, quote, thorough review to implement cost containment measures, enhance contract management, and realize efficiency gains. It lists a whole lot of measures to reduce irregular expenditure. You know, these are actually basic things that should really be standard procedure. And I quote, the department will appoint suitably qualified and experienced officials to various bid committees, including the quotation adjudication committee. And here's another quote. The department will implement improved control measures and, where appropriate, implement consequence management. You know, I read this and I have one big question. Why are these obvious measures of good governance not being done already? You know, it's a confession, really. It's a confession. It tells us that unqualified people were previously appointed, there were inadequate control measures, and there hasn't been consequence management. The verb will keeps coming up. The department will do this and will do that. You know, what's really missing, the missing will, is the political will to do the necessary changes. We all know that one political party has been in charge of this department since 1994, and throughout this time there's been scandal after scandal. Currently, there's a court judgment that the department's failure to urgently treat cancer patients was unlawful and unconstitutional, causing, quote, this is what the judge says, irreparable harm to patients. And there was actually an available budget of 250 million rand for radiation therapy that wasn't spent. And this is just one example of gross mismanagement. And another example is the soaring cost of hospital security contracts. In 2021, they cost a total of 655 million rand, but this year they cost an astounding 2.54 billion rand. They've gone up nearly 4 times, which is way above the increase in PESIRA payment scales for guards. Now, we all know that security contracts have always been surrounded by controversy. An investigation found that the 2-year contracts were awarded irregularly in 2016, but they were extended month by month for another 6 years. And what do we see in the new contracts? The same security companies getting the big contracts. Can you believe that it costs an astounding 72 million rand a year to guard Sharp and Clerk at Johannesburg Hospital, and that's more than double the 35 million rand annual cost 3 years ago? You could fund a small army with the 77 million rand a year spent on security at the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. This comes straight out of the hospital's budget, and it squeezes out money for the treatment of hospital patients. Now, the really fishy thing, as we discovered in a visit to Tara Hospital, is that the new security contracts have more guards than requested by hospital management. At Tara, they only wanted 26 guards, but they pay 5 million rand a year for 20 more guards than they asked for, despite being critically short of nurses. Another example we could look at is the food contracts. You know, this is the simplest thing to arrange because it's a competitive and diverse industry with commonly available products. But somehow, you tell me why, we end up buying overpriced groceries from strange companies in Limpopo and the Free State. You see, I want to stress that there are many dedicated health workers in this department, and they achieve amazing things working in a poor environment. But they are let down time and time again by terrible management. As Professor Malagapuru Makgoba said, the former health ombudsman, and this is a quote, he said, hospitals in this province are run by what he calls Mickey Mouse CEOs. That's his term, Mickey Mouse CEOs. In his report on Ruhima Musa Hospital, he said, quote, the criteria for appointing the leadership of hospitals is the weakest. So you think the department would fix things up for the next time they appoint CEOs? No. Because last year the Auditor General criticised the appointments of the CEOs to 3 of our 4 academic hospitals for not having the required top-level experience and qualifications. These 3 CEOs control a combined budget of more than 10 billion rand, and they employ about 14,000 staff in total. Mr. Acting Speaker, you're not going to get things right if you do not appoint the best people, and this does not happen because the rot starts at the very top. According to Section 34 of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act, individuals in positions of authority have a duty to report any knowledge or suspicion of corruption, theft, fraud or extortion when the amount involved exceeds 100,000 rand. Failure to report anything fishy over 100,000 rand is a criminal offence. Now, if this provision was applied to this department, this is what would actually happen. That's what would happen. The MEC and the head of department, you have a duty to report and you're not reporting on it. But let me say, there is one area where the Honourable MEC and the head of department are very competent. I'll tell you what they're very competent at doing. They're very competent in covering up, in enabling the many scams that siphon money to corrupt people. This department is awash with corruption involving huge amounts of money. They know about it and they don't do anything about
Honourable
it.
Bloom, there's a point of order. Go ahead, Honourable Chief Whip.
Yeah, I don't think we should abuse privilege to this particular level, where we are able to predict honourable members of the House in the manner in which Member Bloom is. It's not correct.
Yeah.
It can't be. It can't even be allowed.
Yeah.
And Chair of Chairs, it doesn't have to take us to stand up to raise a point of order. This is disrespectful, disparaging, debating. It's not correct. It's destructive. I know it is his wish to see Africans arrested in prison, but it can't be allowed. Can't be allowed.
Thank you. Yes, I agree, Honourable Bloom. I was just waiting, Chief Whip, for the rule. I know you need to get permission if you want to display any material and placards and distribute. Yes. So I will refer this to the Rules Committee. Okay? Thank you so much. You can put it down, please, sir. Thank you.
They know about it and they won't do anything to stop it. They make sure that competent and honest people are not appointed, so these scams continue. We only know about the hundreds of corrupt contracts exposed by Babita Deokran at the Tembisa Hospital because of the work by a dedicated journalist. Like everything else, it would have been covered up. Mr. Acting Speaker, we can expect yet another dismal Auditor General report that shows areas of major failure and lack of accountability. Compare this to the DA-run Western Cape Health Department, which has had 6 consecutive clean audits. They get the basic things right. They put the best people in the right jobs and have zero tolerance for corruption. Until this happens in Gauteng, the DA will not support this budget.
Please respect the presiding officer. Thank you so much. Honourable Poe. Honourable Poe. Are you online?
Thank you very much, Acting Speaker.
I can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Afternoon, Acting Speaker, the Premier, honourable members of the House, and residents of the Gauteng province. The reality we are faced with in Gauteng is a very real and apparent decline of the public healthcare system. We are still very far from what the UN and World Health Organization defines as health equity, the infrastructure and economics that make quality healthcare possible and accessible to all. Even the Freedom Charter that has been mentioned so many times today. In the last 6 months alone, we've witnessed laundry shortages in central hospitals, food shortages in academic hospitals, we've witnessed health professionals erupting into protests, refusing to report for duty, and we've seen clinics that have went without water and electricity for weeks. We speak today about a department that can report both fruitless and wasteful expenditure in one financial year and still return unspent money to the Treasury. The MEC of Economic Development and Finance early this year reported that almost 70% of the department's budget goes into servicing accruals. Yet to this day, the report on budget allocation transfer for subsidies have been reduced by over 13%. In a province where residents were promised by the Premier 18 new hospitals as far back as 2020, Davidson Hospital remains incomplete. In Orange Farm, the department has not yet even acquired land onto which hospitals can be built. The same applies for Soshanguve, Diepsloot, and Olive Boardwash. When we as the EFF continuously insist on land expropriation, we are told stories. Today, our government is going to sit and proudly say the process of land acquisition is well underway. When we insist on land expropriation, we do this knowing that it can be used as a viable tool for releasing land for critical use into the hands of the state. Gauteng province is failing to acquire land because it lacks vision and a political will. And this is an easy excuse to shy away from delivering on the promises that were made to our people. Yes, Madam Speaker, the Department of Health can tell us that acquiring land is not a competency of the department, which is fair. But as like in many other cases, departments evade all responsibility, deflecting to the next department, in this case DID, as the main agents to whom questions around non-performance, financial mismanagement, and general maladministration must be posed. As we speak today, reports say 600 million went missing in the refurbishment of hospital donated to the government of Gauteng. Acting Speaker, in the same province where Helen Joseph, a central hospital, had leaking pipe systems, sagging ceilings, broken basins and taps, non-functioning electrical plugs, and inadequate water supply, the Department of Health has reduced the budget for building and fixing infrastructure by a staggering 15.5%. Again, the ironies are endless. It is in this department where Malvern Clinic in Johannesburg has been without water for nearly 2 months. Even if Acting Speaker were to say this is a problem concerning local government, there's no doubt the department would tell us it surely cannot be that the department is unable to get a contractor to connect whatever limited water tank capacity at the clinic to the main water pipe supply line. This cannot be done, Acting Speaker, within the current budget. What more now that the budget for buildings and fixing infrastructures has been so greatly reduced? Clearly, even the clinic itself will have to shut down. Acting Speaker, this department must sort out the issue of overtime payment schedules. If we want to retain quality doctors and specialists within the healthcare system, this issue must be adequately addressed. The department spends 63.7% of its budget on wages, yet cannot absorb new doctors according to the need and cannot pay for overtime where it's performed. We are told that there is a discrepancy in claiming of overtime by staff.
Thank you, Honourable Poe. Your time is up.
They investigate, they punish doctors and staff.
Thank you, Honourable Poe. Your time is up, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Skosana.
Honourable Chair, the Speaker in absentia, Deputy Speaker, all party leaders, the members at large, and the people of Gauteng, good afternoon. As I stand here today, the majority of our people are in queues in various clinics and hospitals from 5 o'clock a.m. this morning, waiting and queuing, hungry, waiting for treatment from various hospital services and clinic services. One of the key challenges is that they are faced with suffocation of the health services due to a lot of immigrants that are contesting for the similar services with them, to a point where local communities are standing up on their own in various communities to stand up and protect locals to access our health services. And this is purely because of the absence of deliberate intervention by government to deal and confront that situation where locals are contesting for health services which are limited already to our public, with immigrants from the SADC region in particular. We know that it might not necessarily be the total custodian of the provincial health department to deal with issues of immigration, but a deliberate intervention and engagement at the minimum level is required to deal with the situation. The budget increase by 3.6% cannot necessarily be celebrated considering the healthcare inflation rate, which has been proven to be insignificantly higher than the general consumer price index, wherein annual consumer price inflation was already 3.2% in February 2025. This trend is driven in the main by the advances in the medical technology, worsening population health, and the challenges with government-provided healthcare system. In 2023, the gap was about 5.5% and is expected to grow to nearly 9.5% in the 2025 years here in the country. The department continues to demonstrate minimal commitment in alleviating pitiful state of healthcare system in the province, as seen by the underspending exceeding 3% in the critical areas of concern, such as health science and training, as per the first quarter performance scores allocated budget for the 2025 financial year. Underspending on the budget due to low student intake in universities in the light of clearing youth unemployment, scrutiny of invoices from contractors, and failure to deliver services such as diesel, thereby resulting in delays in the supply of equipment.
The time is up, Honourable Skosana. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chair.
Honourable More.
Chair, Chair of Chairs.
Yes.
No, thank you very much. I think before we proceed, because I can see
I recognize you.
Our learned friends are still looking at their book. So I'm rising, Honourable Chair of Chairs, in terms of Rule 85, on the behavior of Honourable Jack Bloom. I think this is a house that is governed by the rules. While we enjoy privilege in this house, but there are rules that speak about it. The point 5 says, no member may distribute any unauthorized document in the house. And therefore, Chair of Chairs, alluding to your earlier input, Member Bloom, if ever he was supposed to depict anything to the House, its gallery, and because our sittings are televised through YouTube and streaming channels and to the public, he had to had written to the Speaker of the House. And if he has not done so, and if no expressed authority has been given to him to do what he did, to display my member in the despicable manner in which he has done so, we wish to refer him to the Rules and Ethics Committee. Thank you very much.
Before you respond, Rule 85.5, which you read, Honourable Chief Whip, does say distribute any unauthorized document in the House. It's a grey area, and I agree with you on your last statement that we refer to the Rules Committee, that we would find, some kind of conclusivity regarding this. But here in the House, we won't be able to rule against that. So I did stop it. We will take it to the Rules Committee. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Go ahead, Honourable
I think,
Deputy Chair of
in
Chairs.
terms of the member has used Member Bloom used offensive language in terms of Rule 87.f. So I also want him to be referred to that issue to also be looked at. Beyond just the distribution of offensive language, he used distribution of pamphlets. He also used offensive language, basically referring to members as criminals.
Okay. I am not aware of the offensive language. Honourable Kunene? I did not hear that. I must be honest.
Conduct, the presiding officer has got powers.
Honourable More, you can go ahead, please. Thank you so much.
The presiding officer also has got powers to make a ruling.
Honourable More, can you go ahead? Honourable Swallow, please. Honourable More.
I'm saying the presiding officer has got powers conferred on him to make rulings so that not everything has to be referred.
I have
if there's
ruled
a
on that
breach of
matter.
the rules,
I have ruled on that
if there's a
matter,
breach
Honourable
of the rules
Cholo.
happening immediately.
Honourable Rutolo, I have ruled. Honourable More, please go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Honourable Chair, members and our guests. It cannot be business as usual when illegal foreigners continue to abuse our healthcare facilities. It can definitely not be business as usual when Department of Health is included in the moratorium on freezing of posts. Worst, bad and fatal decision ever, irrespective of the cost containment measure reasons. Health deals with matters of life and death and as such should be excluded. The 67 billion allocation is not enough to cater for us and illegal foreigners who are criminals. Whilst the budget includes commendable commitments such as the 18.7% boost to EMS and investing in maternal care, the health science training budget has been reduced by 23%. This undermines the province's ability to train and retain critical healthcare personnel, even as our clinics and hospitals battle chronic staff shortage. You would know that 19 years down the line, these clinics and hospitals are still using the staff establishment of 2006, while the demand for the hospital services drastically has tripled. Service providers not paid within 30 days rule disrupt medical supplies, food deliveries, and infrastructure timelines. The shortage of staff, linen, tools of the trade, and in some clinics and hospitals, food continues. The alarming backlog in oncology services and over 1 billion owed by foreign nationals for oncology treatment receipts cannot be ignored. We need this money, MEC, so that we can continue delivering healthcare services up until the Constitution is amended as submitted by Action SA. The delay and slow implementation of e-health system compromises patient confidentiality. The 9.9 decrease in facility management budget remains a glaring weakness. Patients enjoy facilities with leaking roofs, shared consultation rooms, inadequate emergency areas, and poor sanitation. Hence, yet this budget continues to increase. Mental health services are also underfunded. Without adequate facilities or trained personnel, we risk abandoning some of our most vulnerable citizens. We note the budget and performance misalignment, and Honourable Chairperson, as Action SA, we demand faster rollout of e-health system, procurement, prioritization of infrastructure upgrades in high-volume facilities, restoration of training budgets to build healthcare workforce, timely payment of service providers to stabilize operations, prioritization of adequate funding for mental health services, recovering the 1 billion owed by foreign nationals by implementing strong system to track and hold them accountable for unpaid bills, exclusion of Department of Health and Wellness from future moratorium on freezing of posts. That decision was ill-informed and had medical-legal implications. In future, any deaths during such post periods should be pinned on individual decision-makers.
Thank you, Honourable More. Your time is up.
At DPSA and national,
Honourable
not
More,
on the
your time is up.
department. I thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Alberts, you are online. Please come in.
Thank you, Acting Speaker, Chair of Chairs. There are many reasons to be concerned about this department's performance and ability to spend the 25-26 budget wisely. We first need to raise our concern regarding the mess in the reappointment of medical doctors working in the various clinics. In a sense, these doctors are the first line of defense in fighting sickness and injuries on behalf of the communities they serve. Despite their importance, the process to reappoint the doctors was designed to turn them into contractors as opposed to the normal employment relationship that ensured proper service delivery. Due to the illegality of this process, the department now has a court order against it while service delivery to poor communities were unfortunately interrupted. To date, we have not been given a proper explanation why this happened, but one can surmise that the department is trying to save money in very dubious ways. This adds to the crisis in severe shortage of medical doctors across the province that we already have as a problem at the moment. There are also disconcerting failures in the healthcare system that deserve urgent attention. The persistent occurrence of missing patient files highlight a breakdown in basic record keeping, compromising patient care and administrative efficiency. Infrastructure is decaying, with clinics sometimes operating from unsuitable buildings, facing issues like leaking roofs, overcrowded consultation spaces, and inadequate ablution facilities. This alarming situation is worsened by a concerning 9.9% reduction in the facility management budget. Compounding this, there are ongoing shortages of essential supplies, from linen to specialized foods for patients, directly impacting the quality of care.
Amar, you are reading the report, that's the oversight report. So what must I do?
Honorable Letswalo, can you just hold on, please? Can you just hold on, please? We called you.
He's reading the oversight report, so what must I present later on?
Honorable Letswalo, I called you. You were not available at the time when it was your turn. Can you just hold on? We are doing the debate. We will come back to you, please. Go ahead, please, sir.
Secondly, systemic bottlenecks are strangling operations. The department consistently struggles with paying service providers within the 30-day period. And this leads to financial penalties and disruption of essential services, including food supply. Now, this was also contained in the report, of the committee report, as the chairperson has indicated. But we would like to propose innovative solutions for a resilient and patient-centric healthcare future. As for workforce shortages, especially among healthcare practitioners and professionals, beyond traditional recruitment, the department must champion a province-wide telemedicine expansion. This would allow specialists to serve multiple facilities remotely, alleviating geographical burdens and improving access. And then secondly, for payment delays, consider implementing a blockchain-based payment system for suppliers. The technology could enable real-time tracking of services and automated payments upon verification, virtually eliminating delays and human error, while also enhancing
Thank you, Honourable Alberts. Your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Honourable Letswalo. Honourable Letswalo, you can join the debate.
Chair who's debating. It's Mfikwe, Chair.
Oh, Honourable Mfikwe. All right. Thank you so much, Honourable Mfikwe. I wasn't told, but go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to you, Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier, Honourable Mrs., Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, and the people of Gauteng. Chair of Chairs, we address this August House as we commemorate the 70th year anniversary of the Freedom Charter, a day where our people met in Kliptown, coming out to the Freedom Charter. The Charter outlines a vision for a non-racial and democratic South Africa, emphasizing equality, human rights, and social justice. The Freedom Charter advocates for a preventative health scheme that is run by the state. In this case, we're talking about the NHI. Advocates for free medical treatment, care and hospitalization for all, with special care for mothers, young children, care for the sick, aged, and orphans, as well as the disabled. Chair of Chairs, it is well documented in our history that life expectancy in our country in the mid-50s was ending at 20 years. And as a design of our government, of the people, to get it to the current 66 plus years. This was achieved through a concerted and intentional drive by our government to achieve the objective of a healthier society by increasing access to health, where everyone stands on an equal terms of living a better life. Chair of Chairs, one wise man once said, open quote, the test of our progress is not whether we add more to the abundance of those who have much. We provide enough for those who have too little, close quote. In this regard, Chair of Chairs, the Department of Health's budget has been a means towards the end of an improved health outcomes for all in our province. Many countries learned the effects of reduced health budgets the hard way, more so during the COVID-19 pandemic. Venezuela, Greece, even Nigeria in our African continent, to name a few countries whose budgets were reduced, affected the overall health outcomes in the respective countries. Similarly, Chair of Chairs, first world countries like the big democracy that is the US, which allocates unequal budget to its urban versus rural citizens, can attest to the negative effect of this inequity. Honourable members, the Department of Health budget 2025 is just a financial instrument. It is a response, it is not just a financial instrument. It is a response that continues on the commitments of our government made to our people through our elections manifesto, resolutions taken at our lekgotlas, the vision set in the 2025 State of the Province address by our Premier, Panyaza Lesufi. There is an African verb, Chair, that says, where there is hope, there is life. This is a budget of hope, of action, and of accountability, showing our government's commitment to advancing constitutional right to healthcare. Chair of Chairs, hope, ithemba alibulali. Let me share some context in the hope that this House can be sympathetic to the cause and maybe spare a thought as the department takes on the challenges ahead. Over the years, the department has worked within the range of 3 to 4% year-on-year budget adjustment or increase. Often the department faces a difficult balancing act of stretching limited resources to meet rising service demand. Despite these fiscal constraints, there has been increased progress. Advancement of 60% of the annual performance plan. Medical legal claims were reduced by 46%. Over 2,400 undergraduate nursing students were enrolled, and EMS staff training targets were surpassed. This is all evidence, Chair of Chairs, that the department is stabilizing and repositioning itself to meet its long-term goals. We're looking forward ahead to the 2025-26 financial budget that prioritizes healthcare, health infrastructure and ICT modernization, young women and children and women mental health, emergency services, strengthening emergency services, HIV, TB, and non-communicable diseases, ensuring that mental health services are expanded, also ensuring that we are ready for the rollout of the NHI. Honorable members, the department is committed to leveraging technology to improve efficiency and service equality. We have seen, Chair, the one patient, one file initiative that has been accelerated since for the past year. The record shows that all 37 hospitals and 33 CHCs now have digital patient admin systems. Clinical system rollout is underway at 5 pilot CHCs with full hospital rollout plan for this year. Over 800,000 paper records have been digitalized at Kisani Baragwanath Academic Hospital. Queue management systems are operational at all these pilot sites. Change is never painful if you do not resist. Indeed, the only way to make sense is for change to plunge into it, move with it and join the dance. With this budget, Chair of Chairs, we believe that the department will prioritize ICT funding, accelerate phase 2 clinical systems rollout, expand queue management, and upgrade the digital networks. Our communities that we serve should enjoy the benefits of progress that the department is making in implementing all these changes. I won't talk much about the light at the end of the tunnel, but I want to say we have hope. And according to the late Bishop Desmond Tutu, open quote, hope is being able to see that there is light despite all the darkness, close quote. Chair of Chairs, emergency medical services is one of the vital services that the department offers. Yet urban-rural disparities persist. We want to call on to the urban priority 1, with that response times improved to 55.6%, while rural responses rates remain on target, but have slightly declined. We are not bound to despair, as we have faith in the department's abilities given this budget. The department's action plan includes recruiting more EMS personnel, improving communication and bed coordination for quicker patient transfer. Honorable members, our communities and countries, and ultimately the world, is only strong as the health of women, such as the ways that were said by Michelle Obama. Those who went before us also acknowledged this fact a long time ago. The department's program on maternal deaths has seen a rise from 223 to 247, while the neonatal deaths and low birth weights remain high. We are sharing this information as an acknowledgement of the challenges that we are facing. Also to show those who doubt us that we are not just claiming easy victories. That said, there is an action plan to address this, which includes expanding training for obstetrics and neonatal care teams, enhancing maternal nutrition and antenatal screening, strengthening also postnatal care and infant feeding programs. We are proud of the work of this department, and we hope that with the leading performance on some of these programs, people's lives will be changed. On HIV testing targets, which were exceeded to 5.3 million, we do note that there has been some drop of members who have disappeared into the system, and we want to encourage the department to go out on full force to collect those members so that they are able to come and collect their treatment. There are challenges, Chair of Chairs, of the low TB treatment success rates to drug resistance, and those are remaining. Together with the adult ERT retention that stayed below target of at 64.8%. We do acknowledge the department has a plan to address this, which will include expansion of adherence counseling, tracing efforts, and patient retention, as well as improving community-based screening for diabetes and hypertension. Chair of Chairs, my word of the day remains hope. Thomas Kyle said, open quote, "He who has health has hope, and he who has hope has everything." The opposite of the word remains, members and Honourable Chair, despair, which comes with its own effects, mainly related to mental health. Let me delve into the mental health services quickly. In the last year, mental health beds increased in both district and regional hospitals. Primary healthcare facilities are now better equipped to detect and manage mental health cases. The plan of the department is to expand mental health infrastructure and integrate services into healthcare centers. As I move towards conclusion, Chair of Chair, allow me to give the wins that we have recorded as the provincial government. 6 new clinics have been built, 1.5 million patients now benefit from the CCMJJ program. Screening for diabetes and hypertension has significantly increased. We hope this budget is an activation of the social partners in our unions, youth organization, health workers and communities to campaign strongly for the rollout and implementation of the NHI. So that we combat misinformation spread by reactionary forces. In conclusion, Chair of Chairs, the health of a nation's economy is directly linked to the health of its citizens. Investing in healthcare is not just a moral imperative, but an economic one, because a healthier population leads to greater productivity and sustainable growth. While we acknowledge the shortcomings in the department, we remain resolute in
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. The time is up.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Mfikwe. I will now call upon the MEC, Roloko, to reply to the debate. Thank you so much, MEC.
When we are shifting from paying for errors and preventing them, our I Serve with a Smile campaign is building a culture of empathy and accountability across the public health system. Gauteng carries a big part of the HIV burden. Our intervention in this area has attained the following outcomes. 95% of the people living with HIV now know their status. 76% of the diagnosed are on treatment. And this way we must work harder to reach out the 95 target. 94% of those are on treatment and they are virally suppressed. We have allocated 5.4 billion for consolidated efforts in HIV, TB, STI, HPV outreach, and key initiatives include re-engaging over 326,000 individuals through the 1.1 million ARV treatment campaign by December 2025, prioritizing men, youth, and children. Our commitment to test 900,000 for TB across Gauteng to close detection gaps and meet the World WHO and TB strategy milestone. So Gauteng has recorded 290 confirmed measles cases this year, with key hotspots in Tshwane, Johannesburg, Ekurhuleni. A stark reminder of that traditional campaign models are no longer enough. In response, the province has launched again an emergency multi-sector strategy, door-to-door vaccinations, corner-to-corner outreach and integrated winter campaigns targeting over 4.1 million children. And this is a decisive push to close immunity gaps and rebuild trust in the public health system. Primary health care is a cornerstone of both NHI and the Presidential Health Compact. Gauteng is advancing this and strengthening community health workers and embedding preventative care within communities. We are scaling integrated family-centered model to improve continuity and outcomes. The Siamba Kunye initiative in Tshwane exemplifies this approach, offering one-stop maternal and child health services, including HIV, PrEP, family planning, chronic care, and ART across the first 100 days of life. years of life. Through the rollout of 37 one-stop community-based centers of excellence, we have expanded integrated services for children with specific needs and with special needs, including cerebral palsy support, therapeutic interventions, and educational readiness. Over 90,000 assistive devices were issued in the financial year alone, including 805 pediatric wheelchairs and 807 hearing aids, while GIS-enabled resource mapping and centralized registers improved traceable and service planning. To improve access and strengthen PH services, we have successfully installed again much-needed X-ray machines in Westbury, Florida, Fanyana and Tlapo community healthcare centers as part of the commitment to improve diagnostic after hours. There are plans to further install Davidson Clinic, Polar Park Clinic, and Pilisweni CHC again. We have already filed statutory post in the field, statutory post in the current financial year. We have appointed additional staff such as doctors, specialists, allied professionals, HOUs, HODs, lecturers at GCON and all, including GCON, and all post-community professionals, including nurses that were in the system as of March 2025. In addition, we have also appointed doctors and nurses, assistants and enrolled nurses that were appointed through COVID-19 discretionary grants dispensation within the system. It is the intention of the department again to make sure that we expand the capacity of nurses in a phased-in manner across facilities to mitigate the high number of nursing vacancies, that we have prioritized the training of nurses in our colleges, 500 professional nurses, 200 midwifery undergraduates, and 90 postgrads in midwifery would be trained by December. Given our resource constraints, the department will continue to fill all critical posts in phase-in manner. Our approach seeks to balance between management and frontline clinical posts, prioritize in line with the clinical risk. We continue to invest in the capacitation of 4,000 EPWP cohort. Already we have trained 961 employees that have completed their skilling programs in various disciplines. We are shifting decisively from planning to high-impact delivery, anchored on efficiency, service design, redesign and innovation. At Steve Biko Academic Hospital, we have Professor Llewellyn Padiachi, is up there, and his team is pioneering early brain tumor detection using neuro-ophthalmology tools that turn the eye into a window of the brain. This innovation extends beyond academic centers into rural clinics, enhancing equitably precise medicine. Additionally, Gauteng is now a home of Africa's first pediatric neurosurgeon section, promoting coordinated care for children with brain tumors. On 18th of July, as part of Mandela Day, under the theme, "Let's get involved," it's still.
Thank you, MEC.
It's still in our hands, court. Can I just acknowledge the people that are sitting there that have been in the hospital? That up there we have. I want to acknowledge.
Your time is up. The time is up. Yeah. Sorry, MEC. Your time is up.
I won't go, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, because I'm done with my report. But those ones.
Thank you.
I'm going to meet you, Jack Bloom, outside.
Honorable
because at least
MEC.
Follow the rules.
Can the Secretary please read?
I will not let you unattended. I'm going to attend you, Sani.
MEC?
Yeah.
Thank you. Secretary, please read the 9th order. We are going back.
Chair of Chairs.
Yes, Honorable.
Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Chief Whip.
The MEC of Health, in terms of Rule 81, the rules permit that she should do what she asked. It says in Rule 81(1), a member other than the Premier or member of the Executive may be recognized by the presiding officer to speak for not more than 2 minutes. She just wanted to read the names and acknowledge the people who are there. Can we allow her in accordance with the rules? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Thank you, Chair of Committees.
I'm just checking now, Honorable Chief. That's in relation to the member statements. Please, can we? Thank you so much.
That is in the rules of the debate.
Okay.
During the debate.
Yeah, check on Mandela, because it's there.
It's in the member statement. You say 81(1). It's member statements, Chief Whip.
No, it's not member statement. No, not
it says.
81.
Rule 81. Yeah. It's there. We can read the rules.
Rule 80, members enjoy privileges and immunities specified in section 117, subsection 1 of the Constitution and any provincial and national legislation which are necessary to fulfill their duties. And the other one?
Further.
In accordance,
Further down.
Okay, members must be allowed to speak and debate freely in the House and its committees as when recognized by the presiding officer in line with orders of the day and the speaking list.
Yeah.
So,
I mean the speaking list.
During the debate, if you go, even when you go further, that 2 minutes to
Further
acknowledge
down, yeah.
our guests.
now let me
because
rule you out of order, Chief.
these are not just the guests of the MEC.
No.
These are our guests, Churches.
Yeah.
Hayi
Let
wena
me continue.
man.
MEC,
Kawukuthule.
MEC,
Dada.
it's fine. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you.
Kanjalo nje.
Thank you, MEC.
You were
Thank you
so
so much.
nice. You were so nice.
Can we go, Secretary, read the ninth order, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Consideration of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee's oversight report on the detail of the Department of Health Budget Vote 4 of the Gauteng Provincial Appropriation Bill G004-2025 for the financial year 2025-2026.
Honorable Latswalo, you can read your committee report, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. Let me appreciate the time and space. I also apologize in the same line. We are out of the country representing the provincial legislature in Rwanda, a conference on HIV. But be that as it may, I've got the pleasure in presenting this committee report on the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness Budget 4 report for the 2025-2026 financial year. The Health Portfolio Committee, that is the health and wellness, has assessed the department's budget allocation for effective oversight. The intention really was to determine whether the allocations really correspond with the provincial priorities of the Department of Health as well as the wellness for the stated financial year. Out of this budget, the equitable share has been increased from 50 billion 425 million and 731 to 52 million 285,407, whilst conditional grants received an allocation of 14 billion 664 and 478, increased from 14 billion 0.4 in the 2024-2025 financial year. Each program would have been allocated a budget of its own. The committee acknowledges the key assumptions considered in the context of budget constraints and reprioritization. It knows that certain items such as laboratory services, medical supplies, medicines, municipal and security services, food supplies, and medical and related equipment are regarded as non-negotiable due to their critical importance in sustaining healthcare service delivery. In line with the framework approved by the National Department of Health, continued provision for these items is essential for maintaining and improving the quality of services. And we're quite happy that the department has stuck to that specific mandate. The committee further noted that the reprioritization of baseline funding to support existing priorities, including the recapitalization and replacement of emergency medical services fleet, and efforts to reduce the radiation oncology backlog. You will see with the building of the bunkers in George Mukar as well as Risani Bara. It welcomes the allocation of resources toward enhancing patient care and safety, expanding investment in primary health care to promote the treatment at the appropriate level, and funding for integrated maternal and neonatal care with a focus on a respectful treatment. The committee further supports the prioritization of mental health and rehabilitation services, improvements in occupational health and safety, and maintaining fiscal discipline and sustainability. Investments also in infrastructure development, which we are beginning to see, a greater yield, including information and communication and technology systems, is recognized as vital to improving operational efficiency and ensuring continuity of care. The improved management of the personnel budget with a strategic shift in funding towards high-impact projects and capital expenditure, is also acknowledged as a necessary step in stimulating economic growth. Well, the overall financial performance, the current budget has been increased by 3.6 from 64 billion 704 million and 94,000 to 67 billion and 42 million and 497 in the current year. In terms of economic classification, current payments increased to 62.6 billion, representing 93.4% of the total appropriation budget. However, the allocation for the goods and services decreased from 20.1 to 19.8. The committee is concerned regarding this reduction. Obviously, you can imagine the implications there. As the department has reprioritized critical items such as laboratory services, medical supplies, medicines, municipal and security services, food supplies, as well as medical equipment. These items are considered non-negotiable, as earlier stated. Compensation of employees increased from the budget of 40 billion and 70 million to 42.7 to pay salaries as well as to strengthen mental health services. Quite crucial program that the department is now currently prioritizing. The committee notes that compensation of employees is sharing 63.7 of the total vote for allocations to make provision for the compensation of employment growth in the year under review. In terms of capital assets, machinery and equipment got slightly increased from 1.4 to 1.7, whilst buildings and other fixed structures were decreased from 993 million to 839 million. And then we also had an opportunity to engage with stakeholders who submitted issues that they would have preferred that the department looks into. I will just quickly run through them, Chair. There's a higher demand, for the building of newer healthcare facilities, particularly hospitals. I would not labor that. There's also a concern around the turnaround time for the completion of some of the clinic projects which would have been started previously. There's a call for the increase in operational hours of clinics. The issue around the queue management and overcrowding in some of the facilities, obviously compounded by a range of issues, including the presentation by foreign nationals, which is another issue of concern. Personnel shortages has been a generalized one, nation-wide. We're beginning to see a bit of a responsiveness around that. Overburden the workforce, community health workers program, intensification thereof, ambulance related responsiveness issues, frequent challenges on the basic supplies, goods. I mean, it's related to goods and services as well. Request for additional oversight, which are some of the issues that would have been raised, including facilitation of elderly health education, support for clinical committees being another one, ensuring that there's a greater access to electronic health records, which has also been raised by our stakeholders. And then committee concerns, the committee has largely been concerned about a possible mismatch about the sum of the allocations budgetary-wise against the sum of the performance indicators, particularly as it relates to gender equity targets, including the PACS system. And then number two, the substantial budget increase on EMS, but with no thoroughgoing detail around the infrastructure readiness as well as some of the operational gaps. And number three, shortage of personnel, particularly as it relates to mental health services. We've seen that there's an advertisement now. Hopefully that will address that issue. The occurrence of intermittent occurrence of loss of patient files, which seemingly remains a problem in some of the facilities. The centralization of laundry services, which is affecting some of the facilities. The sporadic reports of shortage of food supplies in some of the facilities as well. The delay in the payment of some service providers is also been recorded as a part of the challenges that has been recorded, including infrastructural challenges in some of the facilities, but we're beginning to see notable strides to urgently remedy some of those structural issues, including leaking roofs, ensuring that there's emergency rooms and waiting areas, including ablution facilities. On committee recommendations, the committee has tabulated a number of recommendations which the department has up until the 30th of August to respond to, and they all relate to those concerns that will have been stated above. I will not labor to go through them. And then on acknowledgement, the chairperson wishes to thank the MEC as well as the team led by the HOD for the preparation of the budget for report and the efforts made in taking the committee through the details of the report and responding to questions raised by members. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the entire political membership as well as the administrative membership of the committee. In accordance with Rule 1172C, read together with Rule 164, the committee hereby recommends that the House adopt the Health Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the Department of Health and Wellness Budget for report for the 2025-2026 financial year, taking into consideration the concerns and proposed recommendations made in this report. And therefore, I table this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Tswalo. Can I have a seconder for the report, please? Honourable members.
I second, Mr. Acting Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Dr. Bloom. Now put the question to members in the House and on the platform. All in favour say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favour say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Secretary, can you please read the 11th order, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Consideration of the Infrastructure Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Infrastructure Department, including its entities for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Honourable T. Ndlovu, can you please
Thank you, Chair of
read your
Chairs.
report?
Greetings again for the last time. This is quite a detailed report, and therefore I would request that parts that I will not read be regarded as read by the House. The committee noted that in Programme 1, 83% of the planned targets of 82% for procurement allocated to black-owned enterprises were achieved. Procurement allocated to black women-owned enterprises was overachieved, as the department achieved 41% of the planned target of 40%. The percentage of procurement allocated to youth-owned enterprises was achieved at 100%. The percentage of procurement allocated to people with disabilities was achieved at 100%. 100% of invoices were paid to service providers within a 30-day period during this quarter. 51% of the planned target of 50% towards the procurement allocated to small, medium and micro enterprises was achieved, and 51% of the planned 30% towards procurement allocated to township enterprise revitalization was achieved. The committee further noted that under Programme 2, the department released 2 properties for socio-economic and 2 condition assessment were completed, 5 designs ready for tender were completed, 51 plant maintenance projects were completed. 6,272 immovable assets were verified in the asset register. 200 immovable assets were transferred from the immovable asset register. Renovations and refurbishments at Lenazia Secondary School, Robin Hills Primary School, Athlone Girls High School, COGTA School Secondary School were concluded, and 4 electromechanical in-health facilities were commissioned. With regards to Programme 3, the committee noted that the department managed to provide 1,200 citizens with training, which was completed by all the participants in the quarter under review. The target of 22 public works bodies reporting on EPWP was achieved at 100%. Gauteng created 90,787 work opportunities, of which 40,982 were within the departments and 49,805 in municipalities. The Department of COGTA and the Department of Economic Development created the fewest job opportunities in the GBG, whilst the Department of Infrastructure and Social Development registered the highest number in job creation, 5,063 and 7,846 respectively. The Department of Human Settlements managed to create 1,800 jobs opportunities, and municipalities recorded 49,805 jobs, of which 46,365 of these opportunities were in the metros. The committees noted and acknowledged that the department's achievements of 85% of the planned targets. However, concerning was that 99.8% of the budget was spent. The committee noted and acknowledged the department's achievement of 85% of its target, which is 22 out of 26 as planned in the annual performance plan. Program 1 had planned 10 targets and achieved 9 targets. Program 2 had planned 14 targets and achieved 11 targets. Program 3 had planned 3 targets and achieved 2 targets. The projected budget for the year was set at 3.2 billion. However, adjustments were made, resulting in the final adjustment budget amounting to 3.4 billion. In the quarter under review, the department had a budget allocation of 659 million. The actual expenditure for this period was 658 million, achieving an expenditure of 99.8%. The department has effectively utilized almost the entire of its budget for the fiscal year, achieving a marginal underspend of only 1.2 million against the adjusted budget. On resolution management, the committee support team has been working closely with the department to ensure that all resolutions are managed efficiently and effectively. However, it has been noticed that there is a need for the resolution team within GPL to work more closely with the departments to streamline the resolution process. We had no petitions in the court under review. Summarize information on GOD. Women in SMS positions are at 44%. Black women enterprises were allocated 41% of total procurement spending. Youth is at 21%. Youth enterprises were allocated under triple BEE were allocated 31.10% of the total spending. People with disabilities are at 2.4%, and on triple BEE, enterprises that are owned by people with disabilities were allocated 5.2% of total procurement spending. On findings, the committee noted and acknowledged that the following projects were achieved. The percentage of procurement allocated was achieved since 83% against the 82% was planned. The targets of payment of service providers were achieved at 100%. Percentage of procurement allocated to black-owned women enterprises was achieved. The committee noted that 11 out of 14 planned targets were achieved in the quarter under review. The committee further noted that a total of 1,200 citizens participated in the training session organized under Program 3. The completion rates of these initiatives were notably high, standing at an impressive 100%. The fact that almost all targets set for the program were achieved, except for one, demonstrates a strong performance across the board. It highlights not only the commitment of the department, but also the persistence and involvement of community members in pursuing the development opportunities. On recommendations, the department reported that the increase in appointments through maintenance, competitive and quotation will be continued for the rest of the quarter. The report for the 2023-2024, there are resolutions that still need to be concluded there. The second FIS on reviewing infrastructure projects of the current administration, responses were due on the 31 of May, but we have still not received. The committee noted with concern that the department struggles to respond to committee questions and resolutions on time. despite several reminders. It was concerning to the committee that despite several reminders, the department did not respond to the resolutions emanating from the Quarter 3 and FIS report. On the findings, with respect to Programme 1, the over-expenditure poses critical risks and may require immediate corrective measures. With respect to Programme 2, the committee discovered that Mandela Primary School was not included in the initial project planning stages. The committee is of the view that there is poor planning within the department. With respect to Programme 2, there are misunderstandings between the department and Department of Health regarding the maintenance of clinics and hospitals. The department considers terminating the Simunye project, which will take more years to appoint the finishing contractor. The delays in the implementation of Maibuye Clinic and outstanding payments to PSPs. With respect to Programme 2, the prolonged implementation of the Rivoningo Primary School, Dr. W. Elsen School, Beckersdal and Amogelang Primary School. With respect to resolution, the failure of department to respond to resolution despite several reminders. On recommendation, we expect written responses by the 15th of August. Number one, it is essential to adopt a more robust budget process, particularly in the administration program, to align expenditure more closely with the actual budget allocations. With regards to Mandela, the department should plan properly by establishing stringent protocols to ensure that this project is well documented, which will enable the committee to better monitor it. There should be a clear understanding on whose mandate is it to maintain clinics and hospitals. This should be formalized by both departments. Both departments should also facilitate better cooperation to establish regular, structured communication platforms. Department should consider maintaining the current contractor at the Simunye School project to avoid further delays in appointing a new contractor. The department should fast-track...
As you move, Honourable Ndlo.
Okay. We wish to thank the department, the MSc, and the HOD and the executives in their consideration. We thank the diligent deliberation of members. We also thank our support staff for their assistance and dedication. On adoption, in terms of Rule 117, 2 subsection C, read together with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure Development and Property Management presents before the House the oversight report on the 4th quarter of the department for consideration and adoption by the House. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Chair.
Yes.
If I may.
Yes, Honourable Diaga, you may.
Thank you, Chair. The time allocation on the screen is not working.
Yes, we have notified, answered, and it's no, you are fine. No, your time. We have it. Do it manually. We are checking on it, Honourable Diaga. Can I get a seconder for the committee report, please, honourable members? Yes. Can I get a seconder for the report, please? Honourable Mokheti, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise to second the report.
Thank you, Honourable Mokheti. Doctor. I now put the question to the House. All those in favour say yes. Yes. All those not in favour say no. Say no. Oh. Well, the way yes have it, the report is adopted. Can the Secretary please read the 12th order? Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Consideration of the Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the 4th Quarterly Performance Report of the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs for the financial year 2024-2025.
Thank you so much, Secretary. Can Honourable Chairperson Klope do the committee report, please? Thank you. Honourable Kumalo. Sorry. Honourable Kumalo, my apology. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. The Premier of the province, the Chief Whip of the province,
MECs who are there and honorable members. I want to request that the areas that I've not read must be taken as read, and therefore providing an executive summary to the House itself. So the Portfolio Committee noted that the department's performance and budget variance for the fourth quarter of 2024-2025 financial year as follows. On budget variance, the department has spent 340,023,000 rands against the projected expenditure of 395,257,000 rands. Development and planning program was the major contributor for the underspending. During the financial year under review, there was an actual expenditure which was 923,033,000 rands, which constitutes 94% out of the total appropriation of 1,016,812,000 rands. Conditional grant expenditure recorded at 100%, and I think we're happy with that. On non-financial performance, in ensuring political and administrative stability in Gauteng municipalities, all 11 municipalities have functional council and mayoral committees. 4 municipalities, which is the West Rand District, Mogale City, Rand West, and Merafong cities, have provided with capacity to undertake municipal viability assessments. 9 municipalities were supported to maintain functional ward committees. Top 60 large power and water users in Mfuleni municipalities were built accurately to improve revenue collection. However, the Level 3 disaster management plan was not completed due to content of the supply chain management processes by other service providers. On risk assessment, inability to effectively support municipalities with the financial viability resulting from poor expenditure management. Disruption of the administrative and political operation in hung municipalities. Inadequate support for municipal services delivery on infrastructure project. Poor support for local economic development in municipalities. On UIFWE, 4.78 billion unauthorized, 1.584 billion fruitless and wasteful expenditure were recorded. Creditors collection period of 368 days in the current year. The credit rating for Metro show a negative outlook, signaling an inability to attract investment. In terms of the committee findings and concerns, the department underspent by 55,234,000 rands against its projected expenditure of the 395,257,000 rands. During the quarter under the review, the Development and Planning Program was the major contributor. This level of underspending is equivalent to 14% of the projected budget and raised concerns about the department's capacity to implement key initiatives under Program 3. Delays in infrastructure planning, special development, and municipal support may compromise service delivery outcomes and weaken the department's credibility in the future budget negotiations. The department did not complete Project Level 3 plan for disaster management due to a lapse in the appointing service providers caused by contention in the supply chain management processes. Delays in critical planning processes compromise the department's ability to respond effectively to disasters, potentially placing the community at risk. Inadequate technical support to municipalities. Only 4 out of 6 targeted municipalities receive technical support through a multidisciplinary teams due to
budget constraint. Limited support undermines effort to address agent service delivery challenges at the municipal level, particularly in under-resourced areas. Shortfalls in transformer replacement, only 41 of the planned 60 defective transformers were replaced under the energy crisis program. The shortcoming in transformer replacement may exacerbate electricity supply challenges, particularly in vulnerable communities, and delay in addressing the energy crisis. The committee recommendations are as follows, and that has to be responded by the 29th of August 2025. The committee recommends that the department should undertake a comprehensive review of the 55,234,000 rands under spending to identify systematic and operational constraints within Program 3. The committee further urges the department to enhance project planning, improve expenditure forecasting, and strengthening inter-program coordination to ensure a full utilization of the allocated budget in future. Where appropriate, the department should consider reallocating resources with financial year to mitigate the impact of underspending on service delivery. The committee urges the department to strengthen its supply chain management protocols to mitigate delay caused by dispute. It is recommended that contingency measures be developed to ensure continuity in project implementation during procurement challenges. The committee recommends that the National Treasury consider increasing the department budget allocation to enable comprehensive support to all targeted municipalities. Additionally, the department should explore partnership and cost-sharing models to extend their technical support to reach. The department should prioritize funding to critical infrastructure projects within the necessary energy crisis response program. It further calls for improvement in planning to balance competing priorities without compromising essential service delivery target. In terms of acknowledgement, the chairperson of COGTA committee, Honorable Mzi Khumalo, placed in record, wishes to thank the MEC for COGTA, Mr. J. Mamabolo, the head of department, Dr. Buckley, and his team. The chairperson wishes to also appreciate the diligence, dedication, and commitment shown during the deliberation on the details of the fourth quarterly oversight report for financial year 2024-2025 on the Gauteng Department of COGTA fourth quarterly performance report for the current financial year or the year under review to all members of the portfolio committee. And these are Honorable Musai, Honorable Mohobe, Honorable Msimanga, Honorable Rasilangwana, Honorable Makhene, Honorable Masoleng, Honorable Delebi, Honorable Nyati, Honorable Diacher, Honorable Masilela, and Honorable Ngubeni. The committee is gratitude extended to the following staff: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Panzwe Mbalo, Senior Researcher, Dr. Nenweli, Committee Coordinator, Ms. Nyembe, Researcher, Mr. S. Nene, Media Officer, Ms. Bulas Gobo, Information Officer, Mr. L. Ngube, Committee Administrator, Ms. N. Mtembu, Service Officer, Ms. C. Netwa, and Hansan.
Member Khumalo, as you conclude, you have long passed your time. Yes, just
as I conclude in
yeah,
terms of rule
conclude and
I mean conclusion, Chair. In terms of Rule 117, subsection 2, subsection C, read together with 164, the Portfolio Committee on COGTA present the oversight report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Gauteng Department of COGTA for the financial year 2024-2025 and recommend its adoption. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you, Member Khumalo. Is there a seconder?
It's Member Musai. I second. Thank you.
I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. Okay, the yes have it. The report is adopted. May I also remind, oh, he just left now. Okay, I wanted to remind Member Murat and Member Msimang that in terms of rules 85.4, subsection 4 of the standing rules, members may not have conversations amongst themselves during the course of the debate. And you were a bit loud, so I allowed Member Kumalo to conclude so that I remind you. Please, if you have, thank you. May the Secretary please read the 13th order.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair. Consideration of the E-Government and Research Development Portfolio Committee's Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of E-Government for the financial year 2024-2025.
Member Sope, you may present the report.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. I request to only present to the House the committee's executive summary of the oversight report, concerns as well as the recommendations, and that the House consider the other parts of the report as read. This report reviews the Department of E-Government financial and non-financial performance for the fourth quarter. The department is mandated to implement the Gauteng City Region's e-government strategy by consolidating back-end systems and delivering efficient public services. Central to this is the rollout of the Gauteng Broadband Network, GBN, connecting government sites and access to points across the province. The department aligns its work to 3 GGT priorities: building a capable, ethical state, economic growth and infrastructure, and education and health, guided by the National Development Plan. Implementation occurs through 3 programs: administration, ICT shared services, and HR services. Program 2 focuses on modernizing ICT infrastructure, reducing crime through ICT, and supporting ICT entrepreneurship. For the financial year 2024-2025, the department was allocated 1.83 billion. In quarter 4, it spent 682 million, which amounted to 109% of the quarterly projection, reaching 96% of the annual budget. The over-expenditure is due to debt write-offs, while underspending stems from delayed projects, pending invoices, and unfilled vacancies. Procurement spending toward GOD targets was 21% for women, 1% for persons with disabilities, and 28% for the township economy. Of the 38 indicators reported, only 20 targets were achieved, translating to 63% performance. Under Program 1, 9 out of 12 targets were not met, including youth placement, disability employment, procurement, and transformation. The recurring underperformance suggests that the current corrective actions are ineffective. The department failed to place and planned 100 youth in experiential training due to budget constraints. Many declined offers due to the absence of stipends. This highlights the need for realistic financial planning and youth programs to ensure effective participation. Under Program 2, all provincial departments had 100% server uptime when LAN and VIOP and Wi-Fi connectivity were rolled out through, though some delays occurred due to external dependencies. While the e-panic buttons exceeded targets, CCTV cameras installation were delayed due to slow municipal approval processes. Plans are underway to address coordination challenges. Progress was also made in e-services development, data analytics, and publishing of open data sets. All ICT services followed updated ICT standards. The department engaged communities through 5 awareness campaigns and 2 stakeholder visits. To build ICT skills and stimulate entrepreneurship, 20 ICT entrepreneurs were supported. Youth benefited from Action Lab programs. However, of the targeted 1,700 GPG staff, only 903 were trained, mainly due to the generic nature of training and low output. To address this, training will be diversified and better scheduled to boost participation. On committee concerns, the Portfolio Committee is concerned about the delays in filling of vacant posts and the impact this has on the outputs of the department. On committee recommendations, the department should expedite the filling of posts to meet internal targets. Progress report to be submitted on the progress to Portfolio Committee by the 15th of August. On acknowledgements, the Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to MEC Dlamini, the HOD, and the rest of the officials in the department. Appreciation for diligence, dedication, and commitment shown by members of the Portfolio Committees, namely Member Mehwe, Member Gentile, Member Silius, Member Waters, Member Smatla, Member Miso, and Member Sun. Our committee's gratitude is further extended to our dedicated support staff who work tirelessly to ensure the committee adheres to its obligations and plays a meaningful oversight role. On adoption in terms of Rule 117, 2.c, read together with 164 of the Standing Rules of the Provincial Legislature, the E-Governance and Research Development Committee presents the oversight report on the fourth quarter performance of the Gauteng Department of E-Gov for the financial year 2024-2025 and recommends its adoption. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member Hlophe. Is there a seconder? Member Gentile.
I second, Chair.
Thank you. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
Yes.
All those not in favor say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 14th order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Human Settlements Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Human Settlement, including entities for the 2024-2025 financial year.
Member Mokheti, please present the committee report.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings once more to the honorable members and to our people of Gauteng. I, Namathemba Mokheti, the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, hereby table the fourth quarterly report for the 2024-2025 financial year on behalf of the Portfolio Committee of Human Settlement. Deputy Chair of Chairs, may I request that part of the report that I'm not going to read be taken as tabled by the House. The Portfolio Committee noted that during the first adjustment period, the department's main appropriation for 2024-2025 financial year was increased by 324 million from 5.8 billion to 6.1 billion due to the approved rollovers amounting to 215.1 million. Furthermore, the department received provincial additional funding of an amount of 109 million for the interim sanitation services in informal settlements across various municipalities within the province. During the second budget adjustment, the 2024-2025 financial year, adjusted budget of the Gauteng Department of Human Settlement decreased by 450 million from 6 billion to 5.6 billion. This downward revision is due to the decision taken by the National Department of Human Settlements to reduce the HSDG allocation of the Gauteng province by 300 million and to reduce the ISUPG allocation of the Gauteng province by 150 million as a result of unsatisfactory performance. The department allocated a total amount of 1.1 billion in the fourth quarter, and as at the end of the quarter under review, the department managed to spend 1.6 billion, which translates to 137%. The department has overspent its quarterly allocation by 37%. The department's service delivery is implemented through 4 key programs, and the allocated budget as follows. During the quarter under review, Program 1, the administration was allocated 171 million and the department spent 118 million, registering an over expenditure of 69%. The under spending relates to compensation of employees, of which it is offset by the overspending under the compensation of employees in Program 2. This resulted from the placement of staff in line with the organizational structure. And on Program 2, Housing Needs Planning and Research was allocated 5.7 million and the department managed to spend 31 million, registering an expenditure of 539%. On Program 3, Housing Development was allocated 934 billion and the department spent 1.3 billion, registering an expenditure of 145%. The over expenditure is attributed to high spending under conditional grants due to the high volume of claims processed during this period, and Program 4, Housing Assets and Property Management was allocated 75 million and the department spent 122 million, registering 163% expenditure. The over expenditure in Program 4 relates to the payment of rates and taxes, maintenance, and maintenance of hostels. The Portfolio Committee noted that Gauteng Partnership Fund has achieved an overall performance of 66.7% in the quarter under review. On the committee concerns, there is currently no clear report detailing the housing projects that are still under construction and those that have been completed within 2024-2025 financial year. The Portfolio Committee noted that the department's response regarding irregular expenditure, but however, it remains a concern about the absence of concrete plans to address or prevent such expenditure in the near future. There is a lack of detailed reporting on the interventions between the department and ESCOM concerning the completed mega projects, which continues to contribute to delays in housing allocations. There is no clear indication of where the department has allocated the rapid land beneficiaries to support human settlement development. And lastly, the committee noted a lack of comprehensive reporting to the progress of various human settlements initiatives, including contribution of new houses, the upgrading of informal settlements, and the provision of basic services. On recommendations, Deputy Chair of Chairs, the department must respond to these recommendations by the 29th of August 2025. The first one is to submit a comprehensive report on housing projects that are still under construction and those that were completed within the 2024-2025 financial year. Provide a detailed report on the measures in place to prevent irregular expenditure in the near future. The department should submit the progress report on interventions addressing electricity issues in the completed mega projects that are delaying housing allocation. And lastly, the department should submit a list of areas identified for the allocation of rapid land and names of municipalities for oversight processes. On acknowledgements, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee wishes to thank the MEC for Human Settlement, Ms. T. Mutara, the head of the department, Ms. P. Khadebe Mabaso, and her team. The chairperson further wishes to acknowledge and express her gratitude to the honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, Mr. G. Schneeman, Ms. V. Gentile, Mr. M. Chirota, Mr. E. Duplessis, Mr. A. Fuchs, Ms. L. Masilela, Ms. R. L. Abrahams, Mr. B. Mahlabe, Ms. N. E. Miso, and Ms. E. More. Furthermore, the Portfolio Committee would like to express appreciation to the contribution of the following support staff members: Group Committee Coordinator, Ms. Z. Mpanjombalo, Senior Researcher, Ms. S. Nenweli, Committee Researcher, Ms. A. Gwabeni, Senior Committee Coordinator, Ms. J. Mutiki, Committee Administrator, Ms. N. Zimakwe, Service Officer, Ms. P. Klimba, Hansard Recorder, Mr. Nkanyiso Mbonani, Senior Information Officer, Mr. Leboham Mube, Media Officer, Ms. Z. Mtsweni, and Ms. R. Matebula for their dedication and commitment. On adoption, Deputy Chair of Chairs, in terms of Rule 1172C, read with together with 164, the Human Settlement Portfolio Committee presents the oversight report for the fourth quarterly performance of the Gauteng Human Settlement Department for the 2024-2025 financial year and its recommendations for adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Member Mukheti. Is there a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Member Shirota?
I second, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor say yes?
Yes. Yes.
All those not say no? Okay, the ayes have it. The report is adopted. Will the Secretary please read the 15th order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the fourth quarterly performance report of the Department of Health, including its entities, for the 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Who's supposed to sit? Member Litwalo? Member
Yes,
Litwalo?
Thank you very much.
Present the report.
Thank you very much. And once more, greetings to the residents of Gauteng province. Maybe at the outset, just to seek your indulgence, that given the length of the report, I will then present it summatively, but encourage the residents of Gauteng to access the full report on the legislature's website so that they can. But on the report itself, Chair, particularly as it relates to the budgetary allocation, just to recap, the total adjusted appropriation budget for the department for the 2024-2025 financial year stood at 66 billion, 17 million and 675, reflecting an increase of 1,180 million and 632 during the budget adjustment process. With the adjusted budget allocation, the department had spent 65 billion and 293 million plus 38,000, which constitutes 98.9% of the overall budget. The number of targets relevant for this specific quarter stood at 134, so meaning that the department had planned themselves on 134 targets. The number of targets achieved stands at 109. Which represents 60% of achievement. And just quickly to take the residents of Gauteng into confidence on the specific program. On program number 1, the department will have achieved 9%. On program number 2, which is the district health services. So all of our districts, the achievement stands at 57% of the targets. Program number 3, which is the emergency medical services, stands at the 50% achievement of those targets. Program number 4, which is provincial hospital services, stands at 69% of achievement. Program number 5, central hospital services. Your Bara, Steve Biko, George Mukari included, stands at the 67% of achievement. And then program number 6, health science and training, 100% achievement of targets. Program number 7, healthcare support services, 67% of achievements of targets. And then the last program, program number 8, health facilities management standing in 50% achievement of the targets. So all in all, like I said, it's 60% of the targets, but comparable to the previous quarter, the department was at 59%, which represents an increase of 1%. And then the main areas in the annual performance plans highlighting those achievements. One of them, the severity assessment code, which is essentially about the responsiveness of clinical incidents in our hospitals. The department has done quite well here, reported within 24 hours rate. Secondly, complaint resolution within 25 working days. So all the complaints that ordinarily would be raised by patients at the department through its facilities have managed to respond to that within the 25 working day period. Ideal clinic status obtained. So across the board, a number of our clinics, majority have achieved this specific target. A number of facilities providing 24-hour emergency services achieved at 40 against the annual target of 40. So you will see that the department has done well there. People with living with HIV tested and initiated on and treatment. Another achievement, antiretroviral therapy, adult viral load suppression rate, an achievement by the department. Child under 5 years, pneumonia, diarrhea case fatality, child under 5 years, acute malnutrition case fatality, reductions, all of those are achievements, including children remaining on ARTs, which are HIV treatment. Antenatal visit before 20 weeks also achieved. Mothers postnatal visits within 6 days also achieved. Infant PCR test positive around 6 months rate achieved. Cervical cancer screening coverage across the length and breadth of Gauteng achieved. Diabetic prevalence management across the board also achieved. EMS P1 urban response time under 30 minutes rate also achieved. The EMS rural response under 60 minutes response rate also achieved. And essential medicines across the health facilities in Gauteng also achieved. Of course, there would be areas of a non-achievement which I'll quickly run through as well. A number of hospitals still yet to implement the queue management system. Percentage of the service providers rather their invoices and payments, percentage on budget spent on township enterprises against the identified commodities, percentage of community health centers implementing the PACS system. The department reported 18.2% against the target of 51% for the quota under review. Percentage of hospitals with integrated health information system, still not much of a movement there in the quota under review. Patients safety incident case closure rate, a bit of a shortcoming there. Adults remain on NRT, ART, also a challenge. TB patients lost to follow up, which is another challenge which requires greater health promotion and facilitation. Couple year protection rate, another non-achievement there. Maternal mortality in facility ratio, immunization under one coverage, EMS P1 urban inter-facility transfer, another challenge there. EMS P1 rural inter-facility transfer, another one. And then on committee concerns, well, the committee has noted about two, which mainly relates to EMS. The committee noted with concern overspending on program 3, primarily due to the payment of accruals related to emergency medical vehicles. And then secondly, the committee also noted with concern the slow pace of implementing the queue management system in our hospitals. Obviously, this delay is impacting on a service efficiency and the patient experience to care. And then related to the concerns are the recommendations. The committee recommends that the department strengthen its budget planning and accrual management processes to prevent future overspending and submit a detailed report outlining measures to ensure the timely settlement of financial commitments. We expect a written response from the department by the 31st of September of the current year. And then secondly, the committee urges the responsible authorities to expedite the implementation of the queue management system in hospitals, establish a clear timelines and provide a progress updates report to improve a service delivery. We have already seen one, so we're hoping that the MEC will also prioritize all other hospitals. We know that there's that commitment. And then on acknowledgements, we really want to thank the MEC once more and the team led by the HOD for the fourth quarterly report for 2024-2025 financial year and the efforts made in taking the committee through. Highly appreciated the members of the committee, Member Mfikwe, Member Nshope, Member Masuku, Member Bloom, Member Hickley, Member More, Member Poho, Member Evans, Member Mkwanazi, Member Eskosana, and lastly, but with the same degree of significance, the group committee coordinator, Mbalo, Neweli, Mukonoto, Auguste, Msomi, Ndate Ngobo, Ndate Makwela, Ndate Nsibande, Nzuke, Jangma, le Ntate Butelis on adoption in accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2, Proviso C, read together with Rule 164. The Health and Wellness Portfolio Committee hereby recommends that the report of the Gauteng Department of Health and Wellness fourth quarterly report for the 2024-2025 financial year be adopted by the House, taking into account the committee concerns and recommendations made in this report. And I hereby table the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Letswalo from Kigali. Is there a seconder?
I second it, Mr. Acting Chair.
Member Bloom, seconds. All those in favor say yes?
Yes.
Those not say no? The ayes have it. Will the Secretary please read the last order?
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Consideration of the Finance Portfolio Committee Oversight Report on the final voting mandate of the Division of Revenue Bill, B15-2025. Thank you.
Member Musai, you can present the report.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings to members in the House. The Division of Revenue Bill was retabled by the Minister of Finance in the National Assembly on the 21st of May 2025. After the tabling of the initial Division of Revenue Bill, B7-2025 on the 12th of March 2025, which was withdrawn. The bill is introduced in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, and it is widely referred to as the Section 76 Bill. This bill is introduced annually to give effect to Section 214, subsection 1 of the Constitution and the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act 1990. The bill provides for the equitable division of revenue anticipated to be raised nationally among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government for the 2025-26 fiscal year. So, Chair, I would request that if there are items that I have not read, that they must be regarded as having been read. The process that was followed, Deputy Chair of Chair, is that the Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature formally referred the bill to the Finance Portfolio Committee for consideration and reporting in terms of Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rule 245, subsection 1, read with 247, subsection 1, and 248. On Tuesday, the 1st of July 2025, the Portfolio Committee received a briefing on the bill from the NCOP Permanent Delegate, Honorable Dennis Ryder, supported by officials from National Treasury. And in the same meeting, the Portfolio Committee also received the Gauteng Executive Council's view on the bill, which confirmed that the Gauteng Provincial Government supports the bill. So, as required by the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Portfolio Committee invited public submission on the bill through electronic media, and no submissions were received. On Tuesday, the 8th of July 2025, the Portfolio Committee received the socio-economic impact analysis and the legal opinion on the bill. Thereafter, the committee deliberated on the bill. After deliberations, the committee adopted its report on the bill to be tabled at the NCOP plenary. On Thursday, the 10th of July 2025, the committee received minutes from the Select Committee of Appropriation on the consideration of negotiation mandates on the Division of Revenue Bill, which confirmed that there were no amendments to the bill as referred. Thereafter, they deliberated on the report. There's a principle and detail of the bill that was followed, and it provides for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government for the 2025-26 financial year. The determination of each province's equitable share, allocations to provinces, local government, and municipalities from national government's equitable share, the responsibility of all these three spheres pursuant to such division and allocations, and to provide for matters connected therewith. In addition, the division of revenue for the 2025-26 financial year is mainly in line with the recommendations made by the Financial and Fiscal Commission, which is mandated by Section 220 of the Constitution to provide information to all organs of state to make informed decisions about complex fiscal matters. The FFC consults on these matters with all the three spheres of government. In terms of the constitutional and statutory framework, Section 214 of the Constitution requires that an Act of Parliament must provide for the equitable division of revenue raised nationally among national, provincial, and local spheres of government. The determination of each province's equitable share of the provincial share of that revenue, and any other allocations to provinces, local government, or municipalities from the national government's share of that revenue, and for any conditions on which those allocations may be made. So the bill seeks to, amongst others, give effect to the provisions of Section 214 of the Constitution. These include national interest and the division of resources, provision for debt costs, national government's needs and interests, provincial and local government basic services, fiscal capacity and efficiency, developmental needs, economic disparities, obligations in terms of national legislations, predictability and stability, and of importance, flexibility in responding to disasters. The Portfolio Committee noted that the introduction of the bill complies with the Constitution and the Intergovernmental Fiscal Relations Act of 1997 and the Money Bills Amendment Procedure and Related Matters Act 2009. So no submissions were received. The committee therefore mandated Honourable Writer to table the negotiation mandate in favour of the bill with the following recommendations: that National Treasury should speed up the process of utilising real-time data to determine the revenue sharing formula, as failure to do so may compromise fairness in revenue sharing. That National Treasury should revise the revenue sharing formula in favour of municipalities in view of the latter's diminishing revenue base. And that National Treasury should consider indirect conditional grants as a last option, by virtue of the provinces and municipalities being at the coalface of service delivery. 9 provinces therefore voted in favour of the Division of Revenue Bill as referred. Responses on the committee recommendations are due from National Treasury on the 11th of July 2025. The socio-economic impact in terms of that, it says social services make up the largest share of the budget, focusing on education, healthcare, community development, and social grants. Comprehensive agriculture support programs receives funding towards supporting smallholder and emerging farmers through production inputs, mechanization, training, mentorship, extension services and grants. Funding geared towards agriculture would contribute meaningfully towards food security and employment creation and the long-term viability of the agricultural sector. The Gauteng Executive Council therefore supports the bill. In terms of the financial implications of the bill, the Portfolio Committee noted that the bill outlines the division of revenue between the 3 spheres of government, and the financial implications to government are limited to the total transfers to provinces and local government. Excluding the debt service costs, the contingency reserves and provincial allocations, 48.4% of nationally raised funds are allocated to national government, 41.9% to provincial government, and 9.7% to local government. Considering some municipalities are unable to raise sufficient revenue, as provided for in the Constitution, the Portfolio Committee urges National Treasury to revisit the revenue sharing formula between the 3 spheres of government if municipalities are to stay afloat financially. After due consideration, the Finance Portfolio Committee, in accordance with Rule 163 adopted the report in support of the Division of Revenue Bill, Section 76, as referred and recommend its adoption by the House. In terms of Section 65 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, read with Section 6 and 8 of the Provincial Mandating Procedure Act 52 of 2008, as well as Rule 248 of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature Standing Rules, the Portfolio Committee on Finance confer authority on the Gauteng Provincial Delegates to National Council of Provinces to vote in favor of the Division of Revenue Bill. The Portfolio Committee extends gratitude to the Honorable MEC Elmaile, the Head of Department, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the processing of the bill. And we want to thank and appreciate all the members of the Finance Portfolio Committee. Mr. Tlebere, Mr. M. Sesedinyani, Mr. N. Mohobe, Mr. R. Robinson, Ms. M. Hickling, Ms. A. Klaba, Mr. P. Makwala, Mr. F. Ngobeni, Ms. L. J. Evans, Mr. M. Chirota, and Ms. J. Maluka. The committee gratitude is extended to the support staff, the group committee coordinator, senior committee coordinator, the researcher, the legal advisor, senior information officer, media officer, committee intern, research intern, Triple P intern, and service officer, Mr. and Hansard recorder. In accordance with Rule 117, subsection 2C, read with Rule 164, the Portfolio Committee on Finance presents before the House the oversight report on the Division of Revenue Bill, B15-2025, Section 76, final voting mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Musai. Is there a seconder? Member Sesedinyani?
No, thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. I rise to second. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Those in favor, say yes.
Yes.
Those not in favor, say no. The yes have it. The report is adopted. I must thank you, members, for, I don't know whether it's because you're tired or it's nature of the reports. Not a single point of order was raised. So I'm grateful for that. Thank you very much. And, and now the House is adjourned. Thank you. We are meeting tomorrow. Uncabana le